Consumer credit in the hands of working Nigerians. Here to help you achieve your goals, whether it's providing for your family or expanding your home or business. Visit www.creditcall.ng today for details. This is the renewed hope.
Ebonyi State Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has sealed a site at Ogwachara in Ebonyi local government area of Ebonyi State, where suspected petroleum products are illegally refined. Chinanza John reports that 2 suspects linked to the illegal deal were also arrested at the site.
The raid was made possible through a tip-off by residents of the area when a truck loaded with petroleum products entered the site to offload its contents. The suspects were in the process of discharging the petroleum products into 3 GP surface tanks when men of the NSCDC reportedly arrived at the site.
Want to find the products?
Yes.
The Ebonyi State Commandant of the NSCDC, Francis Nnadi, while parading the suspects, says the command under his watch is out against all saboteurs of the nation's commonwealth. He commended the timely intelligence report that led to the arrest of the suspects in the densely populated residential area.
Based on intelligence, my men were able to arrest a truck probably carrying about 45,000 liters of suspected, diverted, I would say stolen now, product located within a densely populated area in Abakaliki, which is against the norm of movement of petroleum products. Of course, we all know the risk during this period that the weather is getting for the fire and everything. And then we now realized there was a place where we found about 3 or 4 GP tanks with a few products by the side, where they intended to actually offload this product.
The suspects denied being part of any illegal activity in the site.
I'm a site engineer. We are doing fence. So me and the woman was in that site, and she's clearing the ground. I'm the one that is in charge of the fencing, and I have evidence, all the receipt of the materials that I bought.
It was black oil sludge. The splotch, that's black oil.
Black oil?
Yes.
However, the site has been sealed by the NSCDC, while the truck and GP tanks confiscated, pending when the real owners surface for explanation on the illegal activities at the site. In Abakaliki, Chinanza John, NTA News.
Now, President Bola Tinubu has extended heartfelt congratulations to Senator Monday Okpebolo on his inauguration as governor of Edo State. In a message, President Tinubu urged Governor Okpebolo to work diligently to enhance the living standards of the people of Edo State and make a significant impact during his tenure. Reflecting on the transition, President Tinubu noted that after 8 years under Obasanjo's administration, Edo State is rejoining the ranks of the All Progressives Congress. He emphasized the importance of Governor Okpebolo's justifying the confidence placed in him and the APC while fostering true democracy and effective governance in the state. In addition, President Tinubu commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for the successful conduct of the Edo governorship election and encouraged the commission to strive for even greater excellence in the upcoming Ondo governorship election, scheduled for November 16, 2024. Now, the House Committee on Pension has pledged to initiate reforms that will address gaps and eliminate corruption in pension management and administration in Nigeria. During an oversight visit to the headquarters of the National Pension Commission in Abuja, Chairman House Committee on Pension, Hussaini Jallo, urged the Commission to step up scrutiny of the operations of pension fund administrators towards achieving a robust, efficient and effective pension scheme.
Over the years, our pension system has faced challenges related to inefficiency, corruption, delayed payment, underfunding, and lack of inclusivity. Pensioners complain of difficulty assessing pension payments and the inadequacy of monthly payments. The current provision for the access to only 25% of pension funds upon fulfillment of statutory requirements is deemed insufficient. Therefore, reforming the pension system is crucial to ensure that retirees live with their dignity and that workers have confidence in the system.
I expect this to continue in a routine manner going forward, where we are working cordially together and the committee brings issues to you so that you can partner with us and resolve those issues.
The lawmakers also requested PENCOM to look into the concerns of organizations seeking to exit the contributory pension scheme with a view to addressing sundry challenges. Now, reducing housing deficit and providing decent and affordable housing for Nigerians require a deliberate action policy of government. Now, this conscious effort is part of the decision taken by the House Committee on Housing and Habitat during an oversight visit to the Federal Housing Authority in Abuja. Francis Odojo has the details.
Going by a surging housing deficit estimated to be 28 million in 2023, a deliberate action is required by government, ministries and agencies saddled with the responsibility of providing shelter to Nigerians to tackle. FHA is a leading agency saddled with this responsibility. Despite challenges of obsolete enabling laws, cumbersome land acquisition process and compensation, as well as inadequate funding, the managing director of FHA, Oyetunde Ojo, says the agency has grown its IGR from 4 million to 8 billion naira in 6 months. This development, he noted, has resulted to the ongoing plan to construct 200 housing units each in 36 states of the Federation, with land already acquired in 17 states.
Our deadline is even to deliver by December next year. We are not building gigantic building. We know what the people want. It's not just building the houses, then you are telling Nigerians 2-bedroom to come and pay 20 million. Nobody can get that money. Let's be honest with ourselves. So we will, with the help of the committee, also be doing some kind of social housing scheme.
Chairman, House Committee on Housing and Habitat, Abdulmumin Jubril, described progress made in the agency as unprecedented. He assured Nigerians of the commitment of the legislative arm to implement policies that will provide financial muscle and reposition the housing agency to deliver on its mandate.
We commend him very well. We have confidence that he is going to restore the lost glory of the Federal Housing Authority. We'll do everything we can from our legislative powers to return federal housing to budgetary line.
FHA, established in 1993, was created with the mandate of providing housing to low and medium-scale earners, especially civil servants. Francis Odojo, NTA News.
The federal government is working towards establishing the National Research and Innovation Council, NRIC, and the National Research Fund, NRF, to drive the development and commercialization of research and innovation across Nigeria. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, announced this during a high-level policy dialogue aimed at fortifying national research and innovation funding structures, using Nigeria as a model for West Africa. The three-day conference brought together a diverse group of stakeholders from across sectors, all focused on creating a sustainable framework to support research and innovation in Nigeria. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, highlighted that this move is a major milestone in the country's journey towards launching both the National Research and Innovation Council, NRIC, and National Research Fund, NRF, which are pillars of a vision that could revolutionize Nigeria's scientific landscape and align with the government's development goals.
President Tinubu has already approved an interministerial committee under the office of the Vice President, working diligently on a draft Executive Council memo for the establishment of National Research Fund. This committee, composed of representatives from various key ministries and stakeholders, is tasked with creating a robust framework for these initiatives to strive.
Professor Nicholas Ozo, Executive Director of the African Technology Policy Studies Network, ATPS, called on the government to speed up the creation of the NRIC and NRF, stressing the urgency of incorporating research and innovation into Nigeria's development agenda.
So the councils are responsible for funding, providing funding, or looking for funds that will support research and innovation development within the ecosystem of innovation.
This is not available in Nigeria currently. So what we are trying to do is to sensitize all stakeholders, government, industry, academia, everybody, that we need to have a national research fund that will be supporting research, whether private, public sector, everybody.
The dialogue drew a diverse audience, including representatives from UNESCO, ATPS, and African University of Science and Technology, AUST, members of Nigeria's National Assembly, academia, private sector leaders, and international partners, all joining in a collective effort to shape the future of research in Africa. This is where we end the news on NTA International. Thank you so much for being a part of it. My name is Justin Bemui, and Shegun Ajay has been the sign language interpreter. Say bye for now.
An American philosopher, Ralph Waldo Emerson, said, and I quote, "The first wealth is health," end of quote. Now, this simply means good health is the foundation on which a happy life, community, and economy are built. This is why, since time immemorial, the search for medical solutions to diseases and general well-being is a never-ending one, as it is only when an individual is healthy that he or she can contribute meaningfully to national development. So, on this episode of Frontiers, the focus is ways to promote healthy living. I am Frama Pangi. Our guest is Dr. John Tor Agbidie. He is a neurotoxicologist and integrative medicine expert. Glad to have you join us on the program Frontiers.
Always my pleasure.
The program continues in a moment.
In today's fast-moving world, healthy living is gaining significant attention as people increasingly recognize the importance of maintaining physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Healthy living is not merely about avoiding diseases. It is a comprehensive approach to achieving a balanced lifestyle that supports longevity, vitality, and happiness. Staying healthy entails prioritizing balanced nutrition, engaging in regular physical activity, nurturing mental health, fostering strong relationships, ensuring significant rest, and avoiding harmful habits, which experts say helps enhance quality of life and promote longevity. Living healthily is a lifelong journey which may require effort, but experts say the benefits are invaluable. They say embracing a holistic approach to health empowers individuals to lead healthier, more productive lives and contribute to a healthier and more resilient society.
Once more, you're welcome on the program.
My pleasure. And I look forward to a robust, discussion to, enlighten, the public.
So let's get straight into it, right? Talking about healthy living, what does it entail? What is it all about?
Yeah, healthy living goes by different synonyms. So some will call it a good lifestyle, they call it well-being. But let me modify that. I call it health optimization. Okay. And when you talk about optimizing, just like we optimize our cars, like if you want to enjoy your car, read your manual very well so that you know how your car functions, what you need to do to maintain it very well. So healthy living, put in a simple way, is a good way of maintaining our bodies. And this covers different parameters, different things that we do.
You know, social scientists say every human action has a resultant effect. Can you tell us some health problems and how they are linked to unhealthy lifestyle?
Yeah, very good question. Let's look at this. And what I'm going to list out, it is also the indices for optimizing our health. One key one, which we tend to neglect or don't understand its own importance, is quality sleep. What do I mean by quality sleep? Remember the adjective, quality sleep. Regularly we are told that we are required to sleep for 7 to 8 hours in a day. And most people don't know the importance of this. First, they don't even get the 7 to 8 hours of sleep. And the time of the sleep is also very important. Why is this so important? You see, there is what we call the circadian rhythm. That is how the body distinguishes day and the night. Once it is night, our body recognizes and is in tune to that phase of the day, that it is night time. And this phase is regulated by what you call the melatonin cycle. Melatonin is actually a hormone. That hormone is secreted in darkness from 6 p.m. Now it will go and rise up, pick up at 10 p.m. Now from 10 p.m. it will now plateau to 12 midnight. And from 12 midnight you find it will start, it will start from 12 midnight it will go to 2 a.m. From 2 a.m. it starts dropping. By 4 a.m. the melatonin, that important hormone known as sleep hormone in our body, is gone. So that is why it is very critical that you sleep between the hours of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. so that you can get in sync with your circadian rhythm and in sync with your melatonin cycle. Melatonin hormone has so many advantages. It has anti-inflammatory properties. It boosts the immune system. Actually, that is when the body actually rejuvenates when we sleep. But if you sleep in the wrong hour, somebody can tell me, yeah, you say we should sleep for, 8 hours. Yeah, I sleep from 12 noon to 8 p.m. I have made, 8 hours sleep. But that is wrong hour. So just that is the sleep. The other ones I'll just quickly rush through them. Water is really very important. Honestly, some of these sicknesses are also attributed and associated with dehydration. Then let us look at other factors. like diet. You talk about diet. Let me first of all by defining what adequate diet is. Traditionally, we are told of the 3 classes of food: carbohydrates, protein, and then fat. But an adequate diet is defined as that diet that is digestible. And you know that digestion starts right in the mouth, and after the digestion, it is assimilated. And after assimilating, it is absorbed and transported to the cells, which is the unit of life. So for metabolic, activities. So we talk about, diet. So adequate diet is that diet which is digestible, assimilated, and then absorbed, properly. Talking about diet or nutrition in general, nutrition is actually key, because from the time we are born to the time we die, our body has the innate ability to actually protect us from diseases and, sicknesses. And the indicator or the battalion or the soldier in charge of that is the immune system. And our immune system depends mainly on nutrition. So we say that it is nutrition that drives our immune system. Now, talking about diet, also look at another component, that is micronutrients. We have to take in the right food of that. I've already talked about the 3 classes. Carbohydrate is what ultimately gives us energy. Protein is what actually builds, the body up. And fat, it is what is responsible for mediation of transportation of some of these chemicals, certain hormones, like vitamin D is a fat-soluble, vitamin. It requires fat for it to be transported and then to go to. So micronutrients are very, very important. Particularly these days, we've come to realize that vitamin D3 that we talk about is the key player to our immune system. Actually, it's vitamin D that tell our immune system, wake up. Without vitamin D, our immune system will be dead. And that has been demonstrated recently. During COVID, we came to find out that most of the people that could not make it through COVID are those who are deficient in vitamin D. There are certain other lifestyles that we just talk about, exercises, and then I talk about emotional balance. There is what we call toxic, emotions. Toxic emotion is responsible for so many, diseases. And we talk about, spirituality, your sanity, your level of this, like forgiveness. It's really very important. Those of us that don't forgive, it is really bad. There is a saying that toxic emotions will kill you faster than bad germs.
Wow.
Yes.
Interesting. Really enlightening. Now, you're very grounded, you're very experienced in medical practice. From your contact with patients over the years, what are people's attitudes towards basic health?
I don't know, but I don't want to be a preacher here, but they say that my people perish without lack of knowledge, and that is very true. Most people are very ignorant. They don't know about the importance of sleep. They don't know about the importance of exercise. They don't know the importance of adequate, nutrition. They don't know about the importance of, forgiveness, how it is translated to, sickness. So most people are very ignorant. Ideally, people should be doing annual medical checkup. And another important aspect is dental care. When you do annual checkup, we should be visiting our dentist at least twice in a year. And I'm talking of what we call integrative, dentistry, which lays a lot of emphasis on the preventive aspect. Not when you didn't take care of yourself and you go to see a dentist when you're having a tooth, and what he may think of doing for you first is extraction of the tooth, or seeing how he can drill and do a refill and all these things. But integrative dentistry or preventive dentistry lays emphasis on prevention so that you don't get into this.
Dr. Jones, let us pause here, a short break before we come back to the conversation.
Let's do that.
This is Frontiers, and we're taking a look at ways to promote healthy living.
Glad to know you're still with us. Now, Doctor, let's pick up from where we stopped before we went on break. Talking about people slumming and dying, we hear cases of that. Is it possible for, ailments to just manifest and suddenly lead to that?
Impossible. The way I answer that question and educate that, the only way or the only thing can happen to you like that is a poison. Yeah. And a good example is, cyanide. If you take cyanide poison, boom, you die immediately. Because cyanide arrests what we call the respiratory chain. You are no longer able to, breathe. Your respiratory chain that produces energy is actually terminated instantly.
Now, share your thoughts with us on this issue. People just suddenly...
Yeah. So, the simple reason is this. What I tell people is that no one ever dies of old age. We die because as we age and as a result of a wrong lifestyle, disease comes in. Depending on how stubborn you have been, this can come in very early before you reach even the age of 20, 30, 40, or 50. Ideally, the biological age of man is 130 years.
Wow.
But because of our lifestyle, we can shorten it at any time. If you want to know, life is actually in 3 phases. Yeah. The phase of growth, which is called anabolic phase. In that phase, we're supposed to live for at least 40 years, the anabolic phase. Then you go into what they call the mesogenesis phase, that is the middle area, the homeostatic phase or homeostasis. That means a balance. If you look at it at that time, the plateau is like this. It is determined by pH, because from the growth phase, our pH is ideal, about 7.4. Then from the homeostasis phase, the pH starts dropping to to 7. And then we live up to 80, we should live up to 80 years in the homeostatic, phase with the pH of, 7. Then from 80, ideally, the pH will start dropping naturally. And when the pH drops below 6, that is when we die. So if you go 40, we're supposed to live at least 120 years. However, because of our lifestyle, wrong choices, lack of sleep, lack of drinking water, lack of exercise, and toxic, emotions, the pH drops, faster. So we die young. So nobody ever dies of, old age. If we were to age sequentially, we're supposed to live 120 years. So it is really very important that we know this and live properly by checking with doctors, what we call annual checkup, which is very important. I have mentioned that before. Then we're talking about, dental, health, which is really very important. And then you do the various aspects that helps in optimizing our health, just like our car is optimized properly by servicing using right engine oil. And you cannot also just be driving your car throughout the day you bought it. Then after 3 months, there is a wear and tear. Just talking about wear and tear, the body undergoes the same thing. That's why you have those 3 phases that I had earlier, discussed. Ideally, when you notice that the time you bought, who are a little bit younger than you, the energy level in you is doing fine. Naturally, as you advance in age, some of these micronutrients that the body naturally would produce, they start, depleting. Things like glutathione, things like some of these, enzymes, the catalysts, that actually guide against the body's overwhelming production of what we call free radicals, that accounts for over 200 different types of, diseases. Initially, the body has that balance. Even at the homeostatic space, that's what it's called. Homeostasis means, balance. And that's why we say, as you age, you need to support your body. Number 1, regular medical checkup. I cannot overemphasize when there is need for supplementation. People will say, oh, I don't need a food supplement, I don't need this. Yes, my dear, you don't need, and that's why you will get into trouble earlier than your own biological, age. Because naturally, things like glutathione, they decline over a period of time. So, as you age, you need to help the body. And another thing here, somebody can argue and say, no, I can get micronutrients, I can get calcium from the food, I can get magnesium from the food. God bless you, you can get this. But looking at our lifestyle today, due to agricultural practices, even the so-called micronutrients that were found from the plants or from the food we eat have been leached down. Application of fertilizers, pesticides have leached this. So you may be eating food, you think you are getting these micronutrients, but you're not getting them. Take for example, of vitamin C, which is a very potent antioxidant that scavenges free radicals. As we age, the body's ability to actually use vitamin C is actually reduced. So you can see that you need to supplement. Vitamin D is very important in our immune regulation and potentiation. If you don't get enough vitamin D from the food you eat, and we also say we get it from the sun, vitamin D is a hormone. But maybe at the level of a knowledge then, or maybe oversimplification, they say you get vitamin D from the sun. Get this right. All that the sun does is to provide that UV light that converts the inactive form of vitamin D3 in our body to the active form. Wow. Period. Wow. So, that is it. Take care of micronutrients, take care of your lifestyle, take care of your sleep, and do your regular medical checkup.
Now, you run a healthcare facility. Can you share with us some common chronic diseases with patients? No, you always diagnose.
Well, before I answer that question, honestly, these days, life is no longer good, in the sense that the greatest challenge is people who have come under tremendous amount of stress, especially what we call chronic, stress. But we've come to know that stress is associated with almost close to over 80% of all diseases. So, let me go back straight to your question. See, the cases of, diabetes, especially type 2 diabetes, which is actually on the rise. And this is as a result of our lifestyle. Sleep alone is known as the #1 cause of, the adult onset diabetes. That's why you see people who are diabetic and they're not managing it well, and they don't sleep well, even if they're taking all these oral antihypoglycemics, oral hypoglycemic like metformin, all of them, they find it very difficult to control their blood, sugar level. Let me chip in here too. Things like fasting, they are really very good in helping in regulating your blood sugar level or our blood sugar level.
Any advice on how to keep stress at bay? Because you've mentioned stress over and over again. Now, with the soaring economic realities in the country right now, it's almost inevitable not to be stressed. But how can we keep it at bay?
Stress as a factor is really needed by the body. Short stress helps our body to, work and function better. Let me give an example. We're sitting in this room. If a lion walks here in here, we're all stressed.
Of course.
And I can see you fling back through the window, and I will fling back by the door. So we have reacted positively to the stress of the lion walking in. However, if our body is subjected to what we call chronic stress, this is what perturbs what you call the neuroendocrine system, and it leads to diabetes, it leads to hypertension, and then all of them. So, how do you know that you are stressed? Physical stress is when you start having sleeplessness. You become restless. You cannot concentrate. Some stress will even lead to you having, palpitations in the heart. Then some stress can also lead you having, you start being feeling isolated. You develop depression. You want to be on your own. Please, if you start noticing these signs, please see your doctor for help. Then the other aspect of stress, that is what we call the psychological stress. This can be induced as a result of relationship, which I had mentioned earlier, toxic relationship, your work environment, and some sad situation like bereavement, or when people going through divorce can all accumulate into what you call psychological, stress. Then how do you manage this? Stress. In general, things like exercise, good relationship, good sleep, then emotional cleanliness, which I said, forgiveness, letting go. And if it is your workplace that is inducing, stress, learn how to manage that. And that's why corporate executive or business executive or government executive should take care of their staff to make sure that they don't come under too much stress.
Dr. John Tor Agidi, thank you so much for coming on the program. We have to end it here because if we keep on going, we will be here till tomorrow. There's a lot to discuss. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us and educating us on the program Frontiers. We have been taking a look at ways of promoting healthy living with our guest, Dr. John Tor Agidi, a neurotoxicologist and integrative medicine expert. Thanks for your time. I am Frama Panyi.
This is the network service of the NTA. At Home Options, you're welcome to a world of elegance, where every corner whispers sophistication. Step into our showroom and indulge your senses with our timeless designs and craftsmanship, from plush sofas to magnificent dining tables that host lifetime celebrations. Our collections, the hallmark of luxury. Create your haven with exclusive bedroom selections and turn your sanctuary into a realm of refined tranquility. When it comes to bathroom solutions, our stylish fixtures, lavish tubs and showers are crafted for your well-being, transforming your daily routine into a ritual of indulgence. At Home Options, we provide lifestyle solutions. So visit our showrooms in Lagos and Port Harcourt, because your space deserves to mirror your impeccable taste. Home Options. Live well.
am technology.
I am culture. And I am new business models.
Want to know what we share in common?
Join us in Abuja from the 13th to the 15th of November at the National Advertising Conference 2024.
It's going to be a fully packed 3 days of top-line engagement with the theme
Navigating the Shifts, Technology, Culture, and New Business Models. Venue, Abuja Continental Hotel, Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. each day. National Advertising Conference 2024. Let's shuffle things up. Dissecting the impact of technology, culture, and emerging business models on brand storytelling.
Register right now on www.nationaladvertisingconference.com. Clear your desk and save the date, 13th to 15th November 2024 at Abuja Continental Hotel, Abuja.
National Advertising Conference 2024. Be there, be heard.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Hey Nigeria, ready to breathe cleaner air and save money? Let's talk about gas. Drive with CNG, the smart, cost-effective choice. Fill up for less and travel further. Save money, save the planet. Switch to LPG for cooking. It's cleaner, healthier, and better for environment. Say goodbye to smoke and eye problems. Do you know Nigeria is a gas nation ranked 9th globally with over 209 trillion cubic feet of gas reserve? Gas isn't just for cooking and driving. It powers industries too. Cleaner, cheaper, and more efficient. And the best part, conversion centers are popping up everywhere. It's never been easier to switch to gas. Join the cleaner energy revolution. Choose LPG for cooking and CNG for your vehicles. Clean energy for brighter future. This message is brought to you by the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, supported by the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA. For Petroleum Resources, Gas, supported by the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority.
It's a delight to welcome you to yet another edition of NAFDAC and Your Health, brought to you by NAFDAC, that agency that has the constitutional mandate to safeguard the health of Nigerians by ensuring that only wholesome food products as well as quality and approved drugs in the process. And then we'll move on to feature 2 of the medical devices manufacturing companies and how far they have been able to evolve in terms of production capacity and international standards. Developing local manufacturing capacity and reducing the nation's dependence on import, particularly of goods that the nation can harness her resources, manpower, and regulatory metal to make come to reality are part of the germane areas of concern for Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, the Director General of NAFDAC. This, apart from creating employment and helping to increase the country's level of dependence on the importation of these goods, will also improve the country's rating before the World Health Organization and in the Committee of Regulatory Bodies globally. Part of the goods under NAFDAC's regulatory purview that the agency has made quite remarkable and highly visible efforts on in this regard are medical devices.
in terms of medical devices, which include syringes, in vitro diagnostics, NAFDAC has to be audited using international standards by WHO. For the first time in the history of the organization, NAFDAC is going to be audited for medical devices to show where to let us know where we are. NAFDAC became a member of International Medical Devices Regulatory Forum, I believe March of this year. Again, we have so many regulatory agencies in the world, only handful in the IMDRF. I went with 2 directors, in terms of registration and laboratory, to present to IMDRF in Washington, D.C. And we showed them what we have been doing. They didn't have to give us affiliate membership, but they saw what we have been doing and they gave us affiliate membership. It is a great record for us. So based on what they have seen, in fact, the deputy director in charge of medical devices went for a meeting about a month ago. Out of the blue, somebody said, wow, NAFDAC is great, sending me email. And taking the picture of the deputy director presenting at that forum. I think it's Canada or something. You know. That is what we are trying to do as part of unlocking the value chain. Bear in mind we have a minister, or we have ministers, the coordinating minister of health and social welfare and the coordinating minister of state for health and social welfare. They are pushing local manufacturing to unlock the value chain, to make drugs, medicine, medical products accessible. Quality medicine, quality medical products, medical devices, and in vitro accessible to our people.
Professor Mojisola Adeyeye has over the years identified and monitored closely the advancement of the medical devices manufacturing company perceived to possess the potentials of raising the bar to the aspired standards, and with strict monitoring and ensuring good manufacturing practice compliance, huge successes have been recorded. The challenge posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, which re-echoed the need for the nation to be self-reliant in the area of medical devices, was also a catalyst that expedited the advancement of the local medical devices manufacturing companies.
We also have ceiling 34 drugs that cannot be imported into the country because we have capacity to do it, and because we are also hard on our manufacturers in terms of GMP compliance. So it's still the same with medical devices. It's a new area for us. The pandemic showed us our picture, how deficient we are as a continent in medical devices and in vitro diagnostics. So after the pandemic, we started stepping up. Now, what we do is we handhold our manufacturers. When you are handholding, you are being hard on them in a way because you are inspecting them, you are testing, telling them this is not right, this is not right. You go and inspect again. The frequency of inspection is higher than the regular inspection. Just to be sure that we have quality product that can be pre-qualified by WHO, or that can be traded globally if it is approved by FDA and whatnot.
Of special focus has been the syringes manufacturing companies, determined to ensure that syringes of good quality that meet international standards are produced in Nigeria. The NAFDAC DG was relentless in her drive to ensure the companies are developed and enhanced to begin production to international acceptability, and today, these efforts have yielded quite encouraging and gladdening results.
There used to be maybe 5 or so. But because we were so dependent on imports, some of those closed. And we said no. This minister said no. We will make sure that these companies get to a level where they can be approved. They will use ISO standard they are already applying for. Some of them are using ISO 9001 and 13485. That is what are needed for medical device. One from Lagos, one from Ilorin, Afri Medical from Lagos and Shagamu area, and HMA from Ilorin.
NAFDAC and Your Health continues after the short break. Welcome back. You're still watching NAFDAC and Your Health.
The concerted efforts of the current Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, at encouraging the development of local medical devices manufacturing companies and generally boosting local production of the products under her agency's regulatory purview has recorded exponential successes and has repositioned NAFDAC and indeed Nigeria in the area of production of medical devices globally. The story of Afrimedical Manufacturing and Supplies Limited is one of the success stories.
Afrimedical is a sister company to Mikano International Limited. So we have the background of the industry in Nigeria and the know-how of the business, and we are well reputed company. So we saw also, our chairman saw the gap in the country of needles and syringes. So he decided actually to go and open the biggest manufacturing company in Africa with a production of 1.8 billion syringes per annum. It's a huge capacity. Very, very, I can say maybe none has this capacity worldwide as one facility, not as a company, but as a one facility in one place. It is the biggest, one of the biggest facilities of syringe manufacturing companies worldwide.
The enviable status Afrimedical Manufacturing and Supplies Limited has attained today has not been without the staunch support and visionary regulatory guidance of Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, who, out of her passion to see Nigeria's local medical device manufacturing industry grow, paid visits to the company to monitor the metamorphosis of the company. Today, Afrimedical Manufacturing and Supplies Limited has evolved and continues to evolve into the envisioned dream.
This is a company that is one of the best in the world. Right now, we are the highest in Africa with a capacity of 1.8 billion syringes annually. We are a company that deals with syringe manufacturing. We produce about 5 types of syringes, starting from 0.5, 2 ml, 5 ml, 3 ml, and 10 ml syringes. Our product is one of the best because we adhere to international standard. Right now, we are certified both on ISO 9001 2015 Quality Management System and ISO 13485 2016 Quality Management System for medical devices. So in Nigeria right now, we are one of the 6 manufacturing companies of medical devices that are ISO certified on 13485.
I want to attest to the qualities of these products and to assure that to the best, as much as humanly possible, the company is doing everything to ensure that the products come out with very high quality. I'm really very experienced, in the area of medical devices, and I've seen a couple of facilities, outside Nigeria, and I can confirm that I'm proud to be a Nigerian and also proud that we have this type of facility here in Nigeria. It ranks amongst, the world's best, in terms of layout, in terms of structure, in terms of equipment, in terms of processes, and in terms of personnel, and even in terms of the quality of the final products. From the beginning to the end, everything is done in line with international standards, And the company complies with all the required standards, in terms of requirements that are expected to be met.
We established a quality management system flow that where all this interaction of different sections comes together and to produce, at the end of the day, quality products, which at every stage, quality management checkmates everything from raw material, income to inspection, quality checks. From after that, when it enters into production, the quality check with in-process quality check, checking the parameter against what is being produced. Then after that, to the packaging area, after assembly and blistering to packaging area. All this process, we have quality at every point in time. And as a compliance and internal process auditor, what we do, we check their documentation, we check their process. As you know, it has to do with good manufacturing practice all through. That is the people, the process, the documentation, and also the premises.
I would like to thank and appreciate Professor Mojisola Adeyeye. She has been so supportive to us. She's been following and always asking and following up on the support of local manufacturing of medical devices. She's the one who supported us with, first of all, she visited us more than 2-3 times here to make sure that the company is running. There is life in this industry, and she's supporting us on the VAT, on the duties, that she's always following up with the other ministries. She's taking it as it's her own industry. So, and also the banning of syringes and the renewal of other licenses to the importation, she has stopped it, effective 31 of December 2024. So, with the hope that she's giving to us and the support that she's giving to us, I think 2025 should be a promising year to this industry.
However, the company, in spite of the huge investment targeted at enhancing the plight of Nigeria and the medical needs of the Nigerian people, still face challenges that include poor patronage.
One of the challenges we are having is that most of the syringes in the country are being smuggled into the country. We are by making the locally produced ones, like ours, look as if we are on a high side in terms of cost of production. Why is it is so? Because our products are all medical grade and approved from international bodies. So when you compare the cost of production and what they are smuggling into the country, which is substandard, the demand on the other side is on a high side.
Another medical device manufacturing company that has ridden on the readiness and commitment of the current NAFDAC DG to throw her weight in her capacity as the Director General of NAFDAC behind the development of local production is HMA Medical Limited. The company, apart from manufacturing syringes, also manufactures needles. Mr. Mubarak Shitu, the Group Executive Director of the company, gives the background of the company.
We came in, invested in the sector, and came with a capacity of about 1 million syringes a day. To our surprise, we realized that we couldn't utilize up to 20% of that capacity because there was a lot of influx of syringes, substandard syringes, into Nigeria, especially from Asia. Asia has a deliberate policy to subsidize syringes coming into Nigeria and other African countries by over 20%, because those syringes are being produced in spaces that are not really regulated. They are export zones. We visited them and we understand what they do. They don't follow the good manufacturing practices, that are required to produce quality products. And we started suffering, this bad fate.
HMA Limited has today, despite all the challenges faced, has ramped up its production capacity to 3 million syringes and 6 billion needles per day. These syringes produced amounts to over 1 billion in a year out of the 2.5 billion syringes Nigeria needs in a year, and all these syringes and needles are of international standards. The company aims to be a net exporter of syringes to the West African zone. Mr. Michael Omosibi, the company's group technical assistant, takes us through the company's facility and the production processes.
Here, what we produce is syringes and needles of various sizes and various needle gauges. My name is Michael Omosibi, the technical advisor for HME Medical Limited, and have the honor and pleasure of running you through our production processes today. Now, we are about entering into our assembly area. The process starts from having the jig. The jig is where the cannulas and the hubs are assembled. Now, once the cannula and the hub are assembled on the jig, the process moves to the place where we have the bonding. The bonding process is done using epoxy glue. This glue bonds the the cannula with the hub. And once that is done, it goes through a curing process. After the curing process, where the bonding process is ensured that it is intact without the needle, that is the cannula, breaking away from the hub. Once this is done, it goes into the intelligence station. At the intelligence station, the basic thing there is to detect if there's any needle or that is defective. Every needle that is defective is automatically noted by the intelligence station machine, and these are taken out automatically. Aside this, we have the quality assurance team also monitoring the produced needle, but they import their needle. We assemble, we have the cannula, which is the metallic part of the needle. Then we assemble it to capacity to produce, for that particular unit, each of the machine has the capacity to produce 2 million needles per day, and we have 3 of such machines. I'm glad to let you know that this facility is currently ISO 9001-2015 certified, and we are ISO 13485-2016 MDQMS certified. And I'm also glad to let you know that we are equally a CE Mark certified facility.
Today, despite all the challenges, we've ramped up capacity to over 3 million syringes, a day. Nigeria requires about 2.5 billion syringes a day, and amongst all the manufacturers, 3 that are still running today, we have over 2.5 billion capacity, and our organization produces over 1 billion syringes, in a year. By if you extrapolate 3 million a day and over 300 days of production, so there's local capacity to manufacture syringes, quality products for the use of Nigerians, and our aim is to be a net exporter, of syringes, to the West African zone.
The growth of HMA Limited has not been a smooth ride. The company faced challenges, and even currently, the company is still bedeviled by a number of worrying challenges that are clogs in the wheel of the company's progress.
The challenge we have is that a lot of our machines that you can see are currently idle. We have the capacity to produce, but the demand is not there, majorly due to the issues of importation and other issues that affect the sales of this material. So you can see several of the machines that are lying idle, and once the machines is idle, definitely the workforce will also be redundant. And the collaboration with NAFDAC has really helped us to increase our productivity, help us to also increase our capacity in the area of quality products coming out of our facility.
In all, the company has every reason to be thankful to Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, the Director General of NAFDAC.
And we urge, the government and thank the DG of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, for the good work. Since we met her, since the industry encountered her, we've understood another side of NAFDAC. That NAFDAC is not there to witch hunt, manufacturers. They are there to help us grow in capacity and hold us, link us to international agencies, link us to and train us on best practices, that we could adopt to be more efficient and more productive as organizations.
The medical device manufacturing industry, and indeed the local manufacturing industry as a whole, has great potentials to grow and subsequently help advance the economy of Nigeria if we as Nigerians could appreciate, encourage and patronize locally produced goods and resource our dependence on foreign made and imported goods. NAFDAC will continue to encourage, support policies that will help the growth of local manufacturing of goods under her regulatory purview.
That is all we have for you on this edition of NAFDAC and Your Health. We'll be back again next week with another incisive package. But before then, why not join NAFDAC in the efforts to nip the menace of fake, substandard or unapproved food products, drugs, cosmetics and medical equipment in the bud? If you have any information on these criminal acts, please reach out to NAFDAC.
You can reach NAFDAC via toll-free numbers. For inquiries, call 0700 162 3322. For complaints, call 0800 162 3322. You may also email nafdac@nafdac.gov.ng. If you have complaints about any form of misconduct, you can reach the Reforms Unit via email, reforms@nafdac.gov.ng, or call the Reforms hotlines on 0909 763 0506 or 0909 763 0507. NAFDAC, customer focused, agency minded.
Let us join hands to safeguard the health of Nigerians. Do not be a party to the production, importation, distribution, marketing, advertising or selling of unwholesome food products, fake or substandard drugs, cosmetics and medical devices. By doing so, you are endangering the lives of the Nigerian people. Till we meet again next week, stay healthy.
Hello there and welcome to the program. This is Energy and You, a weekly show that highlights developments in Nigeria's energy sector with a focus on NNPC Limited. I'm Egusa Igumbo. In this episode, NNPC Limited advocates inclusive approach to decarbonization and global energy transition. At ADIPEC 2024, the energy company highlights Nigeria's strategy to bridge energy needs with decarbonization goals. And the National Energy Company encourages Nigerians in diaspora to invest in the nation's clean energy initiatives, including compressed natural gas. Plus, NNPC Foundation takes cancer screening and awareness campaign to local communities, provides free screening for over 3,000 persons across the country. Details of these stories and more in just a moment. Please join us again. Welcome again to the program. We begin with the just concluded Abu Dhabi International Petroleum Exhibition and Conference, ADIPEC 2024. The annual conference made waves not only as the largest gathering of energy professionals globally, but also as a pivotal platform for discussions around pressing challenges facing the energy sector and possible solutions. The event, held in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, with the theme Connecting Minds, Transforming Energy, served as an ideal platform for critical dialogues on decarbonization efforts and the future of energy. A focal point of the conference was the call for strategic and heightened collaboration and transparency across the global energy value chain, as underscored by NNPC Limited.
The group CEO, Mr. Mele Kyari, who was represented by the Executive Vice President Upstream, Mrs. Orisha Meiwa Eison, at a panel discussion titled Decarbonizing Operations Across Upstream, Midstream and Downstream, emphasized the urgent necessity for all industry stakeholders to join forces in tackling carbon emissions, as the quest for net zero emissions by 2050 cannot thrive in silos. She added that a unified approach which recognizes the unique challenges faced by Africa and different regions, especially in the global south, is required.
I believe, first of all, transparency is important. Openness is important. Collaboration will help us, not by vilifying, the laggers, as it were, but by being there supportive, to enable the laggers bridge the gaps that they have, working collaboratively as well.
Mele Kyari's remarks shed light on the dual challenge of decarbonization and energy poverty that African nations like Nigeria grapple with. He added that Nigeria was carving a path that aims to bridge energy needs with decarbonization goals by declaring the decade of gas from 2020 to 2030, using gas as its transition fuel, and by eliminating fuel subsidies. This strategic policy, he said, was crucial, especially considering Nigeria's vast gas reserves of approximately 209 trillion cubic feet, which can be harnessed to reduce reliance on more polluting fuels. As a signatory of the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, OGDC, Nigeria's commitment to achieving a gas flare-out by 2030 highlights the need for collaborative projects that leverage gas for both automotive and power generation purposes. The phenomenal examples of collaboration, such as the partnership between NNPC Limited and Total Energies in methane abatement technologies, demonstrate that innovative solutions can emerge when parties work together transparently and purposefully. Kyari's call for partnerships and better financial frameworks that enable less energy-endowed countries to tap into necessary resources underscores the disparity that exists in the global energy scene.
The level of collaboration has been phenomenal in my view. One of the things that happened last year was Total, taking up the challenge to say, yes, we need to collaborate more, and I'm ready to open and deploy my technology to whoever needs the technology. And we took up that challenge, and to the point, we deployed the pilot of their methane, measurement and detection technology. And that was done, and we are at the point of scaling up that technology today.
At the sidelines of the ADIPEC conference and exhibition, the Executive Vice President, Gas, Power and New Energy, NNPC Limited, Mr. Olalekan Oguleye, spoke to the consistent focus and investment drive NNPC Limited is ensuring for efficient utilization of its abundant gas resources.
What is happening this time around is that application of consistent focus, and one major enabler is the aspect that you touched on, which is the funding. So there are many aspects to it. You have the Midstream Infrastructure Fund that's been set up. You have the Presidential CNG Limited and the Presidential CNG Initiative, which is appropriately funded. But the most important aspect for us is what NNPC is doing, but more importantly, what the private sector is doing. You know that you have a good policy when the private sector voluntarily are responding, and so what we are seeing is a ramp up of investment in the CNG space in Nigeria. It's not just daughter stations, it's significant investment in mother stations. An example is the fact that on the 5th of December of this year, we are going to be performing groundbreaking on a variety of CNG mother stations, 5.2 million scoff each. There are about 7 earmarked to be for that groundbreaking event. Only 3 are owned by NNPC. Others are private sector led.
The theme for ADIPEC 2024, Connecting Minds, Transforming Energy, resonates strongly with the idea of creating a level playing field for all participants in the pursuit of decarbonization. With over 180,000 attendees, ADIPEC stands as more than just a networking opportunity. It is an essential arena for inspiring transformational change across the energy sector. It is hoped that the shared insights and conversations by energy leaders and professionals on energy transition will foster innovative collaborative approaches tailored to the unique challenges of different regions, paving the way for a sustainable energy future.
For NNPC Limited, there is no backing down in its mission to provide a safe, sufficient, sustainable and cleaner fuel for Nigerians.
And back to our top story. ADIPEC 2024, one of the world's largest gathering of energy professionals, has ended, with energy-rich nations canvassing for a just energy transition that reflects individual countries' needs. NNPC Limited actively participated at stakeholder discussions, roundtable talks, and networking. ADIPEC provided a platform for NNPC to present its journey to cleaner transition fuel through gas utilization and expansion projects, with CNG amongst key initiatives. One of such networking and stakeholder engagements at the NNPC booth saw the visit of the Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology, United Arab Emirates, Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber, who is also the Chief Executive Officer of the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. While at NNPC's booth, Dr. Al Jaber spoke on his willingness and the significance of forming strategic partnerships with African countries and the national oil companies. He said such partnerships will be sustained by utilizing the various investment opportunities for the benefit of all parties. The 7th edition of the Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit held in Abuja, bringing together Nigerian business leaders, investors and government representatives from around the world to explore and encourage investment opportunities back home in Nigeria. Now, clean energy and economic growth were the major focus at this year's summit, setting the stage for impactful discussions. Here are some of the key messages from the event.
The Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit was a 3-day event hosted by the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, designed to connect Nigerians abroad with investment opportunities in various sectors in Nigeria, from energy to technology. This year's edition had the theme, Adapting Stability Through Diaspora Investment, Navigating the Path to Prosperity. The event, which held in Abuja, saw influential leaders urging the Nigerian diaspora to invest in Nigeria's clean energy initiatives, especially compressed natural gas, CNG, as a profitable and sustainable alternative fuel. Speaking at the event, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, who represented President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, addressed participants on the administration's commitment to clean energy, highlighting the Convert Now Pay Later scheme, introduced by the Presidential CNG Initiative to ease the transition for vehicle owners. The initiative, he explained, would create jobs and reduce dependency on imported fuel.
Your achievements across the globe are a source of immense pride for all of us. In response to the growing burden of rising fuel costs on our citizens, administration launched the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas CNG Initiative, a transformative effort designed to provide safety to the people, empower our transportation sector, and promote a more sustainable energy future.
Also leading the charge, the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Mr. Mele Kyari, represented by Dr. Oluwakemi Olumuyiwa, Head of Relationship and Stakeholder Management, stressed that CNG was both more cost-effective and environmentally friendly than petrol. She highlighted NNPC's work in piloting CNG stations while encouraging more investments to expand the network nationwide.
On behalf of the GCO at NNPC Limited, we are committed to fostering an enabling environment for investment. We are collaborating with the government to implement policies that promote transparency, ease of doing business, and investor protection. Our aim is to build mutually beneficial partnerships.
In her remarks, Dr. Abike Dabiri Erewa, the Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, called on the diaspora to take advantage of Nigeria's business-friendly policies, emphasizing that the summit was an ideal platform for showcasing the immense investment potential in Nigeria.
We're saying that wherever you are as Nigerians in the diaspora, we can collaborate. We can work together. You see these men and women that are doing businesses here, agriculture, food business, and they are not complaining. With 200 million population, you can see others seeing what we have in Nigeria. The foreigners are coming in. So what can we, the Nigerian diaspora, invest in our country? Now, we are your embassy in Nigeria. We're providing the platform to make this happen. If you have any problems, we're there for you.
The three-day event featured presentations, panel sessions, and exhibitions that focused on investment opportunities in the country. Senator George Akume, along with other dignitaries, toured the exhibition stands, with NNPC's exhibition booth being the focal point. While at the booth, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation commended NNPC's advancements in commercializing Nigeria's vast gas reserves. The Nigeria Diaspora Investment Summit provided a platform for NNPC Limited to showcase its commitment to driving sustainable energy solutions and maximizing Nigeria's gas resources. Specifically, it highlights NNPC's proactive efforts in promoting compressed natural gas, CNG, as a cost-effective and environmentally friendly alternative automotive fuel.
Energy for tomorrow. So come on, let's go.
Let's go over now to the oil-producing region for an update on the ongoing war against crude oil theft and pipeline vandalism.
The war on crude oil theft is on, and the industry-wide security collaboration on hydrocarbon infrastructure continues to record remarkable progress. Between the 2nd and 8th of November 2024, a number of breaches were recorded across the Niger Delta region. In Bayelsa State, a team of security forces discovered illegal connections on the Oando to Brass pipeline at Elepa and Ikengebiri. Further breaches were found in the Ogbonga axis in Rivers State and Ole in Delta State, with repairs promptly executed by engineering teams. Security forces dismantled makeshift illegal refineries processing stolen crude oil that are silently poisoning the land at Bile, Buguma Southeast, Okoloma and Ayama in Rivers State, as well as Oza West in Abia State. Their act a warning to those who threaten the land. Stolen crude oil wasn't only moving through illegal pipelines. It was being stockpiled and hidden in sites, packed into sacks and jerrycans ready for transport. At Ohoro and Uve in Delta State, security forces uncovered illegal storage sites where crude oil was stashed. In Onosi, River State, a similar site was uncovered. This week, 2 severe oil spills scarred the land, caused by vandalized pipelines in Ogeli 2, Delta State, and Alakiri in River State. The once thriving ecosystem in these areas now face environmental degradation and a huge loss of revenue for the country. On land, security forces intercepted vehicles with stolen crude oil concealed in sacks at Onosi and Ebocha in River State, Biaku Ntugopo and Asang-1, Wari and Enwe in Delta State. Meanwhile, wooden boats carrying stolen crude oil were seized at Kula 2, Akwa Odogwa, Bile, Buguma Southeast, and Onosi in River State. In total, 198 incidents were recorded, 117 in the Central Corridor, 26 in the Eastern Corridor, 20 in the Western Corridor, and 35 in deep blue water. These detections were made possible by the joint efforts of NNPC Limited's Command and Control Centers, Tantita Security Agency, Shell Petroleum Development Company, Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, Maton Engineering Nigeria Limited, Oando PLC, and government security agencies. For NNPC Limited, there is no backing down on the war against crude oil theft until the menace is eradicated for good.
Time for a quick break, but when Energy and You returns, 3,000 Nigerians benefit from NNPC Limited's cancer awareness program nationwide with free screening and Medicare. Details shortly. Please stay with us. You're still watching Energy and You. Now, to mark the 2024 International Cancer Week, NNPC Limited, through its corporate social responsibility arm, NNPC Foundation, launched a free cancer screening campaign to address Nigeria's rising cancer cases. Hinged on this year's theme, Closing the Care Gap, the campaign seeks to counter the trend of late-stage diagnosis, which occur frequently due to limited access to screening facilities, cultural stigmas, and insufficient awareness. The Cancer Awareness Campaign and screening was taken to the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria. Here are details.
The NNPC Free Cancer Screening and Awareness Campaign, in collaboration with local health authorities and expert healthcare providers, targeted 3,000 individuals across the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria. The NNPC Limited's Cancer Awareness Campaign, tagged Cancer Awareness and ZSX Screening, provided not just free cancer screening to indigent Nigerians, but also health education, workshops, and consultations with healthcare professionals. The program was aimed at empowering individuals to recognize early symptoms, adopt preventive health measures, and better understand the importance of regular screenings. Screening centers were located in Kaduna State, Rivers, Ondo, Benue, Imo, and Gombe. The initiative focused on the screening for breast, cervical, and prostate cancer, offering critical early detection support for at-risk persons. At the South-South Screening Center in Rivers State, the Executive Director of Finance, NNPC Foundation, Mrs. Eugenia Dominion, who represented the Managing Director, Mrs. Emanuela Aruke, reiterated the commitment of NNPC Limited to addressing the critical gap of access to quality health and early detection that could make a life-saving difference. Mrs. Aruke emphasized that the campaign serves as a vital step towards closing the gap by bringing cancer screenings directly to communities.
Our work is guided by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, environment, social and governance principles. As part of our health impact agenda, we are actively contributing to Nigeria's alignment with SDGs 3, which promotes good health and well-being for all.
The free cancer screening and awareness campaign was also taken to Kaduna State for the Northwest Zone, Ondo State for Southwest, Gombe for Northeast, Imo for Southeast, and Benue State for North Central.
So many persons felt it was a lie. Even me, initially, I didn't believe it. But when I came here, I saw it was real. I've been able to do my breast scan now, and everything is okay. I still have one I'm going to do. I want to use this opportunity to thank NNPC. So many people out there, they are looking for this opportunity. They can't even afford it. But kudos to NNPC, and we pray that they should continue to do more of this to help the poor masses.
It was my sister that sent it, and I saw it. I said, okay, let me come, because I've been to this hospital before. Okay. So I said, let me come and see for myself, and which my sister gave me assurance. She came and did it, so she told me that today is the last day, so that was why I came. And so far, so good, I've been attended to.
I think NNPC asked us to come and then do some tests like process. In fact, the place is crowded, and I wish you extend the time, because if you do so, you will see more people.
I didn't pay any money, it was free. Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
In a similar development, NNPC Limited and its partners, Total Energies Upstream Nigeria Limited, Sapetro, Sinok, and Prime 130, donated a cutting-edge mammography center at the Federal University Teaching Hospital, Lafia, Nasarawa State. This is in furtherance of its war against cancer and a strategic push to improve access to early detection and treatment to tackle the high mortality rate in Nigeria. The mammography center is equipped with advanced features like Senograph Pristina 3D mammography system, digital breast tomosynthesis, stereotactic biopsy capabilities, and can take over 120 examinations daily, significantly boosting the diagnostic capacity in Nasarawa State and the North Central region. The facility also has treatment rooms, a dedicated office for radiologists, and a 20% capacity waiting area that provides a comfortable and efficient environment for both patients and staff. NNPC Limited and its partners will continue to deliver community-focused projects that enhance the quality of life across Nigeria.
Time now for a summary of international energy news and the performance of oil price for this week. Oil prices fell on Monday after China's stimulus plan disappointed investors seeking fuel demand growth in the world's #2 oil consumer, and as the US dollar edged higher. Brent crude futures fell $1.10 to $72.77 a barrel. Oil consumption in China has barely grown in 2024 as its economic growth has slowed. Gasoline use has declined with the rapid growth of electric vehicles and liquefied natural gas replacing diesel as a truck fuel. Meanwhile, there are concerns that U.S. oil and gas output could rise under the new Trump administration, although analysts say 2025's production forecast is unlikely to change. Chevron Corporation and Shell have started redeploying personnel and restoring production at their Gulf of Mexico platforms that were closed for Hurricane Rafael. Rafael has degenerated to a post-tropical remnant low after entering the Gulf last Wednesday as a major hurricane. Both companies stated that they will continue to closely monitor the system. Shares of Australia's gold miner Resolute Mining Limited plunged more than 30% on Monday after the company confirmed its chief executive officer, Terence Holohan, and 2 other employees were unexpectedly detained in Mali. The Resolute executives were in the capital Bamako to discuss with mining and tax authorities open claims made against the company. Mali's military-controlled leadership is pushing for increased revenue from its mineral resources. It is Africa's 3rd biggest gold producer and is looking to the metal to offset sanctions that threaten key sources of government revenue. And this is where we wrap up the show today. We appreciate your time with us as always. If you missed any part of this episode or previous episodes, you can catch up by scanning the QR code on your screen now. Remember, you can get updates of other events of NNPC Limited through the social media handles shown on your screen. Thanks again for watching. I'm Elgusa Igumbo. See you again next time.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Our skin is our first contact with the world. Being the largest organ of the body, it serves as a protective cover for other organs. Huge job. Do we accord it the same level of care to fit its responsibilities? This very tender and supple organ takes a lot for others with constant exposure to rays, chemicals, allergens and other environmental conditions. The need for premium attention cannot be overemphasized here. How do we go about that? Simple. Keep a date with Conversations on NTA and learn how best to show love to your skin. Date is Wednesday, 13th November 2024 at 9 a.m. Your skin is your first impression. Make it very impressionable. Conversations only on the network service of the NTA. Join us.
In today's global economy, trade is the determining factor for any nation that desires prosperity for its citizenry.
Vice President Kashim Shettima hints at transforming Nigeria into a global economic powerhouse.
The EOD technicians we are immediately deployed to the scene. They dug the place and discovered that nothing was inside the place.
Police debunk rumor of detonated improvised explosive at a market in Jos.
%90 of the energy investments went into other places, geographies other than Africa. One of those things we have looked at is the root cause of this problem.
Africa takes bold step in implementing meteorological strategies at ongoing COP29. Good evening and thanks for joining us on the Network News on NTA. I am Elizabeth Omori. Ajola Komiakere will be reading from Lagos. A busy businessman, Benny Adams, has some business reports for us. Benny?
Well, Elizabeth and Nigerians out there, ongoing tax reforms promises better life for not just households, but also businesses.
Thank you. And Bade Adeleye will bring us some sporting stories. Bade.
Well, the Super Eagles of Nigeria are currently having their first training session in Abuja, Cote d'Ivoire, ahead of Thursday's fixture against Benin Republic. We'll bring you details of that.
Of course, we look forward to more updates. Don't forget to follow us live on our website, nta.ng/live, NG News Now on X, as well as other social handles displayed on the screen. President Bola Tinubu is back in Abuja after attending the extraordinary Joint Arab-Islamic Summit, which focused on the current situation in the Middle East. Summit on Monday, President Tinubu called for an end to Israeli aggression in Gaza, acknowledging that the conflict has persisted for far too long, inflicting suffering, and expressed deep concern on humanitarian conditions in Gaza. Reiterating Nigeria's call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, President Tinubu affirmed the country's support for a two-state solution where both Israelis and Palestinians can coexist in security and dignity. It called for the establishment of a dedicated secretariat to implement the resolutions of the summit and urged leaders to mandate and select heads of government to converse support globally to oversee the implementation of the summit resolutions. After the summit, President Tinubu also held an audience with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Meanwhile, the Saudi Crown Prince and Minister Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, has assured Nigeria of support in its economic reform programs. The assurance came when the Crown Prince and President Bola Tinubu met in Riyadh on the sidelines of the joint Arab-Islamic Summit. A statement through the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, says the two leaders explored potential areas for cooperation, particularly oil and gas, agriculture, infrastructure, and the constitution of the Saudi-Nigeria Business Council. The statement adds that Nigeria seeks an agreement with the Saudi government over a proposed $5 billion bilateral trade facility between the two countries, noting an investment of $1.28 billion made by the Saudi Agricultural and Livestock Investment Company in 2022 to acquire a 35.43% stake in Olam Agric, one of Nigeria's leading agricultural firms. The Crown Prince commended President Tinubu's economic reforms, promising to motivate his team to realize the various areas of partnerships discussed at the meeting. He stressed the importance of protecting sea lanes by rules of international law and welcomed the signing of the tripartite mechanism by the League of Arab States, OIC, and the African Union to support the Palestinian cause. Now, in other news, Vice President Kashim Shettima has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to transforming Nigeria into a strong economic force through policies that will increase the global demand for made-in-Nigeria products. This was at the third Nigerian Expert Promotion Council Conference on Non-Oil Experts in Abuja. Alika Okpanachi Arwa brings us details.
Nigeria's non-oil exports, especially in agriculture and manufacturing, have grown significantly. The third NEPC conference serves as a platform for discussing strategies to sustain this growth, diversify the economy, and reduce dependence on oil. Represented by his Deputy Chief of Staff, Ibrahim Hadeja, the Vice President emphasized the need to boost production capacity, improve product quality, and tackle unemployment to expand access to international markets.
A cursory analysis shows that in today's global economy, trade is the determining factor for any nation that desires prosperity for its citizenry.
Non-oil diversification is essential to Nigeria's growth, and the WTO stands ready to help in whichever way we can.
The NAPC's Executive Director and CEO, Nonye Ayeni, highlighted the sector's growth, reporting a 3.834 million metric ton increase and 2.7 billion in earnings in the first half of the year, pledged to maintain this trajectory.
To increase the non-oil export, the borders on one, enhancing the production capacity of agricultural products across the country.
A panel discussion focused on key strategies for the sector, including infrastructure development, better access to finance, and clearer policies to support growth.
We aim to promote the export of high-quality, value-added products to take full advantage of the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
For us in the legislature, I can assure you that we are the fastest. Any law you want, within 1 month, we'll turn this around to be sure that we support what you want us to do for you.
The conference provided a crucial platform for policymakers and stakeholders to discuss ways to accelerate non-oil export growth. In Abuja, Alika Okpanachi, Arowa, NTA News.
Now, 331 students from various academic fields have been selected for the one-year NLNG Human Capital Basic Development Program tagged Train 7 project. The program aims to empower young adults to be self-employed and navigate the challenges of daily living. Ifoma Omesa has details.
That was the Code of Conduct declaration by the trainees into the NNG Train 7 Project HCD Basic Training Program. Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, Nigerian Contact Development and Monitoring Board, and other partners with requisite capacity to provide direct intervention, human capital development services are training students in various skills. These includes ICT, quality management system, marine and offshore services, engineering, among others. The trainees commend organizers for the laudable initiative that will help them stabilize and excel in life.
When I got the mail, I even called the number at time to confirm maybe it was a dream. But fortunately for me, I called the number and it was confirmed.
I really was not expecting this. I had applied a while ago and I forgot about it. But I was really glad to have seen the mail and the messages that were sent.
Corporate Liaison Manager, Train 7 Project, NLNG, Dr. Joshua Anemeje, notes that the training is to make trainees independent and subsequent employers of labor.
We are hoping that those who get benefit from this training can plug that capacity and capability that they have built into other industries, not necessarily Nigerian LNG, not necessarily oil and gas, but there are very other, even some of them can become independent in terms of their skills that they have acquired.
Director Capacity Building, NCDMB, Dr. Ama Ikuru, advised trainees to remain committed and disciplined throughout the training period.
Why we are doing this is because you have a lot of graduates who, with the knowledge they have from their schools, are not competent enough to take up all the roles we have in the industry. So we want to equip them, give them tools in their toolboxes to help them support the activities taking place in the industry.
NLNG Train 7 Project is a globally recognized training that ensures young graduates and students who may be unoccupied learn vocational skills and build their capacity to attain economic independence and self-reliance. In Port Harcourt, Ifoma Umesa, NTA News.
To humanitarian affairs, inspired by one of its core values, reflecting care and support, the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, NLNG, has donated relief items through the Borno State government in order to support victims of the September 10 flood disaster in Maiduguri. Tina Toro brings us details.
The intervention is part of corporate social services of the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, NLNG, aimed at bringing succor to the victims of Maiduguri flood disaster. The items, which include 970 50 kg bags of rice and 3,470 cartons of spaghetti, were handed over to the Borno State government.
Nigeria LNG is inspired by one of our core values, which is caring. So we are committed to supporting the sustainable interventions that will impact the socio-economic well-being of Nigerians positively wherever they are.
Receiving the items on behalf of the state government, the chairman, Flood Disaster Relief Disbursement Committee, Babok Jubal, thanked the organization for their gesture.
I am receiving this item from Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas. We are really grateful for the contribution. It's not the quantum of the item, but the spirit behind it.
The Sheikh of Borno, Abubakar Ibn Umar Garbe Elamin El-Kanemi, assured that the relief items will be shared to the affected victims. In Maiduguri, Tina Toro, NTA News.
And it's time to talk business. Our busy businessman, Benny, is set for us. Benny?
Thank you, Elizabeth. And talking business, stakeholders at a conference on adherence to standard practice as bedrock of sustainable development in the building and construction sector agree that rapid urbanization and rising population places immense demand on every infrastructure, making the building and construction sector both an opportunity and a challenge, where non-adherence to standards and codes of practice have led to loss of lives and property worth billions of naira, hence the need for stakeholders to handle the challenge head-on.
The security of lives and property is uppermost on the agenda of the current administration. So putting a stop to the unending incidents of building and construction collapses, I believe that, and therefore adhering to strictly agreed standard practices will be our contribution to the priority of the administration.
Innovative materials, construction techniques, and designs must be developed and standardized to meet this demand while maintaining quality and safety. However, SUN has a mandate to develop, approve, and enforce standards, assess all sectors, including the building and construction industry.
There is a need to monitor and ensure compliance from end to end and in the open market where the government sources building materials for construction.
You need to ensure that you design your road
so that it carries the weather condition of the roads. We're supposed to design in line with the weather, in line with the traffic loading, in terms of the volume of traffic, and just to mention a few. But most of our roads are not designed in that regard. So basically with those factors, you discover that our roads will never last within that year.
Now, amid misunderstandings about tax bills at the National Assembly, the FIRS says VAT needs to keep pace with current way of doing business amid exemptions aimed at reducing the burden on small and medium-sized businesses. Let's take a listen.
Including food items, housing, baby products, healthcare, education, public transportation, all of this has been exempted from VAT. Anyone who earns less than 1.5 million naira in a month, as of today, when these new bills are passed, will pay less tax than that person is paying now. It is only those who are earning above that amount of money. If you earn 5 million, 10 million per month, you are probably going to pay more. But for those who are earning less than 1.5 million in a month, you are going to pay less tax than you are paying now. So that's another benefit. Another benefit you get there is simplicity. The laws that we have proposed before the National Assembly are very simple to operate, very simple. You can sit down and determine what is your own tax at all. And if somebody wants to cheat you, you can say, no, I can compute it by myself.
Now, if you look at the equities market snapped 3 sessions of gains with all share index down 0.12% and market capitalization declining to 58.94 trillion naira. A look at the market now, you can see that the figures are not clear at this particular point. Well, if you look at compared to today's data, it shows 18% improvement in volume, 23% improvement in turnover, and 3% improvement in deals. It's now time for break. Let's take a first break.
The House of Representatives Joint Committee on Agricultural Production, Privatization, Public Assets, Science, Engineering and Special Duties invites stakeholders and the general public to an investigative hearing on 2 key motions. One, the introduction of genetically modified organisms into Nigeria, which is examining potential health and environmental risks. Second, the privatization and concession of federal silos and other critical assets, assessing the criteria and transparency in the selection process to ensure fairness. Date, Tuesday, 19 November 2024, time 12 noon. Venue, Conference Room 028, New Building, House of Representatives, National Assembly Complex, Abuja. Stakeholders wishing to submit memoranda should submit 50 printed copies and 1 soft copy in a flash drive to room HG26, 0th floor, White House, House of Representatives by Friday, 15th November 2024. For more information, please contact the committee clerk on 0803 267 9735. Announcer Bello Kauje, Chairman, Joint Committee and Chairman, House Committee on Agricultural Production and Services.
It's more than just a clinic. It's caring for people by being there when they need us. It's better health care for future generations. If a single clinic improves the lives of communities, imagine how many more lives and livelihoods are improved because of what we do together. This is what our foundation is built on, inspiring a future where no community is left behind. MTN Foundation, 20 years of inspiring good where it matters. Everyone dreams of a better tomorrow. A tomorrow fueled by hope for the future. ARM has everything you need to go from where you are to where you need to be. Join us. Let's face tomorrow together. ARM, invested in your tomorrow.
Oga Greg, you want to buy cough medicine again? Why haven't you gone for a test like I advised?
This your cough. You need to check Amo. When I had a bad cough, Madam told me to go for tuberculosis test. After the cough syrups didn't work, they discovered I had tuberculosis. After the free test, I was even treated for free. Now I'm fine.
Solomon is right. Oga Greg, check Amo. Make you dey sure, because who no go, no go, no.
Check that cough for tuberculosis.
Check Amo, make you dey sure.
If your cough is more than 2 weeks, it could be tuberculosis. TB test and TB treatment are free. Just call the National TB Hotline on 3340 or dial *3340# for more information. This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Health with support from the American people.
Across Nigeria and beyond, girls continue to be underrepresented in leadership, STEM, and digital innovation. But this November, we're bridging that gap. Introducing the Raising Girls Summit 2024, a call to inspire, include, and invest in the next generation of women changemakers. Our theme, Girls to Women. Inspire, include, invest is more than words, it's a movement. A movement to unlock potential, shatter barriers, and create a world where every girl can dream without limits. Join us on November 15th at UBEC DRC in Abuja. Let's empower our girls today to build a brighter future for all, because investing in girls is investing in the future of our nation.
This is the network news on NTA. Let's talk security. Plateau State Police Command has debunked rumor of a detonated improvised explosive device at a terminus. Indeyang and the Yaba Gang reports that the Commissioner of Police, Emmanuel Additional, assessed the area in Jos.
The Old Jute area along Murtala Mohammed Way in Jos Metropolis is known for the heavy human and vehicular movement. However, residents and business owners around the area were sent into panic mode when it was alleged that a device suspected to be improvised explosive device was buried around the area and alerted the police.
Come this morning, we started opening shop. Not quite the interval of 1 hour. We see the bomb squad coming up, then check, then sample here. So everybody clear. So we're both of us, everybody get to come move out of here.
I saw bomb squad. They came in. They started say there's something that suspecting towards this place. That's something like bomb. I said, okay, how did the thing happen? They now say we should close up shop. I will lock up our shops.
The police commissioner, accompanied by the anti-bomb squad, were at the scene where the suspected RED was buried.
This morning there was a report of a suspected hole here, as you can see, that suspected to have been planted with IED, but the EOD technicians we are immediately deployed to the scene. They dug the place and discovered that nothing was inside the place, and as you can see, there's nothing.
He further assured the public of efforts to continually secure lives and property of citizens in Jos, Indeyang, and the Abuja, NTA.
Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has inaugurated an ICT center at Miriam Babangida Center for Women Development, named after a revered figure and a beacon of hope for Nigerian women, especially at the grassroots. Chief Habibat Mogaji, the center dedicated to women's empowerment through digital literacy and skills training, is a major stride towards bridging technology. Patricia Isami Luba reports that the First Lady was represented by wife of the Vice President, Nana Shetima.
With this, the advocacy for the advancement of Nigerian women came alive once again, as through the center, dreams and opportunities will light the way forward for women across Nigeria. The First Lady represented underscored the commitments of the Tinubu's administration to equip women with essential digital skills. As such, the ICT Center will serve as a powerful resource for Nigerian women, offering training in digital literacy, business management, and entrepreneurial development.
As we honor her memory,
by naming the ICT block after her. We paid tribute to her.
She has lived a life of excellence, she's lived a life of service, and she has empowered and served many people. And I think this should serve as a lesson for all of us, an inspiration for all of us, so that we can continue to, in her legacy also impact in lives.
Chief Felicia Sani, National President, Market Men and Women Association of Nigeria, who worked closely with Chief Mogaji, testified to her relentless advocacy for women's rights and economic empowerment.
That woman united all the market women. I traveled with her to 36 states of Nigeria. Even I went to Maiduguri with her.
Late Mama Habibat Mogaji has done is something that we need to keep on reminding women that they should emulate her.
Chief Habibat Mogaji legacy of advocacy for women's rights and opportunities in commerce is set to inspire a new generation. In Abuja, Patricia A. Samiluba, NTA News.
Now, the 240-kilowatt solar car park donated to the University of Nigeria in Nsukka by Azura Power West Africa Limited has been inaugurated by the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, at the inauguration. He emphasized the importance of power to the development of the nation. Chimaruku Ugu's report is presented.
Nigeria, as a developing nation, faces energy challenge. However, one of the most promising solutions to this challenge lies in harnessing renewable energy sources, particularly solar power. It is for this reason that Azura Power West Africa Limited, one of the key players in Nigeria's power sector, embarked on the construction of a 240 kilowatts solar car park, which will supply power to the University of Nigeria in Nsukka and reduce over-reliance on conventional fossil fuel-powered sources.
For Azura, this is actually designed for the whole Nigeria. So we have selected 6 universities across the country that we are going to build this kind of project for. Of course, they say charity begins at home, so I had to start with my own alma mater.
It's a very big boost for energy needs of the university. For months now, we are out of electricity, we're in the darkness. And commissioning this today will enhance a lot, at least for engineering faculty.
Inaugurating the solar project, the Minister of Power represented maintained that energy plays a crucial role in driving development, especially in sectors like education, healthcare, and industry. He maintains that a solar car park will not only enhance the university's energy capacity, but also contribute to the environmental sustainability agenda of Nigeria.
You recall that the power sector has been liberalized already completely. And when you are talking of liberalization of the power sector, that means that to attract the private sector and other stakeholders to participate. So, when you look at the Power Sector Act was passed in 2023, and the heart of it is that to attract the private sector for all this kind of initiative to come up.
The university community are appreciative of the intervention as they promised to utilize the solar facility judiciously. In Enugu, Susan Eze, NTA News.
Susan Eze there reporting. Now from Enugu, we now move to Edo State, where the newly sworn-in governor, Senator Monday Okpebolo, has promised to run an all-inclusive government in the interest of all. He gave the assurance shortly after he and his deputy, Dennis Idausa, took oath of office. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu, led some APC governors and chieftains to witness the event.
The Samuel Ogumodia Stadium played host to an array of guests who trooped out to witness the historic event. The governor rode in a motorcade to inspect the guard of honor mounted by a detachment from the Nigerian Police, Nigerian Corrections Service, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps before taking the guard of honor salute. In his inaugural speech, the governor appreciated the people of the state for their support, assuring to govern in the fear of God. He said his administration will address insecurity, provide employment, address road infrastructure, and give priority to workers' welfare. He also promised to set up a panel of inquiry to unravel the reasons behind the refusal to inaugurate 14 members of the State Assembly in 2016.
We shall implement programs carefully outlined in my 5-point agenda. We will be firm in dealing with criminals and improve the security of our land so that farming and other business will flourish again. Our traditional institutions shall be given the necessary support to play their roles as custodians of our rich cultural heritage.
In his goodwill message, President Bola Tinubu, represented by his vice, Kashim Shettima, urged the governor and the deputy to remain focused and rule the people in the fear of God, describing the victory as collective success.
The journey before us transcends partisan lines. We need a united front in the service to our people. And no political party has managed its affairs with greater unity and purpose than the APC since we took charge. I am proud that Edo State has chosen such men to lead the charge forward.
With this development, Senator Monday Okpebholo becomes the 6th democratically elected governor of Edo State since creation in 1991. In Benin, Goodluck Inaini, NTA News.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu extends his heartfelt congratulations to Senator Monday Okpebholo on his inauguration as governor of Edo State. In his congratulatory message, President Tinubu urges Governor Okpebholo to diligently work to enhance the living standards of the people of Edo State and make a significant impact during his tenure. Following his triumph in the state governorship election held on September 21, 2024, the president notes that after 8 years under Obasanjo's administration, Edo State is rejoining the ranks of the All Progressives Congress. While commending INEC for the successful conduct of the governorship election, he emphasized the importance of Governor Okpebholo justifying the confidence placed in him and the APC while fostering true democracy and effective governance in the state, urging him to empower the legislature and other vital government institutions. To electoral matters, the Inter-Party Advisory Council has urged the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and security agencies to maintain neutrality and impartiality, ensuring a level playing field for all political parties and candidates. The national chairman of the council was speaking during a stakeholders engagement aimed at promoting a peaceful, transparent, and inclusive governorship election in Ondo State. Toyin Battery gives details of this and other political activities in the state.
Representatives of various political parties in Ondo State who gathered to discuss the importance of conducting a credible election emphasized that Nigerians' national interests should take precedence over any individual political party or candidate.
The efforts that the IPAC national body is doing to put some alterations into the 2022 Electoral Act to ensure that some of the gaps that was experienced in the last elections will be plugged.
In organizing election, the press, the security agents and the party member are to cooperate and perform well.
National Chairman of IPAC, Yusuf Dantale, commended the parties for their efforts in reducing tension during the campaign period, highlighting the need for political parties to adhere strictly to electoral guidelines, the Constitution and the Electoral Act.
Vote for the candidate of your choice based on their manifesto, track records, and leadership qualities. Reject any form of vote buying, as it undermines the integrity of our democracy. In
another development, residents of Akure, Ondo State capital, have expressed their preparedness for Saturday governorship election as they are hopeful of a free, fair, and credible exercise.
I'm ready and I'm encouraging every sunshiners to go out and vote because not voting is actually a vote.
This is a one-off election. It's not the normal general election. So both the government and the citizens are prepared for the election.
It is expected that the election will witness a large turnout of electorates with the level of voter enlightenment. In Nakure, Toyin Batire, NTA News.
Away from electoral matters, Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Party, says that Tinubu administration is focused on upgrading physical facilities, providing world-class training programs and enhancing workforce incentives for health workers in the country. The Coordinating Minister stated this when the leadership of the National Association of Resident Doctors visited him to congratulate him on his reform efforts so far and explore ways to deepen collaboration with the ministry.
The issues of the program itself, the quality of the program, quality of the services, the quality of the hospitals, the issues bordering on our clients, the challenges of work hours, those kinds of things that have bearing to the patients, the research that grounds you. I was listening keenly on that, but it's sort of some of the issues that you raised are very basic issues, and I'll address them.
This is the Network News on NTA. It's time to pause here in Abuja and join Adeola in Lagos for more reports. Hello, Adeola.
Thank you, Elizabeth. An Islamic-based form of financing, African Takaful, that provides non-interest finance governed by Sharia tradition rooted in the principles of solidarity, is holding its two-day conference in Lagos. Amaka Owo reports that it is an alternative to conventional finance that focuses on risk sharing and not risk transfer.
This is a convergence of leading financial industry players from within Nigeria and across the globe, with a major task to dissect tenable, time-tested and culturally appropriate catalyst for change, which is Takaful, a non-interest finance. The theme of the second edition of the conference is Islamic Finance and Takaful, building resilience in a volatile world.
Islamic finance in Nigeria is growing rapidly. The sector accounts for approximately 2 to 3% of Nigeria's total financial market, valued at about $3.8 billion.
Chairman Noor Takaful, Mutal Bakari and others say it is an alternative to conventional finance with the core principles of entrenching values, equity and fairness, while focusing on risk sharing rather than risk transfer.
Islamic finance platform called Raha. That is one channel of distribution that will allow us to broaden our activities to include as many people, underserved people as possible.
Over the last 7 years, we have paid about over 9 billion in claims, and timely claims. And you see, what matters under the Takaful model is you get your claims on a timely basis.
Various panelists, including representatives from the United Nations and world-leading insurance experts, provided insights on expanding Takaful insurance portfolios, sustainable financing, technology, cryptocurrency, role of research and development, as well as use of Takaful in environmental sustainability.
The beauty of Islamic finance is I want to share in your risk and also in your returns. So I am a partner in the whole investment process.
Islamic finance dates back to 1963. In Lagos, Amaka O, NTA News.
The world is gradually embracing knowledge-based economy, which brings new forms of work engagement that require virtual office presence through remote and hybrid work requirements. Larry Wiley takes a look at these work engagements, which are fast dictating modes of operations for many organizations, especially the service-based ones.
Information technology has brought changes in enterprise functions and work situations all over the world, and Nigeria is no exception. Various sectors and subsectors, both in government and private establishments, are now embracing these work engagements, which are remote model of operation, which allows employees to work from any location. hybrid work method, which combines being physically at work on agreed days of the week with remote work. Many companies in Nigeria are now opting out of the usual 9 to 5 or 8 to 4 p.m. mode of operation and going the remote or hybrid way.
Clearly, COVID has compelled us to start doing work online. And many companies, many industries now see that that's the way to go. It's cheaper, it's more productive, and you can get more from the employees that you employ.
Now, we have come to an age which is more of knowledge intensive. They are knowledge workers. So what we needed is a broadband penetration. Knowledge workers are more of people that are not confined to this 8 o'clock, 4 p.m. No.
ICT experts say virtual presence in businesses and government work is becoming inevitable. To buttress their view is the present administration's investment in digital economy.
They should make sure that they are empowered for this age. We are living in an age that the world has become flat. That's the truth about it. Whether you japa, that some people are in this country who are earning dollars through virtual engagement. You see, they don't go anywhere, but they're living very fine.
With the coming of artificial intelligence, experts believe it won't be long before public and private establishments gravitate towards virtual offices, and Nigerians have to be abreast of these work engagements. In Lagos, Larry Bilayi, NTA News.
And that's it from Lagos. The network news will return with Elizabeth in Abuja after this time out. Please stay with us.
It's the Glow Festival of Joy, and it's raining exciting prizes. Oh, for 120 days, we take it to the max. Mind-blowing, loaded prizes. Take John, winning a tear rubber Toyota Prado by recharging up to 100,000 naira. And Sister T, winning a Cha-Cha Kia Picanto by recharging up to 50,000 naira. From the sky, coming to you.
Yes, the gifts are unloading joy all over Nigeria.
From Toyota Prados to Kia Picantos, Keke Napep, generators, sewing machines, and even grinding machines. Just dial *611#. Choose your prizes, recharge the value for the month, and you too can win.
Whoa, you too can win, oh!
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Are you building a new home or renovating an old one? Look no further. Introducing Mangal Cement, strong and durable for construction. With Mangal Cement, you can trust that your building will stand the test of time. Our cement is made with quality materials and is designed to withstand the harsh weather conditions. Whether you're a builder, contractor, or homeowner, Mangal Cement smoothly complements your construction needs. It's strong, dry fast during concrete casting, and more reliable. So why wait? Choose Mangal Cement for your next building project. Visit our website at www.mangalcement.com or visit any store near you to learn more. Mangal Cement, consistent quality.
For a certain period of time, shouts of joy and faces of defeat punctuate the daily activities of Nnewi. The reason? The Kingsley Obiukwu Foundation Unity Cup 2024.
The vision behind the Unity Cup was simply community development and looking at creative ways in which we can reduce the current high crime rates in Nnewi South.
This year's tournament brings together the towns of Amichi, Azibu, Ekulumiri, Osumeyi, Ukpo, Akuihedi, Ebenato, Esinifite, Unubi, and Otu.
I feel happy, I feel excited.
The foundation's efforts remind us that with vision and dedication, local initiatives can create lasting positive change across Africa and beyond. Join us. Let us move forward together.
I am technology.
I am culture. And I am new business models.
Want to know what we share in common?
Join us in Abuja from the 13th to the 15th of November at the National Advertising Conference 2024.
It's going to be a fully packed 3 days of top-line engagement with the theme
Navigating the Shifts, Technology, Culture, and New Business Models. Venue, Abuja Continental Hotel, Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. each day. National Advertising Conference 2024. Let's shuffle things up. Dissecting the impact of technology, culture, and emerging business models on brand storytelling.
Register right now on www.nationaladvertisingconference.com. Clear your desk and save the date, 13th to 15th November 2024 at Abuja Continental Hotel, Abuja.
National Advertising Conference 2024. Be there, be heard.
Glad to know you're still there. The fascinating leadership style of the Emir of Ilorin, Dr. Ibrahim Sulu Gambari, has been commended by Ilorin Descendants Progressive Union. The national president of the body, Abdulmumuni Ayo Abdulmalik, said this in a statement on the 29th anniversary of the reign of the Emir and chairman, Kwara State Council of Chiefs. The community leader praised Allah to grant the Emir long life and sound health, to enable himself, Allah, and humanity for a longer time. To education, the struggle to tackle the issue of out-of-school children in the country requires governments at all levels to have renewed political will and demonstrate commitment to education. This part of decisions reached at the end of a 3-day retreat organized by the National Commission for Al-Majiri and Out-of-School Children's Education with support from the Office of the National Security Advisor. Spokesperson of the Commission, Noura Mohammed, says the retreat highlighted the urgent need for reliable and verifiable data to inform policies on out-of-school children, secure funding from government, corporate entities, international organizations, and individuals. It will also employ, train, and retrain teachers to ensure quality education. It notes that the utilization of ICT for teaching and learning, sensitizing the public on the Commission's mission, and integrated skills acquisition for self-reliance are key to achieving success. In the 9th edition of the Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, NILS, National Quiz Competition on Legislature and Democracy for Senior Secondary Schools in Nigeria ended in Abuja, with Enitonia High School from Rivers State emerging overall winner. Mohammed Rabiu Ali reports that NILS announced the award of scholarships to the winners of the 2024 competition to study at tertiary level.
Of these is a type of resolution. A, plural resolution. B, simple resolution. C, distinct resolution. D, concomitant resolution.
Option B, simple resolution.
I just go straight and say, that is the correct answer.
After hours of a keen contest among participating schools from 6 geopolitical zones, 3 schools could not go for the last round. The annual competition was initiated by NILS to provide continued education on the legislature and broaden the psyche of students on the history, legislative process and procedure, as well as democratic governance.
Some of the questions asked these children, some of us could not answer those questions. And you see these children getting the question where we are getting no to the question there. So you have done very well.
In Itona High School, Rivers won the first position, followed by School for the Gifted Gwagwalada Abuja and Bishop Otubelu Genoret Trans Ekulu Enugu, who went home with second and third positions in that order.
I'm very happy for the opportunity. No, many people always criticize us, public schools. They say we are just a bunch of slackers, we don't know anything. But we have been able to show them we have passed through the state level, we passed through the zonal level, and we are able to come here and emerge winners.
Thank God for what we got. Professional up, it's not easy.
In Abuja, Muhammad Rabiwali.
To meteorology, African countries at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan have launched an implementation plan of integrated strategy on weather forecasting with hopes that the continent's capacity to undertake early warnings and actions will prevent loss of lives before disasters occur. Charles Alpha reports from the African Pavilion in Baku.
Early and accurate weather forecasting, getting the right and early data preparedness. These delegates from Ghana, Nigeria, the Gambia, among others, think can help save lives and prevent a catastrophic impact of climate change. The implementation plan, they believe, will promote technological transfer, invest in meteorological infrastructure, and empower nations to effectively monitor weather climate situations as well as water levels.
A very good strategy which will allow us, in terms of a continent, to work directly with our member states and elaborate their own national meteorology.
Most African weather infrastructure, they believe, is either obsolete or dilapidated, and implementing this plan will depend largely on stable power system to foster uninterrupted early warning reporting.
Over the last year, if you look at it, 90% of the energy investments went into other places, geographies other than Africa. And Africa, in countries like Africa that we have, where more than half the population today lives, they struggle without being able to have the same thing that he said, the access. So one of those things we have looked at is the root cause of this problem.
Adequate, accurate and timely weather reporting by the meteorological agency. The organizers of this event at the African Pavilion say it can't happen without leveraging renewable energy. It means that when there is no stable power supply, this meteorological agency can't do accurate data forecasting. And so there has to be a gradual move from unstable power supply to renewable energy to be able to save lives and monitor the climate change that we all are experiencing today. From Baku, Azerbaijan, Charles.
Thank you, Charles. Now let's take another break. The news continues shortly.
We don't like to eat better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr Cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic. And enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Everyone dreams of a better tomorrow. A tomorrow fueled by hope for the future. ARM has everything you need to go from where you are to where you need to be. Join us. Let's face tomorrow together. ARM. Invested in your tomorrow.
TerraCube is available in beef, chicken, jollof, and shrimp flavors at attractive prices of 50, 100, 200, and 500 naira.
TerraCube. Unwrap joy. Unleash taste.
Nivea Dry Deodorant with 72-hour reliable odor protection from dual effect formula for a dry and fresh skin feeling that gives you confidence every day. Nivea Dry is now available in 25 ml for 72-hour odor and sweat protection.
Sonia tomato mix, stand up. Easy to open, easy to squeeze, easy to scoop and easy to stir. Dishes come alive with so much taste. Sonia tomato mix, of course. Sonia tomato mix, yes sir. Sonia tomato mix, stand up.
I'm in love. Oh, with you, of course, my darling.
Sonia tomato mix in a new stand-up pouch.
It's so good to win in the Cowbell So Creamy So Good promo with 150 million naira worth of cash and loads of free airtime up for grabs. To stand a chance to win, simply buy 10 sachets of Cowbell 12 gram or 1 Cowbell 320 gram refill pouch. Submit the empty packs to any collection center near you and exchange the sachets for a scratch card. Scratch the card to reveal a unique code and text the code to 1393 to enter the draw. Promo runs from October to November 2024. For more info, visit www.cowbell.ng. Terms and conditions apply. Cowbell, a creamy goodness.
NTA Tuesday Live, still on frequent grid collapses and the ongoing efforts by the transmission company of Nigeria to put an end to it. That is our focus on the next edition of Tuesday Live, coming up on 12th of November 2024. Technical upgrade, robust strategic intervention, identify weaknesses in the transmission system, and more will lead the discussion. Follow us on NTA Tuesday Live every week at 10:30 p.m. Promises to be inclusive, incisive, and educative as ever. Join us.
You're still watching the Network News. Now, a bit on the foreign scene, Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, resigns, and United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres says poor nations must not leave COP29 empty-handed in their fight against climate change. Time to spice up the bulletin with some sporting stories, and Buddy will be our guide. Buddy.
Many thanks, Elizabeth. Now let's begin from home as the National Sports Commission says it has all it takes to reposition the country's sports sector, not only for competitions and entertainment, but as a formidable source of revenue generation for national economic development. Chairman of the Commission, Shehu Diko, stated this when he received in his office in Abuja officials of the National Association of Physical and Health Education, Recreation, Sports and Dance. Ijoma Peter Wante reports that the association also visited the General Manager, NTA Sports 24, Kayode Adeniyi, at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium in Abuja, where they commended him for his professionalism and effective coverage of sporting activities in Nigeria since coming on board.
At the end of the day, we want to be counting sports, not just on the medals table, but how many jobs we have created, what is our contribution to the GDP, how many people are feeding on this sports business we are doing. That's the only way we can now say we are successful.
We know what you have been doing, and we pray that even what you will do is going to be better than what you have been doing for sport in this.
Now, grassroots football, they say they need to embrace the popular phrase, catch them young and nurture sports talents into their full potential, especially in football, has been re-emphasized by the former NFF president, Sani Lulu Abdullahi, the football administrator who spoke exclusively with NTA Sports in Abuja says, with proper mechanism put in place for young talents, Nigeria will become the choice destination for foreign football scouts, which will in turn help boost and develop the economy.
So going to grassroots is the best. Identify them at that young level, particularly going to primary school at the age under 10, 12, not above 13, and then monitor those who have the talent to be great. It's very easy because we have officials that are all over the place. All they have to do is to create an enabling environment for them to do this execution of the concept which we are trying to think.
All right, that'll be a bit on sports, but let's let you know that the Super Eagles just concluded their training this evening. All right, let's go back to Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Bade, for the updates. And that concludes the news tonight. Thank you so much for your time. I'm Elizabeth Omori.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Join us as we embark on an exploration of Nigeria's rich cultural heritage and natural wonders.
He told me that there could be fish here that could be as big as myself. Well, I'm not too small. But any fish that is as big as myself, I think that is very big indeed. In order to make...
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more.
This is the network service of the NTA.
At Home Options, you're welcome to a world of elegance where every corner with
Abuja, are you ready? The Nigerian Mining Week is back and bigger than ever. Join us for this 3 days high-level strategic conference where you connect directly and engage with mining industry leaders, government officials, international investors, and over 60 solution providers from around the world to shape the future of Nigeria's mining sector. Conference date is 18th to 20th November 2024 at Continental Hotel, Abuja. Register for free today at www.nigerianminingweek.com. Nigeria Mining Week, unlocking Nigerians' mining potential.
Time changes, people evolve, businesses adapt. National Advertising Conference, NAC, is here with the 2024 edition.
Yes, it's going to be fully packed. 3 days of top-line engagement with the theme
Navigating the Shift, Technology, Culture, and New Business Models.
Date 13th to 15th November 2024. Venue Abuja Continental Hotel, Abuja. Time 10 a.m. each day.
National Advertising Conference 2024. Join us and together, let's shuffle things up, dissecting the impact of technology, culture, and emerging business models on brand storytelling.
Doesn't sound like something you can afford to miss. Register right now on www.nationaladvertisingconference.com. Clear your desk and save the date, 13th to 15th November 2024.
National Advertising Conference 2024. Be there, be heard.
Hello and welcome. Benjamin Franklin wisely said, an ounce of prevention
is worth a pound of care. In Nigeria, where road accidents claim lives daily, the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, is working to change this particular narrative. Since its establishment in 1988, the FRSC has tackled road crashes primarily caused by overloading and speeding through rescue missions, safety measures, and traffic management. I'm Ayodeji Makinde, and this is Reshaping Democracy. Remember to follow us online at NTA Network on YouTube and Instagram, and at NTA Network News on Facebook. In this episode, FRSC's Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed addresses public questions on road safety policies, reforms, and awareness efforts. Join me as we explore how the FRSC is making Nigeria's roads safer.
My name is George Lugudania. I'm from Niger State. Corps Marshal Staff. What strategies are being implemented to reduce the number of accidents involving tankers and articulated vehicles on Nigerian roads, considering the daily average number of accidents between 4 to 6 of vehicles crashing on the roads?
When I came on board, I met the challenge of articulated vehicles, tankers, crashes. And you know, when these articulated vehicles and tankers crash, the fatality is to be enormous. So many dead, like what happened in Mina recently, almost 50 persons died. The loss of property, the animals, the vehicles that were involved, all points. We already have, years back, we have arrangement with the DPR, what we call safety board. And then we train all our staff to be in all the depots where this fuel is being taken. So we devised what we call post and pre-safety inspection of those vehicles, while we check the safety valves and mandates, which if those mandates and safety valves are on the tankers, even when the tankers crash, it may not spill the fuel and cause, crash or lead to fire incident. We also inspect the drivers always before they drive those out of the either the depot where they normally pick those fuel to their destination. It was a seamless arrangement, collaboration, partnership and that is exactly what is happening. So, as they are presenting the tanker going in to fill the fuel, they provide a tanker that make up all those safety procedures. But then, after putting the fuel, they will now go out and upload it to a tanker that do not meet those criteria. And those are the things that are happening on the road when they travel, when they fly the road, to go and deliver those products to their destination. What happened in Mina, some of the passengers on top, it was a mixed loading. A truck coming from the north down to the south made the tanker down. The tanker wasn't born at the time they came, but in the process of passing, the tanker engulfed with fire and consumed all those passengers on top of that truck, and what even the truck was carrying.
My name is Rawat Hassan from Niger State. Commercial, sir. How does FRS plans to enforce safety requirements and guidelines for articulated lorries and tankers operators to prevent crashes and fatalities?
We have commands, almost 276 commands nationwide, and we have close to 30,000 staff strings, and we have volunteers, special marshal units, with almost 250,000 persons as special marshals. And we align our patrolmen to critical corridors to increase visibility and to also improve our performance. So with this men on the road, I will continue to enforce, stop those people that have faced, they do not meet the requirement. Sometimes we check those man needs, we check the safety valves to make sure that they are intact. If they are not, we don't allow those trucks to move. At times, if we are doing special assignment, special enforcement, we also involve security agencies like the civil defense or the police to support us, of course, and they carry arms. We will continue to do that, especially during these months. We have already collaborated with them, we are partnering with them to get more men involved, to adopt our men and enforce such safety measures so that we don't record crashes involving trucks and tankers to reduce water traffic crashes on the general road.
My name is Kamal Musa Khalil from Jigawa State. Corp Marshal, sir, what measures is the Federal Road Safety taking to tackle overloading and speeding, which contribute significantly to road accidents in Nigeria?
Most of the crashes happening are avoidable. And we, from our caused by overspeeding. And part of what our men normally check and vehemently enforce is this speeding. We have a radar gun that we have that we normally check speeding from the back to make sure that the vehicle coming is not overspeeding. If the vehicle overspeeding, we stop. But then we need these devices. There's so many commands. But we know how positive force normally affect operations. The government is doing everything possible to support us by financing our safety activities, especially with the launching of this advisory council, which is the vice president and the chairman. I'm sure things are going to get better, and we're going to continue to enforce the overspeeding and also overloading. Overloading, sometimes our staff also get to the garage, to the motor parks, to make sure that the vehicles going out of those motor parks do not overload. But then along the line, when they come out along the road, that's when they do this overload. But then our men are always going to be there. And this time around, we are not going to take it easy for any custom driver to continue to overload or overspeed, so that we get it right and we reduce this road traffic crunch that is claiming many lives in this country.
My name is Ali Abdul Karim from Jigawa State. Mr. Commercial, how will the Federal Road Safety Corps ensure that vehicle owners and drivers comply with the prescribed weight limit and safety standard to prevent accidents caused by overloading?
We have a core office called the Road Transport, the chairman, and it's enforced and it's mandatory for fleet operators, those that have up to 5 vehicles in their fleet, to align with such scheme for training and retraining. We have the quarterly training, which we do 4 times a year, and how we have also the annual training of the drivers, of the safety managers of those fleets. And we're getting results, because whenever we, arrange for such training, we get feedbacks from the drivers, from the safety managers, of how they are managing their fleet, how they are managing their drivers to reduce the speeding, to also, maintain that overloading.
What plans have the FRC put in place to ensure safety during the Ember month season, which is known for increased economic activities and travel?
Before we have been carrying motor park rally, government drivers and chief person of the ministry in those garages and motor. But this time around, we decided to concentrate more on press conferences, town hall meetings. The idea is to get everybody involved. When we do press conferences, bringing pressmen, they will do more of those presentation. It will go viral, to go all over the country. Instead of just limiting ourselves to the local parts, it means that we are covering the whole nation. And that is something we are adopted this time around. And the town hall also, instead of only getting the drivers in the motor park and some few passengers, in the town.
With fewer than 50 lions left in the wild, they could be extinct in the next few years. From loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. Please say no to illegal bushmeat, and let's keep the raw alive for Nigeria. Poaching steals from us all.
We are in an age where employers want employees who have the right mix of soft skills and hard skills. Hard skills or technical skills are the specific knowledge, abilities, and expertise required to conduct a particular job successfully. Soft skills, on the other hand, are interpersonal and behavioral skills that will help you work well with other people and also develop your career. Here are some of the soft skills that employers look out for as they consider who to employ. Communication skills. Good communication skills involves active listening, verbal and non-verbal communication skills, written communication skills, visual communication skills, negotiation skills, and empathy. Leadership skills. Employers are now more concerned with hiring someone who can supervise and direct other workers. They now look out for employees who have the ability to influence, encourage, motivate, and organize other workers to actualize the company's goal and objective. Teamwork. In many jobs, organization or industry, you will be required to work in a team. Therefore, your ability to join forces and partner with others in the team to achieve a specific task or goal is key. It involves your ability to connect well with members on the team and others in other departments in joint projects. Problem solving. This involves one's ability to find a way to solve problems and move forward. The ability to think through an issue and make informed decisions. This involves preparing and taking a systematic and resourceful approach by bringing in your creativity and innovation. Problem-solving skills also relate to research, analysis, troubleshooting, resourcefulness, and critical thinking. How do you improve your soft skills? Firstly, identify what skills you want to improve on and practice it consistently. Secondly, observe other people within your organization who can excel and discover how to develop yours. Thirdly, set goals and prioritize which soft skills to improve on based on the requirements for a job or advancement in your career. Lastly, seek out resources that can enable you to get better. For example, books, blog posts, online classes, and podcasts. A popular quote says, hard skills can get you into the room, but you need soft skills to get and keep you on the job.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness.
Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Get ready to indulge in the latest fashion trends and styles on Fashion Vibes.
In Africa, our weddings are very much fashion inspired. Do something that's going to be of benefit, of essence to the people who are behind the big industry we know as the African wedding industry.
From bold prints to contemporary twists, Nigerian fashion is the epitome of elegance and creativity.
Delight.
Stay tuned as we uncover more mouth-watering delight.
Nigeria will only work based on collaboration. We need to start with a mindset shift. There needs to be a shift, in our mindsets to say we need to all see what we can do collaboratively to move Nigeria forward. Now, what am I saying? Without a doubt, this country is replete with talent. We've seen it across board. We've seen that Nigerians will find a way to try and make things work. How about we now bring that and we look to how we can scale it up? We need enabling environment from the government to be able to sort of those things up. From the private sector, we need a private sector that's willing to unleash their own size, what they know how to do best, and collaborate with the government. Let's take access to finance. What are the limiting factors? And what do we need to be able to do to ensure that access to finance is not just at the top of the pyramid, but really trickles all the way down? Without a doubt, SMEs are the engine of any economy. A population of 200+ million people. You need to find people who will be job creators, not everybody looking to apply for jobs. Some people must create the jobs. I'm particularly enthused at what I see as the young talent in Nigeria, of which there's so many of them. I'm enthused at what I see them doing. They get up and they decide, we will create the jobs. They're creating new markets. They're creating new sectors for us. Now, what does the federal government need to do? Simply enable that, and then give them room to run. Applaud when it's working. There are times perhaps when we must look at concessions to say, well, this is the intent. This is what we're trying to achieve. What do we need to put in place to help them? We will need to buy some time, without a doubt, to be able to see the reforms, bear fruit. And I'm very optimistic about Nigeria. I remain extremely optimistic about Nigeria. People talk about the Japa syndrome. Well, I Japa'd and I Japadad. No, I didn't actually Japa, but I worked abroad and I came back. There are many stories that abound of people who worked abroad and, who were doing really well, but we felt we had to come back to contribute. I believe that we must allow the innovation and the talent in this country come to the fore. If you look for the silver lining, you will find it. And therefore, what I think that Nigerians can do individually is this. Rather than us, sit in our different armchairs in our different living rooms across the country complaining, look at where you can plug in. There's a dearth of, whether it be volunteers or voices that both critique and proffer solutions. We need to redress that balance and look for a lot more who are willing to proffer solutions. I believe that there are many platforms by which people can contribute. It starts with us deciding, you know what, this is my country. You know, I should have a say. I have something to add. I have something to contribute. And everybody does. The countries that are doing better than us across Africa, they don't have better people. They don't necessarily have better resources. They don't necessarily have better management. Perhaps they have a better followership where the laws have been laid down and people abide by it. You know, where, for example, you have decided collectively as a whole that we will be a nation that will be devoid of certain things, and people actually do deliver to that. I think that's what people should ask themselves. In their own corners where we cannot see them, are they doing those things that they're trying to hold government or private sector or CSO accountable?
Hello and welcome. This is NTA Tuesday Live, and I'm Cyril Stober. Now, last week, Tuesday, we brought you full details of some of the leading issues surrounding the frequent collapse of the nation's national grid, with experts driving discussions from all fronts, a breakdown on the interwoven synergy of the three components in the power production chain of generation, distribution, and transmission, and how activities of bandits and other elements now contribute to the collapse and instability of the national grid. Now, Tuesday Live still intends to sustain conversation with key players in the nation's power industry, focusing on national grid collapses. But before we get into the conversation proper, let's get to see this report put together by power correspondent Joshua Ojito.
A turbulent moment for the Nigeria's power sector as the national grid experiences disturbances disrupting electricity supply nationwide. In fact, only this year, the grid collapsed more than 10 times, raising concerns on its reliability to power the economy.
The issue of system disturbance, which people normally call system collapse, is a very serious issue, and TCN has been trying to make sure that it's reduced to minimum. For example, if a transmission line is down, meaning that maybe either bundles or by accident somebody pull a tower, that tower will swing and it will bring system collapse. Or for example, one of the generators that is generating power may be generating 200 or 300 megawatts, and suddenly there is a fault in that machine, and that machine went out, the frequency will swing and the system will collapse. So there are a lot of things, or even you are generating, but people are not consuming what you are generating. That means there is no equilibrium, no balance in the system. That can cause system disturbances. So what TCN is doing all it can to make sure that we address that issue to the minimum.
The difficult situation requires desperate and the Power Minister Adebayo Adelabu quickly constituted a committee to dig deep into causes of frequent collapse of the national grid. Investigation completed and report submitted to the minister. Short, medium and long-term recommendations proffered to end frequent grid collapses.
We believe that if we start the process, look at the short term and begin to take steps towards ensuring that our grid is more reliable and stable, I believe that we'll get a bit of support.
It's not going to be business as usual. It's a report that we must take seriously. It's a report that all of us must put our hands together and give support to whatever implementation timeline that we have agreed at the end of this meeting. And I can tell you that Mr. President is very much interested in the outcome of this particular exercise. It's not just another committee. It's a committee that can actually support us in writing history of this sector, in bringing back the glory of this ministry and its agencies, and in proving to the outside world that we're capable, that we're competent of reversing this ugly trend.
While the nation awaits quick implementation of the recommendations, it is expected that the quick win solutions will ensure a stable grid that will restore customers' confidence in the sector. Joshua Ojito.
That report sets the tone for tonight's discussion. We'll start off by introducing our guests. We'd like to welcome to this program Engineer Abdulkadir Gwaram Adamu. He's General Manager, Material Control and Stores, Transmission Company of Nigeria, TCN. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you. Good evening.
We'd also like to welcome Engineer Mrs. Jane Neka Okemini, General Manager, Monitoring and Evaluation, TCN. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
We're also joined tonight by Professor Magnus Onoha, President, Governing Council, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Association Alliance. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Studio.
And we have also here tonight a former Managing Director, CEO of the Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company, and a consultant now a consultant Power Infrastructure, Idris Mohammed. Thanks for being with us here tonight.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Right. Well, as is the nature of this program, at some point in time, you can join in the conversation. But when it's that time, we'll remind you of the process and the procedures. But for now, let's begin to look at the issues at stake. We started this conversation last week. We looked at so many causes, and we had quite a number of people joining and identified so many things. But be that as it may, this evening we'll continue this conversation, and one of the fallouts of what might be termed the recent crisis in the power sector, the frequent collapse of the national grid, is of course the setting up of an in-house committee by the Transmission Company of Nigeria, which manages the, and this was mainly to address some of the issues to find out why. Now, it turns out that from the committee's work, there are some weaknesses in the transmission line, which you say has to be addressed immediately. So let's start off by asking, what are those identified weaknesses, and how do you intend to address them in the interim and in the long run? Let's begin with Engineer Abdulkadir Gwaram Adamu.
Thank you, Cyril. Good evening once again. The interim committee that was set up by the management of TCN is a fallout of the intersectoral committee that was set up by the minister, and which they have presented their report to him, as we have seen in the initial report. And most of the issues, because that committee is a very powerful committee comprising of powerful members from TCN, from NAC, and from the Ministry of Power. And they have gone around and they came up with a report. And quite okay, they have stated the short-term, medium-term, and the long-term solutions that they have identified. And from that one, also the TCN internally started, to make sure that those identified, recommendations of that report were being implemented based on the directions of the Honorable Minister. That is why the first thing I would like to say is that currently, since on Sunday, the ED TSP, together with some of the GMs in the transmission sector, are in the field. Like currently, the ED TSP is in Oshogbo. He is undertaking the inspection of the transmission lines in that sector. The GM Transmission Services is in Benin. He's also going because he is also there. Another GM is in Jeba, also, inspecting all those lines to see because those three axes are the nodes that were identified in the committee that the power swing, the high voltages, start from there. So both the collapse of 14th and 19th, they all centered around that area. So that is why it was very important, and the minister insisted that, they have to go and bring, a first-hand solution because it has been identified that there is a problem there. So this high-powered, they have to go and make sure that, all those things are identified first-hand, and they are still there. So that one, they have identified so far from our communication with them, they have identified a lot of issues, most especially the latching tape from the optic fiber that we have always been complaining because of aging. They have been there for more than 20 years, and it's like they are filling up, and when they fill up, they will now bridge the line, and it causes some trippings. And also another issue that was also discovered was the high voltage is supposed to be suppressed by reactors. The reactor in Jaba became faulty, and there are some areas also that were identified from the report that there need to be some reactors that will suppress the high voltage, like in Gamo, like in that Jaba again, Gamo, Gwagwalada. These are areas that these reactors were needed. And as a matter of urgency, the management of TCN have deployed reactors now. Already, even contractors were, awarded on emergency to move some reactors from our project sites that may take a little time before they are completed. Because this is not, we did not start, let's say, the procurement process of these reactors now. Already we have identified more than a year ago that there are issues there, but the procurement process takes some time. So already we have 4 number reactors that are in the process of being procured, but because it may take a little time and because of the urgency, that's why we are deploying, from our project site. One is going to be taken to Gwagwalada, and the other one is going to be taken to Jaba as a matter of urgency. So those ones are also, on the way. It is already, the process has started, and the movement has already started also.
All right, thank you so much. Quite a number of issues arising from this, but we'll come back to them later on. But let's go over to Engineer Jane Neka Kemini, who is GM Monitoring and Evaluation of TCN, and easily for many Nigerians, say, assess for us at this point in time the state of the grid.
Thank you very much, Christopher. What really happened is that the state of the grid, the stakeholders that manages this grid, that's the generation, the transmission, and the distribution. Yes, there has been issues in terms of this grid management, which we have been which we have been stating all along, that there should be a centralized standard protection, relay coordination. Because, you know, the issue of grid collapse or grid disturbance can come from either of the three. It can be from the generators, it can be from the transmission, it can be from distribution. Imagine where a tripping comes from the generation, motors tripping, and the lines. The lines are not supposed to trip before the generation motors, because if there is a standard protection, the relay coordination, yes, TCN cuts across the whole nation. We have interface with DISCO, we have interface with GENCOs. So if there is a standardized protection, relay coordination, I think we'll get, it will be in a better position than what we are seeing now. Though we have been advocating for that, but you know, like my colleague Adamu said, there are a lot of issues that we are looking at now. We are trying to look in depth to understand what is really happening in the grid, and the experts we have in transmission, they are all in the field with the field workers. I want you to understand that, like the EDTSP now, they are moving from one tower to the other. It's not as if they are going on general patrol now, no. They are moving from one tower to the other to bring out the weaknesses on our line, to do a thorough patrol and bring out the weaknesses on our line. And along the line, they are having discussions with the community. We call it stakeholders engagement, which is key for us to have a synergy with them. Though we have been doing that, but because of the turbulence in the grid now, the high-powered experts are now moving from tower to tower. They are bringing out the weaknesses, and along the line, they are clearing it as they are moving. We also have a set of engineers that are doing our asset management status. They are going from substation to substation to understand the extent of the obsolete equipment we have, because you will be managing, maintaining. At the end of the day, the havoc it causes cannot be quantified. Like it was the explosion that caused the first grid collapse on the 14th of October. So what they are doing now is to take stock of our assets and ensure that we now understand the quantum of the obsolete ones we have, the redundancy we have in the station, and ensure that all the equipment are operational and properly monitored. Like as a monitoring and evaluation GM, yes, we normally have our Wednesdays, every Wednesday, conference meeting with each of the region. The regional managers, the GMTs will be there. We discuss issues affecting the system. But right now, we are going in depth so that after the asset assessment, we will now know which one can we afford to manage for now, and which one are we supposed to change immediately and avoid this great turbulence that we've been experiencing recently.
Right, thank you so much. And again, the issues are being highlighted, and we'll take an in-depth look at them as we go on. But let's hear the views of Professor Magnus Onoha, who's president of the Governing Council of Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Association Alliance. And, you know, from your alliance, a key word there is efficiency. That has been missing for some time in our energy requirements, hasn't it?
Yeah, thank you, Cyril. When I listened attentively to the first two speakers, and I also watched the countenance of the Minister of Power, that the committee is not going to be business as usual. And I asked this question: have we X-rayed, interrogated the risk analysis? Have we done a thorough risk analysis about why is the grid collapsing every year? Why are we reactive at any point in time instead of being proactive? So I said, okay, since it's not going to be business as usual, I look forward to seeing, extracting the risk analysis. What is it that has made this, you know, grid to be collapsing year in, year out? One, I know that he mentioned the obsolete technology, okay? That's a risk. The infrastructure gap, a whole lot of it. I also refuse to understand, we're in COP29 now. We're in Baku discussing the climate issues. There's a climate risk. Most of those equipments have been exposed to the vagaries of weather. Okay, and we've not really taken time to do an in-depth risk analysis. Before we talk about the SWOT analysis she mentioned, the strength, weakness, and opportunities, it is very, very important as a nation. You know, Nigerian electricity is urban bias. This great thing until it's an urban phenomenon. The rural area doesn't have the effect, and that's why we advocated in 2015 renewable energy policy that let it be a rural phenomenon. That 80% of rural areas don't have access to electricity, so it's an off-grid. So my worry is that it's an on-grid thing. That's why. So let us interrogate the risk. That's number one starting point. Okay? And by the time we do it, at the committee now, by the time we to say these are 10 risk analysis, we X-rayed it, they will do the SWOT we talked about. Until we do that, as a nation, let's for one day be proactive. Not have the time where everybody is grandstanding. That is, it was not at this point in time. In the EU, where, you know, just came back 2 months ago, this grid system is integrated. When there's a power outage in Belgium, France is there to show it up. There's an element of integration. So we can't be talking about this. I mean, it's unheard of. We can look forward to having a grid system that is integrated. We're in six geopolitical zones, so to speak. I look forward, let's interrogate the risk, and we put it on the table and draw SWOT analysis. And we'll take it from there. Honestly, I can't. Every year, look at it, year in, year out. So it is what I'm saying to the committee, going beyond the usual to have a 1 or 2 months. Can we have an interrogation that the stakeholder talking about stakeholder phenomenon is when you don't you talked about vandalism, when you don't let the people, the insecurity and all that, and you don't put a safeguard towards it, of course, it will continue to be a dominant factor. So that's why I'm saying that, please, one of the takeaways of this today or this evening Tuesday Live is we are advocating for X-ray, bringing to the table the risk analysis. What is it that is making this thing to be recurring? So that at the end of the day, we'll now sit back and say, okay, can we look at the strength, the weaknesses, and opportunities, and take it from there, move forward. Thank you.
All right, as identified already, the challenges cut across both the generation, transmission, and distribution, and an active role in the distribution, and that's speaking of the former MD of Kaduna. Each time we hear about aging equipment and the need to replace an obsolete technology, the first thing we think about is these are things that could have been seen long time ago, and at least you would have a fair idea of the lifespan of whatever equipment we're using. But it seems as if everything came upon us suddenly, from generation to transmission down to distribution.
Thank you, Cyril. And what we have heard from my colleagues, transmission, and professor, who talked about risk analysis, which ought to have been a major area of assessment. I would say my own addition to the whole discussion is the transmission that I know for over 25 years is not the transmission that we have today. And before, there is, from planning point of view, there is coordination within, first of all, the transmission section that enables each department to be able to review its areas of operation and then of needs, that assessment on the table, and then management's attention overall is drawn to those critical areas of need that would adversely affect the smooth operation of transmission company operations. And with such report, management will now also, on its part, assess the situation, analyze the risk, and then make a budgetary provision for replacement of equipment that have been identified that are due for replacement. Are those kind of things, those exercises, are they taking place at the moment? If those exercises are taking place at the moment, I'm sure issues of old, obsolete, weak transmission equipment ought to have been addressed by now. Now, part of what needs to be done that is critical to maintaining smooth operations of the transmission section is to make sure that those critical areas are identified. Why is it that those issues of weak and obsolete transmission equipment are major issues of concern? Now, in terms of coordination between the distribution and the generation, I know there is a stakeholders meeting, and that takes place just the way from the transmission end that each department makes an assessment of its areas of weaknesses that requires urgent management attention. These three sectors of the power value chain, the transmission, the distribution, and the generation, from the old company that I know, they always have that meeting. They bring up issues that when those issues are not addressed, it will have its negative consequence on the overall performance of either transmission where it is transmission, distribution where it is transmission, or generation where it is generation. Now, the good part of it is generation has been partially concessioned, and then distribution has been partially privatized. Now, the only company that is yet to be either concessioned or privatized is the transmission company. Therefore, I think what is key is that the planning aspect that ought to be a major concern is not being put in its proper perspective. And then also, from the management point of view, management is supposed to be proactive. Now, if management is not proactive, you won't expect anything good to come out of transmission company of Nigeria. I know that every year there is what you call technical audit. That technical audit is supposed to be principally for equipment, for transmission equipment. And that technical audit will normally give you the actual details, the true status of those transmission equipment. Is that annual exercise that is key to maintaining smooth, effective transmission services? Is it still existing? Do we really have engineers that carry out this technical audit of this equipment to determine the true status of those equipment? If that is not being done, then to say that there is no reason or the equipments are old, they are aged, they are rickety, I think that's a blame game. That's a blame game. So my position is from the point of view of what ought to be done is not being done. That's from the point of view of the workforce. And then on the part of management, the critical reviews that is required to take management decision, critical management decision to avert system collapse and grid disturbance is not in place. And unless at this particular point, I speak with pain in my heart that in this country where we have seasoned engineers, brilliant engineers, committed engineers who work night and day to provide effective dynamic transmission services all over the country, is becoming a difficult task to achieve. Well, we need to sit up.
All right. In addition to the discussion in the studio, we have a number of reports which also speak to the issues at stake. We'll start taking them now. Our first report tonight is from Oshogbo.
Nigeria's power control heartbeat is at the National Control Center in Oshogbo, and from here, electricity generated by various power plants is coordinated, balanced, and distributed to millions of homes and businesses across the country. Despite the critical role Oshogbo plays, the strain of collapsed Nigeria's grid multiple times this year due to vandalism and other challenges have been evident, as millions have been left without power for hours, sometimes days.
It has been very, very terrible in the last 4 weeks, 2 months, since we have started having this grid collapse. That is what we've been experiencing here in the state capital in Osun State.
It's getting worse and worse because every
Every day, the grid is collapsing. We have boxed ourselves into a corner, which is rather unfortunate.
While they say infrastructure struggles to keep up, they express that lack of future plan by past administrations is at the heart of these challenges.
When Nigeria was planning for power supply, we don't have a 200 million population, probably about 50 million or below. That was the plan. And we have the same old facilities serving this population to problems that we've been seeing that will occur over 50 years ago. And you want just immediate solutions to it. It doesn't happen. We need to plan over time.
You can't have these facilities and not maintain them. Look, go to the power center. We call it power line. If you were young when you saw when it was constructed, you will know that it's not the same thing now. These things, even we human beings who can regenerate, our body system collapse. Not to talk of facilities that are static and is being powered every day.
Mr. Felix Chika spent 35 years in the power sector, and for him, the National Control Center in Osogbo should be decentralized to avoid always putting many states in blackout when grid collapses.
A major factor is low investment in the area. Another factor which I feel is important is that our system is too centralized. It is too centralized. You don't expect to distribute power to 200 million Nigerians from a source. I hope you know that all powers generated come to Osogbo here before it gets out to other places. Just a single point. Some of the opinion that the thing should be decentralized so that states, for example, thank God that there's this deregulation policy now, so your states can try to have their own distribution networks so as to help the system. There should that arrangement to make sure that it is broken into regional and sub-regional levels so that the thing can function properly. This state can have their own power plant. Even with Osogbo here, I'm telling you.
As Osogbo continues to power the nation, the path it takes could determine the reliability of electricity for millions of Nigerians. In Osogbo, Femi Afariogun.
From Osogbo, we go over to Uyo for our next report.
It is no longer news that Nigeria's national grid has collapsed 8 times in 2024, with blackouts and other disruptions becoming setbacks for Nigerians in the quest for better socio-economic lives. But sometimes now, many Nigerians across various strata are engaging in conversations targeted at finding ways out of the quagmire. This situation, according to some Uyo residents, is different as they enjoy above 20 hours power supply per day.
We do have light, let's say 23 hours. Light is very okay in my area, here in Akwema Estate.
Definitely, NEPA have tried for now because they used to give us light.
The power supply is quite good. No, very good actually. Say we boast of about maybe 20 hours, 19 to 20 hours per day.
A major stakeholder in the power sector in Nigeria is calling for a shift in the sector where obsolete equipment are replaced with new global devices durable to stand the test of time.
If you don't put in money, what do you expect at the other end? They say in computer you garbage in and you garbage out. You put 1 billion naira. The other end you may see 1.3 billion naira. That's the other one as profit coming in. And people must run the power's infrastructures according to engineering standards. Engineering economy.
The managing director of Power Company Limited, Menyene Tukudo, profiles huge financial investment in the power sector as a way out of the national grid collapse, which he says is epileptic due to aging infrastructure. But avoiding mere rhetorics and lip services, how serious should the nation address the power sector challenges?
Is to go on subsystems, what we call subsystem. In Nigerian state, we can minimize the system collapse by not focusing on NCC.
As stakeholders still hope for a positive change in the power sector with an improvement in the daily average supply, which hovers around 4,500 megawatts in recent times. The creation of regional grids to feed the electricity needs of 6 geopolitical zones may be a possible way as recommended. In Uyo, Kevin Samuel.
And from Uyo, we go on to Mina, where this report comes from.
Nicknamed as the power state because it hosts 4 hydroelectric dams, contribute significantly to the national grid. With its contribution and other sources of power in the country, Nigerians still experience insufficient power supply, which experts in the power industry blame on insufficient supply of gas to the power plants, aging infrastructures, and the recent vandalization of transmission lines by terrorist groups. Stakeholders in the power sector in Niger State, most of who spoke off camera, attribute the recent blackouts in parts of the country, especially some northern states, to the activities of terrorists who vandalized some of the distribution lines that evacuates electricity from some hydro dams in Niger State to other parts of the country.
There was vandalization that happens along Kaduna, Shiroro Kaduna, Kaduna transmission line. The power that is being generated at Shiroro, of course, there is a link between Jeba and Kayenji to Shiroro. So the towers that carried power or evacuate power from Shiroro to Kaduna, which now transmit to the northern part of the country, 2 towers were actually affected. Tower 132 and Tower 136. And, it was vandalized. And that seriously affected the transmission line. And, of course, that is enough to cut off power supply to the northern part of the country. And because of security reasons, they could not restore the line immediately. So there is another line, a double line circuit from Agwaji, Apia, 33 kVA line. So that is the only route that can take power from these axes to the northern part of the country, particularly northeast and northwest, down to Niger. That line too, the 2 line had issues.
They also identified human factor as one of the reasons responsible for the recent national grid collapse.
Technology is taking care of a lot of things now. Look at it. We have drones that can monitor the lines. You don't need to patrol the lines with linemen and security people. These drones can monitor the lines for you and even do some actions to take control of some of those challenges. The transmission network itself is also weak.
Although Niger State was not adversely affected by the recent national grid collapses, most of the northern states were seriously affected. Emina Mukhtar Owu.
Well, those reports also highlight the issues involved, and back here in the studio, there are just 1 or 2 issues which we might raise arising from those reports. And this is in terms of the equipment, replacement of equipment. But we seem to recall that during the last administration, some super transformers were told, I think 10 of them, and mobile substation transformers were delivered from Germany. It was meant to boost the national grid and help, eliminate this matter of frequent grid collapse. What's the status of those equipment? Have they integrated into the system? Are they still there? Or have they made any difference?
Yes, Cyril, that's one of the things that you have to realize and people have to appreciate about this country. Like all those transformers that came in from FGN Power, that the Siemens intervention, most of them, I think up to 60 to 70% of them have been commissioned. Right. And I will also use this opportunity to tell you, from the 13th of January this year alone to the 9th of November this year, we have commissioned, TCN have commissioned, not the Siemens intervention, TCN itself, we have commissioned up to 41 transformers, 41 brand new power transformers, 1760 MVA, 1760 MVA, 1600 MVA power transformers, 5 150 MVA 330 kV transformers, one number 187.5 MVA and one number 300 MVA transformers. These ones have been commissioned from the 13th of January to this, and we have commissioned 2 reactors. The last one was yesterday, we commissioned it. So, and you see, FGN Power are commissioning. Niger Delta Power, they are doing something. Even NNDC, there is some intervention from NNDC in the power sector. But you see, we are reconductoring. We have awarded 25 number lines to be reconducted. It has been awarded. The work is ongoing. These 25 number, these are transmission lines that were commissioned maybe at the inception of NEPA that time, maybe some 40 years ago, 30 years ago. We are now reconducting them with these high temperature, low sag, conductors that will now improve double or sometimes even triple the capacity of the lines. All these jobs are ongoing. And massive, if you now, for example, just take a 60 MVA transformer now. A 60 MVA transformer costs nothing less than $2 to $2.5 million. So if you look at the quantum and the amount of money that is being spent, not only by TCN as an agency, but other agencies of government, you find that really it's not that nothing is being done. It's not that new infrastructures are not being brought into the system. Like as of today, yesterday, we take consignment in the stores at Ojo, and even up till tomorrow or next tomorrow, if you go there, you will see containers. We are uploading 45 containers of like 10 number 330 kV circuit breakers and 20 number 132 kV circuit breakers. They are being, right now, if you go, you will see them. So, and this is a continuous process. But when you have a system that you are talking of, let's say, more than 8,100 kilometers of 330 kV line, and maybe 8,500 kilometers of 132 kV lines, these are huge numbers. If you look at the transformers that we have in the system, and if you look at the number of years that this investment or let's say were not done, there was some time that there was not even appropriation or budgetary allocation. Like if you look at maybe let's say last year or this year, what was the amount that was budgeted for power infrastructures? So you find that all these are issues. Not that nothing is being done, but quite okay, we know that the amount of money that is needed to input into the transmission sector for it to be revived. Go and check any country that you want to compare it with Nigeria and see the amount of money they are pumping into their into the system there. So the government is doing. We are also trying, but we know that it takes all the stakeholders to reach the promised land. But it's not that nothing is being done. But
I might just ask at this point here, from the investigative work that's been carried out by a high-powered team of your engineers, at any point in time, do you suspect in-house sabotage?
No. No.
Okay. But what we've seen, particularly in the case of the very recent one, the tower that was brought down along, I think, Lokuja Gwagwalada, which is done, it's been attributed to the work of vandals who have brought down those lines. And last week, interestingly, one of the things we heard was that those who bring down the stars just do it for the sake of disrupting the system. They don't take anything of it. And, well, in the reports we've heard here, people have said perhaps it's time to introduce technology into monitoring. They talked about drones and all that, instead of relying on manual monitoring. What do you say to that?
What you said is well taken. At this point, we'll need to go into technology, recent technologies, to do certain things we need to do to keep our grid up. I want to let Nigerians understand that all the then PHCN activities, we carry it out. We have a unit called the technical auditors. They are engineers. They go for that routine. And it is based on their report that we are even doing what we are doing. It is based on their report that those equipment they mention that this one is obsolete, we start working on it. But I want you to understand that it takes a long time for these equipment to come in. Take, for instance, we want to bring in new transformers, we want to bring in breakers. What we'll do is, when the specifications are given, you know the new Procurement Act now is the lowest responsive bidder. We have issues with that.
Some Nigerians have questioned that as well. And
yes,
said, look,
we have issues
lowest
with that.
And
the lowest
not necessarily
bidder.
the most appropriate or
let me
the
give
most
you an
qualitative.
Example. In terms of the breakers, we don't go to China for a 330 kV breaker because of the reliability. Do you understand me? So another thing is that this equipment, we go certify it good and it's coming in. It comes in and it is lying there at the port. We have to go through rigor for clearing. So there are certain things we pass through that is not for us to start shouting. We follow the procedure. But the procedure sometimes are cumbersome.
Prof, this sounds like policy issues as well.
Yes. Let me come in before the Prof will say something. I want to make this clear to all of us. The recent collapse or disturbance is majorly insecurity in Nigeria. It's majorly insecurity. Like the Shiroro Mando, we can't just walk in there. That means you're walking into a pit to be buried. We were liaising with National Security Advisor's Office. That the people that even helped for army to come in and get things cleaned up before our men went in for work. The work there is in progress, yes. Why is it that immediately that Shiroro Mando happens, it's not too long, Wajiapi happened. There are majorly insecurity.
And perhaps coordinated?
But I want you to understand that there is no insider in terms of that.
Okay. Yes, sure, you're right. It's all about policy and regulatory issues. You can dispense that as well. Just look at even the recently passed Electricity Act of 2023 has gone back to the National Assembly for further amendment. So it's all about dynamism, you know. My take is, when you were doing your report, I have also identified 7 risk barrier challenges. 7 already. Even within the context of our alliance, already we have identified 10. In fact, that's what we want to do. Well, you know, we seek to provide regulatory support services. The next type of solution-driven, that's the narrative now we're talking about. Let's be intentional. See what the Germany have read out. But in terms of KPIs, I'll be at a loss. They are doing a lot, but we're not seeing the impact. So where we have identified solution, this risk, challenges, barriers, let's be intentional about the solution. One, this is the solution. This is the timeline between this and this. That is when you begin to track KPIs, impact, based on theory of change. Honestly. And that's why it's part of, it's not as if civil servants are not doing anything. They are doing a whole lot. But you need to come back. That's why I still go back to the minister. It's not going to be business as usual. Clap hands, get a report. What is in that report? That's my concern. So I want to say here that for the first time, tell Nigerians that, you know, what really did, the reports, all the Jeba, Shiroro and all that, these are very impactful, very, very informative, and it's going to really arm the committee to do their work. So let's be very, very intentional, and this time around, when you have identified the risk, provide solutions and put it in the marketplace. Investment is very key. This sector has undergone underinvestment. You don't know that about. Listen, power sector is the foreground. Power sector is the engine room of the economy. You don't treat it with levity. Honestly, you don't. And that's why, you know, we are now divesting to renewables. I'm just coming there. Right. But you see, it's something that in energy mix, you need to get the mix, whether it's renewable or non-renewable. Have we identified, you know, between GenCos and DisCos, you have not thought the eyes between GenCos and DisCos. They're having friction. It's a problem. So, and something that all this must be in a table, followed through, based on solution. What are the immediate, long-term, and short, medium, and long-term, you know, solution towards this? I think.
So I want to cut in here.
Yes.
I want to cut in here. I want us to understand that the hydro stations we have in Nigeria are majorly in the north central. And the thermal stations and the gas stations are in the southern part of Nigeria. That is why Ugwaji Api feeds northeast majorly, and Shiroro Mando feeds northwest. So now that we have problem, we are working on the Shiroro Mando. You know, it's a double circuit line. We are feeding the northwest through Jos. And you know there is a limit to what the line can carry. So there is massive load shedding in that area. It's not as if there is that we are just leaving it as it is, treating it with levity. No. There is issue on renewable energy, majorly solar up north. Yes. The federal government of Nigeria has been working on that, but you know, these are not things that will come up overnight. There is a plan for it. There is a studies that has been even carried out. There is what we call the Biwa solar farm. You know that? Yeah. That we have even made it, it is the Ministry of Power running it, made it clear that investors can come and invest. It is supposed to be a 1,250 megawatts solar plant. And the investors can come in and make a minimum of 100 megawatts for each of the plants. Do you understand me? So the federal government of Nigeria has been trying so hard to get things done. It's not as if people are snoring. No, we are working. And now the Electricity Act has even empowered the states to generate their own energy so that the grid will be like a backup for them. So we get there. When we present issues like this, it looks as if the engineers are not working. Some of us, our brain are working 24 hours. But there is a limit to what you can. You can't move faster than your shadow. You need to take it gradually and standardize it. So we are working, please. We are working, but there are some bottlenecks. You know, generally in government setting, there are bottlenecks that you need to overcome. And we have been working so hard to get things done. It is just that for power equipment we are talking about is it's not something that you go off the shelf and get. It is produced. A manufacturer brings it in, and a manufacturer comes when he wins. If he's the most responsive bidder, they will start manufacturing. It takes some time.
My emphasis will always be on the lowest.
Lowest responsive bidder.
Because that to me smacks of not the best.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
But so that's why I brought up the
That
question
is
of
why
policy.
we are here for us to talk, for Nigerians to appreciate our own point of view.
Absolutely.
That we are really working hard. Please, we are working hard. It pains me that that we are in a position where we are. No, we should move past this position, and we are working hard to get things done. My management is working hard. My management understands the policies, and we are working towards getting it done. You need to understand that power industry is not a constant thing. Is changing, is very dynamic. The load is growing every day. We need to run to meet up with the load growth. Are you understanding me? So for the yesterday that there is, we are managing to get the demand and the supply to be equal. Now, most of the time, when you talk of overvoltage now, it means that the supply is higher than the demand. So when we talk of some of our industrial customers pumping in harmonics into the system, these are the things we need to manage with. Pumping in harmonics is not good for the grid. I hope I'm communicating.
Well, we'll return to that in just a moment, but at this point in time, we'll take a short break. When we return, of course, there'll be more, and hopefully we'll take one or more reports. But more importantly, you will now have a chance to join in the conversation. So stay with us on NTA Tuesday Live. We'll be back shortly.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, we turn dark into light, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Ethnicity is unique, we have more than just a nation. We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry lives. We are Nigeria, together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA. NTA Tuesday Live, a network issue-oriented innovation talk show.
Thanks for staying with us. We can't stop talking about the power issues. Of course, as you heard earlier on, power is the engine room of the development of Nigeria's economy. And so, this saying it has slowed things down is understating the effects that the country has had to go through with the interruptions and frequent disruptions to its power stability. But the question has been raised in this conversation about the three parts of it: the generation, the transmission, and the distribution, and the kind of relationship that exists among these units. So let's talk to a one-time distributor and see how would you describe the relationship between the GENCOs and the DISCOs, and not forgetting the side of the regulator.
Okay, the relationship that exists between the GENCOs, DISCOs, and transmission is actually a working gentleman's agreement. It is clear that system collapse must not happen, must not be allowed to happen. And therefore, the three stakeholders would have agreed on modalities that will avert system collapse or grid disturbance from taking place. Therefore, for instance, if the distributor is supposed to maintain a load of 3,500 megawatts, it must maintain that, and it must be transparent in maintaining that load of 3,500 megawatts. If it exceeds, it destabilizes the system. That's right. If it drops, it destabilizes the system. In the same way, the generation companies, they also have a limit that they must not exist, that they must not exceed. So therefore, for transmission company also, they maintain the balance. They maintain the balance that generation is supposed to sustain, DISCOs is supposed to sustain, just so as to maintain the grid stability and to avoid system collapse. So it's as simple as ABC, but the transparency in maintaining that mutually agreed working manual is a big issue. Therefore, they also agreed that a technology would be put in place to ensure that that rule is maintained. That's, they have what you call the under-frequency relay that is meant to check if the generator is exceeding, if the distributor is exceeding, just to make sure that they maintain that balance. The issue of the transparency in this operation is what needs to be checked, to be sustained, so that system collapse does not happen. But is that happening?
Yeah, but when you say a gentleman's agreement, would that be appropriate for such a critical sector as this?
Should I remove gentleman's agreement and say it is a rule?
Shouldn't it be?
It is a rule.
Well,
it's a rule, but that rule is mutually agreed between the transmission, the distribution, and the generation. It's not as if it is enforced on them. It is not enforced. It is not enforced on them, but they are managing the grid, and that grid must not collapse. Therefore, there has to be a process that will ensure that the grid is stable, that the grid does not become unstable, because once it becomes unstable, then you have system collapse. the cost of one system collapse, if you evaluate the cost of one system collapse to an economy, is unbelievable. It's damaging.
We have one report coming up now from Umahia. Let's get to see that.
Umuahia before now is believed to be predominantly occupied by civil servants. But due to the challenging times the country is facing, the scenario has changed. Even civil servants are now setting up small-scale businesses to make ends meet. An average Abian hustles to meet up his daily needs and that of his family, especially with the current economic situation today, which has led to the proliferation of shops in the state capital. The major challenge posing these small and medium-scale businesses in the state is constant power outages and its minimal duration when the service is provided.
In this part of the country, sometimes you don't have power throughout the day. Sometimes you have 2 hours, sometimes 4 hours, and sometimes 2-3 days you don't have any power. So how are you going to run the business without the power?
At this level of national development, we should have outgrown this. But it's quite unfortunate that every time, from time to time, our grid fails, and it fails totally. It is unfortunate. It totally negatively affects productivity.
Those in small and medium-scale businesses lament the buying of premium motor spirits and diesel to run their generating six usually gulp their profits.
It's affecting us seriously. Why we are paying the higher rent? They call it commercial payment. We do pay commercial payment, which is higher every month, whether you use the light or not.
One, about 8 to 10 liters of fuel in a day, and we receive the light. Then if you subtract the money you use for purchasing of fuel, you see that you go home with nothing.
In a week, they will give me light 2 times, maybe 25 minutes in a day.
If every city can generate their own electricity, if every part of the country can generate their own electricity and consume it, it will reduce the constant national power failure.
Expectation is that governments at all levels should rise up to the occasion to ameliorate the daunting challenges and dire consequences the situation might cause to workers in the private sectors. In Umuahia, Delight in Jinkonyi for
I'd like us to go straight to the other aspect of it, as so many suggestions have been made on how to pull through the darkness, metaphorically speaking of, and renewable energy. So, Prof, let me come to you. It would seem that a country like Nigeria should not be struggling with matters of renewable. As you did mention, Nigeria is at the conference of partners, and the main issues are climate change and how to make sure that renewable energy comes in here. How would you assess Nigeria's position in this now?
First of all, we live in the equator. The implication is that there's sun, so we don't need to. As again, those who is in temperate region and they are harnessing it. But Madam raised something very, very critical. In 2016, give government a credit. They brought solar into as a mainstream investment. And we got the 14 PPAs.
Yes.
To generate 1,250 megawatts by 2030 to the national grid. We applauded that. And as Scott saw before 2015, Nigeria had renewable energy efficiency policy, because this issue of grid system too, and Nigeria electricity is like urban biased, okay, and 80% of rural areas don't have access. So there was that thinking about having renewables off grid, and that was how REA came in rural expediency to, as a government agency, to go into reach on the south that, you know, even the small and medium scale enterprises, have ability to have. So whether in the area of solar technology, solar home system, or mini grid and all that. So it becomes imperative, very necessary for us to diversify. That's part of the solution driven. We don't need to, even though, let's begin to work on this degree system, interrogate the challenges and all that, it needs for us to diversify. Renewable is the end thing. The energy transition, we used to use, there was a time it was straw. From straw to wood. From wood to fossil fuel, that's coal and oil and gas. And now I've gone into renewables. That is the transition. So we should need to harness all the renewable energy sources. Why solar is very critical now? Because the technology is evolving. We have wind, we have biomass, we have hydro, green hydrogen, but we have, in terms of accessibility and technology, it is solar. And that's why government is investing. And as well as we have also looked at the challenges of this renewable. We had, 2 years ago, we had the research study, the alliance with the World Economic Forum. I had the research study that was published. I'm going to show you the publication. And we told Nigeria how we can invest in renewable, even they track what they call the risk analysis. And we challenged the government that we submitted that to the government. So, in other words, what we are doing here right now is that we should begin to, the renewable energy is the end thing. Even though we cannot, even at Glasgow at COP26, we brought in natural gas as a traditional fuel, okay? And because we cannot aid our sustainable development with renewable, given the fact that technology is still evolving. That's why we brought natural gas right now. So natural gas is part of the clean energy narrative we're talking about. So, Cyril, it's important that even though we are looking at the on-grid, this off-grid, as represented by renewables, is a way of ensuring that rural communities have access to energy, to power small and medium-scale enterprises. Okay, because this on-grid is for industrial setup in the rural and urban areas, so to speak. So it is the narrative now is that renewable energy should be in the forefront. That's why I applaud what the National Assembly is doing. The National Assembly has gone ahead to set up a committee on renewable energy, to tell you the importance of renewable energy. So I look forward to even to have, beyond the Electricity Act, we're going to have a renewable energy act like what is obtainable in Ghana, Rwanda, and all that, where you have a renewable act that will bring to fore in terms of investments. The climate finance we're talking about is mainly for renewable access, so to speak. So it's important that you read this issue. So renewable energy is the end thing, and government should deepen, investment. Government should not should be active as what they did in the oil and gas. They should be in the forefront into ensuring that there's a mainstream investment. They have started it. There's a mainstream investment in renewable energy. And energy efficiency. Remember, energy efficiency is an aspect of energy, so to speak. Yeah.
Right. The phones are already active, and we have our first caller tonight, Umar Anachi, calling in from Birnin Kabi. Hello, Umar. Are you there, Umar?
Hello.
Hello, Umar Anachi.
Yes. Christopher, good evening.
Good evening. Go right ahead.
Yes, my name is Umar Anachi, your usual caller. You see, they say, ask them, don't just happen. They are caused. Likewise, our national grid collapsed. Don't just happen. It is, they are caused. They are causes that lead to national grid collapse. Thank God to Dangote, he generated his power. He did not rely on national grid. It would have been a different thing altogether. But still, when you ask them question, is there any internal sabotage? They quickly answer no. So this one, it seems as if there are internal sabotage. And this was my own assertion, because the lady testified that there is no proper coordination between the TCN and transmission, between generation and transmission, and between transmission and distribution. There is no proper coordination.
Really?
What of this lack of proper coordination can lead to anything? I'm thinking of Mr. President to do the right thing by putting the right people in the right places. May God continue to bless our country. Thank you, Mr. Silo.
Well, thank you very much, Umar Anache. Your consistency and calling in for, each time we hold such discussions, but would let both the GM Material Control and Stores and the GM Monitoring and Evaluation of the TCN respond to what you have just said.
Yes, I want to respond to what he has said, because he is very specific on what I said present here. Please, I want you to understand that the coordination we are talking about is the relay coordination for the three stakeholders. It's not that the activity, we normally have meetings with them. We have meetings with the distribution via our regional offices. We have meetings with the generation. What we are saying is that in the then PHCN, we normally have a standard protection. I'm talking technically now. I'm not talking about discussing with this or discussing with that. We normally have meetings. We call it intersectorial meetings. We hold those meetings via our regional offices. What I want you to understand, what I'm saying is the technical aspect of coordination, protection, standard protection. The relays are what views your line. If a line trips now, there must be an indication. It will tell you what is the root cause, whether it's earth fault, whether it's overcurrent. From the relay indication, you have an idea of what is happening. And most of our relays will even give you the kilometer range where that thing happened. So please note that it's not interpersonal relationship. It is basically the technical aspect of it. We are advocating for that, and the regulators have agreed that there is need for that firming up of the protection, where everybody will be present. They will be present as a witness to get these things done. I hope I've communicated with you, communicated properly to you. Thank you.
Right. Yes.
The only thing I will add is that.
Okay, maybe just before you come in, let's get this other call in. Usman Mahmuda calling from Sokoto. Oh, well, we lost the call, so go ahead. Right. So, Engineer Adamu,
yes,
go ahead.
what I just want to add is that, why we quickly said there is no insider is because there is nobody, a staff of TCN, that will go and, foul the line or remove member towers or vandalize the line. But quite okay, there are acts that everybody knows that is sabotage. For example, the 16 towers that were brought down in Bayelsa, Ahoda, Yenagua. When on inspection, you find that not a single member was carted away, but they were all loosed, and so that the tower become very weak, And, you know, by the time there is a small wind, you know, it will just fall. So that one is actually an act of sabotage. Or where improvised explosive devices are used to blow up a tower. You don't expect to say a transmission staff will now go and bomb the towers or put something to explode and bring them down, while we know that is from where we get our salary, you know. So, you know, we have to think that, you know, the transmission staff also are responsible staff, and we love our country, and we love our jobs, and we love the company. So, but definitely there are saboteurs, and that is why, you know, at this juncture, when the Office of the National Security Advisor comes in, you know, to assist TCN, you know, he really understood what is going on. From the first time this year, when this vandalization started, you know, this year we had a lot of vandalism cases. So from the first time the National Security Advisor took interest, he put a high-powered committee, which, you know, discussed, and a report was given to him. And from that time, he took interest, and to the extent now that we are talking of even deployment of drones to guard our, you know, transmission lines, and a lot is being done, because they know. They realize that, you know, there are some aspects of what is going on that is purely, you sabotage to the country.
Yes, let me add this. We are talking about political risk now. Politicians are part of the problem. When you hit up the polity within your area, and you bring in, let's use Niger Delta for instance. See, we're in Nigeria. You are now bringing all these militants and all that to be in the forefront. What do you expect? You are bringing them up. So it's a political risk. It's not need to be interrogated. It's not something you treat it. It's unheard of. The way, look at 2027 is coming up now. Everybody forming a group and trying to hit up the polity. And look, national infrastructure, I mean, it's been affected because somebody has a political interest or not. It's something that we need to, that is something that we need to address appropriately. Please.
Right. Back to the phone lines. We have Abubakar calling in from Kaduna. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Siri. Good evening.
Do we still have Abubakar on the line?
Yes.
Right. Abubakar, here's your chance to air your views on the subject matter.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Siri.
Yes. If you could just speak up a little bit.
You said?
Right. Just speak a little bit louder so we can hear you.
Okay, I would like to contribute my own quota.
Right. Go ahead.
In respect of what you are discussing. You see, Mr. Cyril, we in this country, we have to be realistic in what is going on. Hello? Because we Nigerians, we are good in grammar, but the implementation of the so-called power sector, it's ridiculous. We know no foreigner will come and fix it. We are the one to fix our own power. So let's do the needful. Please, we should stop deceiving Nigerians. Thank you.
Right. That's it. Straightforward. Right? Okay. Yes, sir. So far, suggestions have been made. An interesting aspect of this is, I still like to go back to it, and some have said, do away with the national grid. Is that an alternative?
I think a lot of people that are suggesting that the grid should be, or regions should be given the authority to generate their power, distribute their power. They are just saying that if at the center transmission is not able to manage the current load that is being generated, they have limitations in evacuation of the power. Why hold an entire area to ransom when they can, on their own, generate their power, transmit their power, and then sell their power? And if that practice is encouraged, it will go a long way in freeing the problems of transmission at the moment, and then also making adequate alternative power available, especially through the use of renewable energy. Renewable energy in areas where there is abundant sun, there is abundant wind, there is abundant water, that is from the lakes, and then also you have a lot of waste. Those potentials can be tapped, can be harnessed to serve an alternative source of reliable power supply.
Okay, I'll just ask you to hold on a while. I'll go to the phones. Collins from Adamawa. Hello, Collins.
Yeah,
thank you for staying on.
Good evening, Cyril. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me very well.
Yes, sure, we can. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you so much. It's an opportunity to talk to you again. I spoke to you, I think that should be like almost 17 years back when you were doing a program with the late Thomas Sule. Right. So I want to say something, and I want us to look at something. You know, the national grid has been produced in 1951 to 2024. That is about 73 years ago. A lot of installation has been made, and it's time to be corrected. And with only 23 distributions and transmissions line. Now, if you look at 73 years later, we have a total collapse of the national grids about 838 times. And with the return of democracy, we have about 722 times. So between 2015 to 2024, the national grid has collapsed 104 times, 93 times during the Buhari regimes, and about 11 times during the present dispensations. Now, sir, if we look at it, 1951 to 2022, over 43 trillion has been alleged to be spent on maintenance and the upgrading of the national and maintenance of our national grid. Now, sir, recently that we have the total collapse, like we that we are living in Adamawa State within the northeast, you can't imagine whereby we're having the temperature zone of about sometimes from 35 degrees Celsius to about 45 degrees Celsius. There's no place we can get anything cold apart from this is only where we are from this. Now, after the restore of the power, allegedly, or what we read over the news, about 29 billion has been spent in restoring these things. And as South Africa look at, more money that has been injected, more collapse that is going. Now, if you look at it, now, somebody asked about questions that about corruptions, that there's no corruption. Sir, I can tell you that the Mandela project, the EFCC, the former minister Salim Mama, about 33 billion, what has been done. Recently now, just either today or yesterday, the recent EFCC chairman made a pronouncement that if you see, I quote him verbatim and I stand to be corrected, that if you see the corruption that is going on in the power sectors, Nigeria will shed tears. Because contractors are given to come up with things that are of quality level, but they come with a low quality. Sasira, I have a a fluorescent bulb that my father bought from China in 1980 is still working till today. Is still working till today. China does not send a substandard product to the US, does not send it to Dubai, but in Nigeria, we have a lot of substandard. A little cable in your home, ordinary heater, can make the transformer to trigger. Now, I will now question, what is the standard organization of Nigeria doing? What are they doing? Sir, you cannot compare the heater you used, like from 1980, and that one of today. You buy it, I mean, Nigeria becomes a dumping ground. Now, we are quoting Rwanda, we are quoting Tanzania, that we should go and learn from them, and yet we are the giant of Africa. We are growing up. I started watching it as far as 1996, when I was within the Kafanchan area. Sure. Now, and today I'm 45 years old, and these are my fathers. I'm watching them. I mean, you are bringing solutions, and we know these things are not right. Now, I will leave you with these words. Any country that you take out their energy, you collapse the economy of that country. And I want you to look at this holistically. Power is gone. We cannot afford diesel. These are part of the energy. How can we survive?
Right.
How can the nation survive? How do we grow? We don't have stable power. We cannot afford even the NNPC. Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Collins. Some comprehensive statistics you gave out there. Yeah. But, well, Prof, perhaps you'd like to take a first shot and respond how you view Collins' contribution.
Collins, thank you so much. That data, we need that data. Data is the fulcrum. Data is the engine room. Collins, honestly, get to Cyril and let's have that. Even though we'll give you a patent, you have your, what do you call it, intellectual property. But we need that data. Honestly, we share with you the concerns and the sentiments you've raised. But one day begins the story. You know, I think this is a new beginning for us. I look forward to having an integrated system. We're going to have a blend of, we're not dispensing on grid, but the renewables must be brought in the forefront right now. We need to do that. And also, I believe in the regional integration. Nigeria had the geopolitical zone, 6 of them. If we can have an integrated system, like I said earlier, in Europe, 27-country Europe, if there's outage in Netherlands, Belgium is there to shore it up. So when you have an integration, now of course there's the blend of renewables and non-renewables. That's what they're using right now. And so it's possible. Like I said, let's be intentional about it. If we want to move forward, let's say of a truth, let's be intentional. And I believe that Nigeria has a demography, 220 million people, and everybody's coming. Nigeria is a destination. Even as they're discussing the COP29 now, one of the things we're talking about energy transition, the climate finance. So we should harness that opportunity. Demography, the population will have is an opportunity for us. So let's not lament again. We are past the stage of lamentation. Let's be proactive, and so. Right. It's a good news for us with time.
But just before you come in, let's get this call in. Abdurrahman, I believe. Abdurrahman from Maitama, Abuja.
Yeah, hello, good morning.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Terry.
Yes, hello, go ahead.
Are you with me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nice program on the respect of power. In a situation whereby we are in a democratic dispensation, 21st years of democratic dispensation, and we still talking about the power after all the billions of naira that we sink into the power, and we are giving Benin, Niger, and Ghana power to sustain their industry and care of their people with our own energy, which here we are complaining. One thing I'm going to say, we always appoint military and call them in a democratic dispensation and call them military dictatorship. If we can recall during military era, I don't think Nigeria is going to be without light in 2-3 hours. Everything is perfect, and the maintenance of anything that happens with the machines that is bringing power or the wires that they have installed, if there is any problem with it, instantly they went and take care of it. What is the reason why in a democratic dispensation that the government promised to the Nigerians during their campaign time, we cannot be able to get it? Tangible promises on ground. Okay. That is the reason why if you go around within the FCT, there is a street light that the government puts. But most of the places now, if you go around, you found solar system. The solar that is there, there is no supervision, there is no maintenance. Scavengers break them down and remove them and go and sell them. And there is nobody take responsibility in the federal capital of Nigeria. And we are here sitting down talking about power in Nigeria. Yes. There is a one tree cannot make a forest. It's a collective responsibility of the Nigerian people to constantly criticizing the government with the constructive criticism. Any government that is not serious in a democratic dispensation, we that put the government in power, we need to tell them the truth. And in a situation whereby the corruption has taken over every crony, not only the power, the fuel situation that we found ourselves, we've been crying, and the government make a promise to Nigerian people that if they remove the subsidy, everything is going to be okay. But now, where are we? The price is more than 1,000 naira.
Okay.
So my last comment is prayer to Nigerians, and let Nigerians wake up and make sure they elect the good leaders that they can be able to take care of their needs in democratic dispensation. Keep doing what you are doing and do it very well. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Abdurrahman from Itama. I appreciate you. Yes, let's go back. And well, he's also alluded to the amount of money that has gone into the power sector, and of course introduced another, even where you have solar-powered street lighting. People are bringing them down. And so it reflects still on the question of vandalism that is also affecting those high-tension towers all over the country.
Yes, I think the caller from Adamawa, who...
Collins, yes.
Yeah, from Adamawa, who is complaining about the state of agony in Adamawa that is caused by the system collapse. That's just one reaction. He probably is awake to watch this program, but it is much more than that. And that's one state. And to think that 17 states are going through the same agonizing situation as we speak means that we should know the situation calls for an alternative. If in Adamawa, the governor of Adamawa State, I'm just giving an example, was able on his own to generate 20 megawatts of power from solar that is in abundance in Adamawa, and that is constant it is his entire, it falls within his jurisdiction to use that 20 megawatts. Now, whether the national grid collapsed, he will still have his own 20 megawatts to serve his people. They won't be in darkness. So the lesson is not far-fetched, and is also related to the caller from the last caller.
Yes, from Abuja here.
From the last caller from Abuja. If FCT generates its own independent power through solar, and then it can generate, for the size of Abuja, 200 megawatts of power from solar. And the FCT minister has the full control of that 200 megawatts of power. And then he's selling his own power to his own customers in their own areas. That 200 megawatts of power, whether the grid collapses, he still has control over 200 megawatts of power. 200 megawatts of power for Abuja, it means the city is powered already. So, assuming that 17 states in the country from northern Nigeria, each state governor generates his own 20 megawatts, it will make a difference. There won't be blackout. It is now time for governors, not only in northern Nigeria, because what happened in northern Nigeria can happen to any other region. Therefore, it's a wake-up call for state governors who have abundant resources to really address the issue of adequate power or alternative power supply through renewable energy, waste, hydro, mini and hydro, and then wind, and then biofuel. They can actually help the federal government, support the federal government to provide an alternative power and then decongest the grid. If the grid is decongested, there won't be grid collapse. Yes. There won't be grid instability. So it's important for state governors to really think twice about this incident. If it is happening in northern Nigeria now, it will happen in southern or eastern Nigeria. It is the same. So the good thing that we have at the moment is that if they decide, if state governments don't even have the funds, international finance is available that supports, because of the principle of energy transition, that supports renewable energy projects, and then the funds are there. And once the renewable energy project, for instance, if it is solar, if it is wind, if it is mini hydro or hydro, the fund is there. Talking about Mambila hydropower project that one of them was talking about in Taraba State. The federal government, for goodness sake, has tried to ensure that that project eventually took off and then was commissioned. They've done everything that they need to do. Financing, they secured a loan from People's Republic of China. The conditions that will access the loan is very, very available and easy for state governments to achieve. So if for any reason the federal government is having handicaps in continuing with the execution of Mambila hydroelectric power project that will power the entire northern Nigeria, what will the 19 state governors from the north, what will they be doing? Posterity will not forgive anyone to allow Mambila hydroelectric power project to be abandoned and then to keep the entire northern Nigeria in darkness people are dying, people have no source of livelihood, because a lot of people, 90% or 95% of people depend on energy. They depend on that power. So because there is blackout now, they are not in business.
All right.
The
last few...
I want
to share good news. Good news for us.
Right.
There are plans on ground now with respect to Presidential Villa to power Presidential Villa and its environs with 40 megawatts of solar. That's Presidential Villa.
Absolutely.
So that shows the reality of diversification. If the seat of government is planning to generate 40 megawatts of solar and its environment, so what are we talking about? So honestly speaking, let's not, entrenched system, have always been a constraining factor. You want to move away from, let's begin to, we're not quarreling with oil and gas, but the renewables. So that shows that the reality of diversification, we need to bring the total mix, bring it in a box. Whether it's green hydrogen, biomass, and all that. Like why we are talking about solar now, because the technology is there and it's evolving. So thank you.
Well, with just a few minutes left on this program, we would like to go back to the question of the repair, restoration work that is going on in a number of places, and we'll turn to you to just once again update us on how far work has gone and what to expect. And these are talking about the Shiroro Mando axis, Jeba transmission substation, a second Uguaju, transmission line, and all those. Just as we wind down.
No, with regards to the second Uguaju line, just before even early evening today, I was in contact with the people that are working there, and the work has been completed on the second line. It's just to energize it. So we are hoping that they are just, after you finish that kind of a job, you have to now go back again and just check it again properly before you energize. But I think we are just, by tomorrow, we will be just talking of energization of that line. So they're just going to be going over the nitty-gritty of the energization of the line. But as far as the job is concerned, they have finished it. So that one, very soon it will come up, and then at least we are now going to get 2 times what we are getting through that corridor. We will get it, so there's going to be an improvement from that side. With regard to the Shiroro Mando line, already we know that the place has been accessed and the military are assisting, and the work is ongoing there also. And very soon also we will get over that, because we have the towers already. We have towers available, so it's just the workmanship, and because the base of the towers are already, affected, so we need to do some little, concrete civil work, and then it has to cure, and then we just rebuild it. And another thing I want to also ensure to tell you is that part of the things TCN is doing is that we have these emergency restoration systems. These are towers, emergency towers, mobile, that we have. Right now we have 2 in Lagos. When we procure them, we tested them, we found that they can be very useful. Wherever we have collapse, it's just a matter of within some few hours we can just erect them, and then we can divert the line, and then pending when the collapsed one is repaired and reconstructed, then we can now bring it back. The happy thing, the news is that the FEC has approved for the procurement of 30 number, that restoration, 15 330 kV and 15 132 kV. Already the contract has been awarded, and we're just waiting for the contractor now to supply. When we have such numbers, we are not envisaging that we should be having collapse, but at least part of the proactive nature is that at least when this thing happens now, it will not take days before we can reconstruct, and we are going to keep them in all our 10 regions so that whenever anything happens like that, we can quickly mobilize and restore back.
Well, and it is on that optimistic note we must leave this conversation and thank our guests who have so availed us of their knowledge and expertise in the matter at hand. I'd like to say a big thank you to Engineer Abdul Qadir Ugwadab Adamu, General Manager, Material Control and Stores, Transmission Company of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
And we say thank you to Engineer Jane Neka Okemini, General Manager, Monitoring and Evaluation, TCN, Transmission Company of Nigeria as well. Thank you so much. And Professor Magnus Onoha, President, Governing Council, Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Association Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you so very much, Haji Idris Mohammed, former Managing Director, CEO of Kaduna Electricity Distribution Company, and now a consultant on power infrastructure. We thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you, Cyril.
Right. And thank you also for those who called in and joined in the conversation. We appreciate your contributions to the national discourse. Next week, we'll be back with NTA Tuesday Live. I'm Cyril Stober. Bye for now.
Celebrating cultural events provide important social and economic benefit with improved learning and health, increased tolerance and opportunity to come together with others. Cultural diversity is a driving force of development, not only with respect to economic growth, but also as an emotional, moral, and spiritual life.
Hello, beautiful people. It's time to enjoy Social Log, your one-stop event program. It's weekly, you know, and a tasteful selection awaits you. I am Anita Shelong, and this is the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. Relax, it's time to savor our special. Everyone enjoys a great party. So let's begin with a beautiful, well-attended celebration, a two-in-one package as the celebrant shines bright like the star he is at 50, a star determined to give back.
Birthday celebrations often attract well-wishers. Family and friends look forward to the pomp, the great food, the camaraderie. It is a great time to catch up amidst everyone's busy schedules. This time, though, it was all that and more. Stepping onto the 5th floor, T-Boy, as he's fondly called, danced in with his pals, Sheung. A clear indication that their beloved partnership spearheads excitement, creativity, innovation, vision, purposeful alignment, with a goal to impact and change lives. To Adasi, Adapt a School Initiative.
It's been ups and downs, but even in all of it, we give thanks to God. So we've had good times, we've had difficult times, but in all of it, we give thanks to God. For him to continue to be grateful, for him to continue to be the person he is, because he's a kind person, he is an absolutely amazing person. He's someone who inspires me, inspires other people, and just for him to keep being himself, and for him to continue to put his faith in God, who has brought him to this time and will continue to take him forward.
Adasi began small, but with a determined push, it seeks to go and grow big, platforming more growth on the willingness and commitment of all who came, who watched and listened enthralled.
So, GSS one side. We're supposed to still hear me so two. But because we don't have enough furniture and the classroom are not participating.
The Adasi is as ambitious as it is timely, a hope that promises to build result-oriented and long-lasting bridges that can solidify educational gaps, building excellence in our educational system nationwide.
Adasi, Yoruba means Adasi get involved, Adasi. It also means, it's also an acronym for Adopt a School Initiative. And my wife and I, my siblings, our spouses, our children, we all came together because we think education is important. We conceptualized Adasi around focusing on local government schools, which nowadays are state funded. We want people to come together to form a network of Adasi citizens. We have an ambitious goal to adopt one school in each local government in Nigeria. So that's 774 schools, which we would like to adopt within 10 years. We are starting in Osun State, Oduoti local government area to be precise. We are from Okuku. We will collaborate with the right agencies, we'll collaborate with the state governments, we'll collaborate with the ministries and the right regulatory bodies, but that is our ambition. We think that whatever we can do as individuals to support the government, we should.
The entertainment cut across, providing diverse and rich tones, celebrating the vibrance that is us, one people, great nation. The joy and laughter and fun embedded in the celebration is not without a neatly woven theme, resonating that together we surely can. Adasi.
It's very important that we support our community. We support the less privileged, the underserved, and they're doing exactly the same with school, because we have to go back to our community to help. We have to go back to our foundation, and that's exactly what they are doing. It's not easy to say you want to do all of that with everything going on now in the country, but saying you want to do that, you want to help your community, and where do you start from? From the children. When you empower the children, you empower the future.
It's one man that has never changed all the years that I've known him. He takes people's problems as his own problem. I mean, he doesn't solve everyone's problem, but then again, it's an enigma. It's just one in a million, man. The guy is different. He's unique, man. Continue to be who you are, and I pray that Almighty God will continue to bless you, lift you up, and promote you.
An amazing human being. He's a role model. Is that what you call the epitome of goodness? That is who the celebrant is.
As we celebrate T-Ball and the courageous initiative that is Adopt a School initiative, we are reminded that stepping onto the 5th floor is a joy that arrives with a burning urge to change the status quo, to give back, to give voice to hope, and a platform for positive impact and educational development. Congratulations. Adasi indeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
It feels good to be loved and supported. Congratulations to a trailblazer. Now, come, let's delve in together as our next event explores artistry, mystery, and a hidden story behind hieroglyphics. Is it something you're familiar with? Let's see.
In the heart of Abuja, Nigeria, celebrated master artist Tola Wewe presents a profound exploration of womanhood in his latest exhibition, Hieroglyphics of Womanhood. With over 65 stunning works on display, this exhibition seeks to honor women as the mirror of society, their beauty, strength, and resilience captured in each brush stroke and sculpture.
Generally speaking, all the works I'm exhibiting eulogize women. They celebrate women. And this particular one is titled, If You Don't. I'm just trying to talk about how the society treats women. I love the woman, not just women. The woman, the real woman. This is a real woman. She has been abused. She's ready to fight. She's fighting for her. You can see the eyeballs are red. She's determined. That is the spirit in the African woman. Determined woman, hardworking woman, abused woman. So I am just celebrating womanhood with this painting.
Known as the Picasso of Africa, Tola Wewe's creation transcends mere aesthetics. Each piece reflects the spirit of womanhood, celebrating women not only as individuals, but as embodiment of culture, history, and the pulse of society itself.
if you look at the works of art, they're colorful, they show strength, they show different physical attributes of the woman. They show her eyes, her silhouettes, different parts of her body. But the focus is not really on physical, but an expression of the depths of a woman. When you talk about the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world, and that's just the story of a woman. She's mysterious, and there's so many parts to her. They show strength, resilience, beauty, perception, wisdom. It's all embodied in womanhood. And this is what Chief Tolawewe tries to express in his works of art.
If you look at the terracotta pieces that I present here today, they are like hieroglyphics. They are like writings of ancient times. I used clay and I used the open firing system, terracotta pieces. So I combine both the terracotta pieces and my paintings in acrylic together to form the title of the exhibition.
There's this approach to the works that also make them to stand out. He has this childlike approach to painting, and that informs us of the cradle of human existence. So woman is the beginning, and so to say, anything that's associated with womanhood should be stemming out of the beginning, which should take us back to, as a matter of fact, creating like children.
This particular exhibition is the hieroglyphics of womanhood, and basically what it is extolling the virtues of the African woman, their tenacity, their hard work, their perseverance, their industry, in all together put together in the form of exhibition and art, and artwork. And I must give kudos to Chief Tolawewe, because he's been at this for a very long time. These are people that we should always remember in this country that have represented the country well, especially in the art industry, both locally and abroad.
In celebrating womanhood, Tolawewe's hieroglyphics of womanhood doesn't just display art. It transforms the gallery into a sacred space where the beauty, resilience, and wisdom of women are immortalized for all to witness. Here, every canvas, every sculpture, every color becomes a tribute to the strength of women, a reflection of society, and a powerful reminder of the role women play in shaping our world.
Creativity is often magnetic, an amazing world that celebrates inspiring works and people. Now, let's move from the ancient past to a very present and ongoing conversation that has the capacity to shape and energize experiences. The groundbreaking conference on women in politics, as we listen to the voices, learn of the challenges and successes.
Women are actively involved in the politics of life and governance, harnessing their innate ability to unify, integrate families, community, and regions. Many agree that women have come a long way, but opine that it is quite some distance to cover.
Nigeria have produced so many brilliant women in the past years, in the past decades, and so therefore I would say we are already together. Now, there's no individual that does not need a push. So we now, as women, we are in a place where we need a push. And that is why we are championing, supporting, clapping for the bill of reserved seats for women.
Women must learn to hold their own, hold your head high,
Know that you matter. Know that you are what, have a self-worth. And know that nobody can give you love if you don't love yourself. You are the first person to provide love and harmony and happiness for yourself before anybody can, So when you know that, and you know that the power, you can only be the one to relinquish your power to somebody else. If you understand that the power is yours and nobody can take it from you, then you hold your head up.
Train a Woman and You Train a Nation emphasizes that education is a primary tool to inspire confidence, ability, determination, focus, and tenacity in women, especially now.
There's no society that is without women, because they are the birth or the foundation for every society that there is. So any given opportunity that I have to show support and solidarity with them in achieving their desired targets, I'm always up for it.
Nigeria as a country, we have a lot of cultures, beliefs, religion, and backgrounds that actually serve as a barrier to young women, in achieving what they actually want to achieve. First of all, there are some cultures in Nigeria that don't encourage young ladies or young women to go to school. So without this education, it is a barrier on its own, because they are not able to meet up with their dreams, their choice, and what they want to be.
Nigeria boasts a high number of women in politics, burgeoning into appointments in private and public sectors, governors, and other key areas of development. In spite of this, as a woman leader, she believes that as soon as there is a stable synergy incorporating digitization, information, technology, and artificial intelligence, a lot more will be achieved.
Women should forgive, women should love, women should know that we as women cannot be held bound unless we are meant to understand that we should be held bound. So who has made you to understand that you should be held bound when you can actually explore and spring out together in unity and oneness and make a difference and get there together?
To all my fellow women out there, don't ever let anybody tell you that you're less of who you are or that you cannot do it. You must grab the bull by the horn and squeeze it as hard as you can. Bulge into that door and don't look back, because if they can do it, we can do it better.
Generally, it is agreed that unity is necessary amongst women, increased educational support, as well as continued mentoring. What about you, and you, and you? Perhaps if we align more in terms of sacrifice for national growth, Nigerian women will make greater impact on the continent and in the world.
You've been very decisive discussion.
A very powerful reminder of how continued dedication, resilience, and attention to detail can unify us more than ever before. It was a wow, exciting and moving at the same time. Many didn't want the evening to end. Eventually, it wrapped, but not until you get to be part of this blissful impact.
The city of Abuja was transformed as worshippers gathered to experience an evening with renowned gospel artist Moses Bleed. Held at Chida Event Center, the Bliss experience lived up to its reputation, drawing fans and worshippers from across the nation's capital. The night kicked off with high praise, setting a joyful tone for an inspiring worship. Moses Bliss led the audience through a selection of his hit songs, including Too Faithful, Daddy Wey Dey Pamper. His powerful performance left an impact on every soul in attendance. The audience sang, danced, and worshipped, creating a shared experience that left everyone feeling recharged and inspired. The event also featured special appearances from notable artists including Oyo Lawrence, Prosper Chinma, each bringing their unique style and spirit to the stage. The collaboration added even more depth and excitement. Indeed, it was a night of worship and a reminder of the power of music that brings people together.
It is going to be quite challenging to say which event I enjoyed the most or which made the most impact. I will leave that to you to finalize. Now you know not to miss Social Log on the NTA. I am Anita Shelong, and I look forward to spending time with you soon. Bye for now.
Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Art and craft is life itself. It is the way we perceive the world around us and how we appreciate it. Art is an outlet for our inner self. It is a bridge that links gaps in our society and also between nations and continents. Nigerians have indeed come a long way in the domain of arts and craft. Paintings, sculptures, beadwork, mixed media, and various forms of creativity have become a form of self-expression and a medium to portray our rich and diverse culture.
Arts and crafts is a way of communicating our rich cultural heritage to those that do not know us. It defines who we are. 2, it assists to adorn our homes and offices. And they are so precious to those that appreciate them in a way that when you want to give somebody very important to you in the diplomatic corps a gift, you and I will not think of going for the most expensive linen, imported material. No. We will think of, oh, let's look for something unique. Let's think of arts and craft.
Globally, the arts and craft sector is a billion-dollar industry. In Nigeria, it provides means of livelihood for the affluent and the common man. Salisu Abubakar is a painter in the FCT. He has been at his craft for over 8 years.
I paint on canvas, and I also use different materials for painting. You can see like this one is Ankara I'm putting here. Here is net. We use different things to create knitting. For now, our people are trying, mostly on paintings. They do come for paintings.
COVID-19 has affected many businesses adversely.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. I'm Nancy Godi Angonihu. First, the headlines. President Tinubu back in Abuja from Riyadh after attending joint Arab-Islamic summit on the Middle East. Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria seal agreement with Dangote Refinery to lift petroleum products. Plus, Africa launches implementation plan of integrated strategy on meteorology at COP29. Now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu is back in Abuja after attending the extraordinary Joint Arab-Islamic Summit in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which focused on the current situation in the Middle East. The presidential airplane touched ground at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport at about 8 p.m. Tuesday. The president was received on arrival by a delegation of top government functionaries led by the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila. The president joined other heads of state and government of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, and the League of Arab States who attended the one-day summit. At the summit on Monday, President Tinubu called for an end to Israeli aggression in Gaza, acknowledging that the conflict has persisted for far too long, inflicting immeasurable suffering, and expressed deep concern on the humanitarian conditions in Gaza. Reiterating Nigeria's call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, President Tinubu affirmed the country's support for a two-state solution where both Israeli and Palestinians can coexist in security and dignity. He called for the establishment of a dedicated secretariat to implement the resolutions of the summit and urged the leaders to mandate our select heads of government to canvass support globally and oversee the implementation of the summit's resolutions. After the summit, President Tinubu also had an audience with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Details of their discussions are yet to be known. Now, the Saudi Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman Abdulaziz, has assured Nigerians of support to its economic reforms programs. The Crown Prince gave the assurance when he and President Bola Tinubu met on Monday in Riyadh on the sidelines of the Joint Arab-Islamic Summit.
Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, in a statement says the two leaders explored potential areas for cooperation, particularly oil and gas, agriculture, infrastructure, and the constitution of the Saudi-Nigeria Business Council. It stated that Nigeria wants an agreement with the Saudi government over a proposed $5 billion bilateral trade facility between the two countries. The Saudi Agricultural and Livestock Investment Company invested $1.24 billion in 2022 to acquire 35.43% stake in Olma Agri, one of Nigeria's leading agricultural firms. The Crown Prince commended President Tinubu's economic reforms, noting similarities to his steps to strengthen Saudi Arabia's stability and developments when he became Prime Minister. He also assured Nigeria of his support and promised to motivate his team to realize the various areas of partnership discussed at the meeting. Special Advisor to the President.
African countries at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, Tuesday launched an implementation plan of the integrated strategy on weather forecasting, with hopes that the continent's capacity to report early warnings and action will prevent loss of lives before disasters occur. Charles Alpha reports from the African Pavilion in Baku.
Early and accurate weather forecasting, getting the right and early data preparedness. These delegates from Ghana, Nigeria, the Gambia, among others, think can help save lives and prevent a catastrophic impact of climate change. The implementation plan, they believe, will promote technological transfer, invest in meteorological infrastructure, and empower nations to effectively monitor weather climate situations as well as water levels.
A very good strategy which will allow us, in terms of a continent, to work directly with our member states and elaborate their own national meteorology.
Most African weather infrastructure, they believe, is either obsolete or dilapidated, and implementing this plan will depend largely on stable power system to foster uninterrupted early warning reporting.
Over the last year, if you look at it, 90% of the energy investments went into other places, geographies other than Africa. And Africa, in countries like Africa that we have, where more than half the population today lives. They struggle without being able to have the same thing that he said, the access. So one of those things we have looked at is the root cause of this problem.
Adequate, accurate and timely weather reporting by the Meteorological Agency all around Africa, the African Union and I've done a part. The organizers of this event at the African Pavilion say it can't happen without leveraging renewable energy. It means that when there is no stable power supply, this Meteorological Agency can't do accurate data forecasting. And so there has to be a gradual move from unstable power supply to renewable energy to be able to save life and monitor the climate change that we all are experiencing today. From Baku, Azerbaijan, Charles Alpha, NTA News.
And United Nations Climate Chief Simon Stale says global action on climate change will endure despite the re-election of Donald Trump, just as UK Prime Minister urges a step up on private capital green investments. Kolo Mohammed reports.
Previously, President-elect Donald Trump pledged to withdraw from the Paris Agreement on climate change mitigation. To this effect, UN Climate Chief Simon Stale says his re-election as president will not deter the endurance of global climate action. At the COP29 climate conference, different global leaders made cases either for or against continued exploration and usage of fossil fuel, believed to be the major causative agent of climate change globally. While the UK Prime Minister urges gas emission cuts by 81%, Azerbaijan President Aliyev rejects oil criticism at the opening of COP29.
Climate investment must flow to where it's needed most to save and improve lives and livelihoods of billions of people all around the world. Enabling every country to take strong climate action is 100% in all countries' interests, even the largest and wealthiest.
London, of course, is one of the world's greatest financial centres. It's already playing an important part in scaling up green finance. I want us to be bolder, and I see London as the green finance capital of the world.
To accuse us that we have oil is the same like to accuse us that we have more than 250 sunny days a year in Baku. Countries should be judged by other criteria. For instance, level of unemployment. In Azerbaijan, it is 5.4%.
In his view, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres says nations at the COP29 summit must reach a deal that does not leave poor countries empty-handed in their fight against climate change. Kolo Mohammed, NTA News.
The war in Ukraine has been the major part of divergent international discourse for a long time. A European Union diplomat chief in Poland says Europe must support Ukraine when Donald Trump takes over office. And Russian members of parliament pass law banning propaganda of childless lifestyles. Kolo Mohammed again reports.
European Union diplomatic chief Josep Borrell says nobody knows what President-elect Donald Trump's plans are concerning Ukraine, other than that, whatever the scenario, Europe must have a response. The EU foreign policy chief reassures Ukraine of European support as the rest of the world prepare for the second coming of Donald Trump as U.S. president. His victory in the 2024 U.S. presidential election made Ukraine and Europe anxious that Trump could end Washington's support for Ukraine's fight against Russia's invasion.
We cannot continue saying we will support Ukraine without having an agreement that this will be done in any scenario. We cannot be in the situation where the US act and the Europeans react. We have to take our own responsibility.
The question before us is whether we improve Ukraine's negotiating position by sustaining her through next year, or we fail to do that. And future history of this continent may depend on the answer to that question.
In other news, Russian members of parliament in the Duma lower house vote in favor of controversial legislation banning propaganda of remaining childless. The latest measure targeting what Moscow depicts as Western liberal ideas facing an aging population and low birth rates. Moscow is seeking to reverse demographic slump that threatens its economic future. Kolom Muhammad, NTA News.
The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has raised concerns about the emergence of new diseases affecting livestock in the region. This concern was expressed during the 10th annual meeting of the Regional Animal Health Network under ECOWAS holding in Abuja. Musa Baba Aliyu reports.
Livestock plays a crucial role in the social and economic well-being of people and governments across West and Central Africa. In some countries within West Africa, livestock contribute up to 40% of the gross domestic product's GDP. According to records from the ECOWAS Agriculture Department, the region is home to approximately 70 million head of cattle, 260 million sheep and goats, 14 million pigs, 4 million camels, as well as millions of culture fish and various short-cycle animals such as snails and rabbits.
Despite this considerable potential, animal resources development in general and livestock agriculture in particular is impeded by several challenges, including inadequate human resources, resulting in many instances from an inadequate organizational structure.
In light of these challenges, the focus of the 10th national meeting is to foster collaboration in addressing the issues that have been identified. Participants from both West and Central Africa have actively discussed the obstacles posed by the insufficient number of veterinary doctors in several member countries. Nigerian Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Mukhtar Maiha, emphasized the government's readiness to collaborate with neighboring countries, including Cameroon and Chad, to tackle challenges related to transhumance and animal health.
As we seek to enhance the prospects for veterinary services in our region, we must prioritize 1. Investing in education and continuous professional development, attracting, retaining, and deploying talents, promoting public-private partnerships, leveraging technology for improved service delivery.
President of the ECOWAS Commission, Omar Tauri, in a message, raised concerns over the ongoing killing and slaughtering of donkeys in the region. He urged member countries to implement regulations governing the trade of donkeys and their byproducts, highlighting the species' impending threat of extinction. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
As fighting continues to rage in Sudan, a new resolution calling for a ceasefire will soon be tabled to the United Nations Security Council. Council members are currently negotiating a draft resolution proposed by the United Kingdom and Sierra Leone. Following initial deliberations with the Council's permanent members, the UK circulated a zero draft to all Council members on 8 November. Reports say the draft notably calls for the Adria border crossing with Chad to remain open for aid deliveries. A 3-month approval given by Sudanese authorities for the UN and aid groups to use the border crossing to reach Darfur is due to expire in mid-November. The draft resolution demands that the Rapid Support Force immediately halts its offensives throughout Sudan and the warring parties immediately cease hostilities. The latest UN resolution comes as rights group Human Rights Watch called for an international force to protect civilians amid reports that the RFS has killed dozens of civilians and committed widespread rapes during a rampage in East Central Sudan between October 20 and 25. Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu, represented by the Vice President's wife Nana Kashim Shettima, inaugurated the Chief Habitat Mogaji ICT Center at the Mariam Babangida Center for Women Development. The center, dedicated to women's empowerment through digital literacy and skills training, is not only a major stride towards bridging the technology gap, but also a posthumous tribute to Chief Habitat Mogaji, a revered figure and beacon of hope for Nigerian women, especially those at the grassroots. Patricia Esamiluba reports.
With this, the advocacy for the advancement of Nigerian women came alive once again, as through the center, dreams and opportunities will light the way forward for women across Nigeria. The First Lady represented underscored the commitments of the Tinubu's administration to equip women with essential digital skills. As such, the ICT Center will serve as a powerful resource for Nigerian women, offering training in digital literacy, business management, and entrepreneurial development.
As we honor her memory by naming the ICT block after her, we pay tribute to her.
She has lived a life of excellence, she's lived a life of service, and she has empowered and served many people. And I think this should serve as a lesson for all of us, an inspiration for all of us, so that we can continue to, in her legacy also impact in lives.
Chief Felicia Sani, National President, Market Men and Women Association of Nigeria, who worked closely with Chief Mogaji, testified to her relentless advocacy for women's rights and economic empowerment.
That woman united all the market women. I traveled with her to 36 states of Nigeria. Even I went to Maiduguri with her.
In recognizing Chief Habibat Mogaji posthumously, the Director General of Mariam Babangida National Center for Women Development, Asabe Vilita Bashir, said the center is to inspire future generations of women, reminding them that the path to progress and self-sufficiency is within reach.
What Chief late Mama Habibat Mogaji has done is something that we need to keep on reminding women that they should emulate her. And one way we can do this part of documentation, we are building all our buildings in the center are named after women that have really excelled in their field of endeavor.
Chief Habibat Mogaji's legacy of advocacy for women's rights and opportunities in commerce is set to inspire a new generation, ensuring that every woman, regardless of background, has the tool to thrive in the digital world. In Abuja, Patricia Esamiluba, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. More reports when we return after the break.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel. And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
The newly sworn-in governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has promised to run an all-inclusive government in the interest of all. He gave the assurance shortly after he and his deputy, Dennis Idahosa, were administered oath of office as governor and deputy, respectively, by the Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okumbowa. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu, led some APC governors and chieftains to the event.
The Samuel Ogbomodia Stadium played host to an array of guests who trooped out to witness the historic event.
And that I will devote myself, to the service and welfare of the people of Nigeria, So help me God.
The governor rode in a motorcade to inspect the guard of honor mounted by a detachment from the Nigerian Police, Nigerian Correctional Service, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps before taking the guard of honor salute. In his inaugural speech, the governor appreciated the people of the state for their support assuring to govern in the fear of God. He said his administration will address insecurity, provide employment, address road infrastructure, and give priority to workers' welfare. He also promised to set up a panel of inquiry to unravel the reasons behind the refusal to inaugurate 14 members of the State Assembly in 2016.
We shall implement programs carefully outlined in my 5-point agenda. We will be firm in dealing with criminals and improve the security of our land so that farming and other business will flourish again. Our traditional institutions shall be given the necessary support to play their roles as custodians of our rich cultural heritage.
In his goodwill message, President Bola Tinubu, represented by his vice, Kashim Shettima, urged the governor and the deputy to remain focused and rule the people in the fear of God, describing the victory as collective success.
The journey before us transcends partisan lines. We need a united front in the service to our people. And no political party has managed its affairs with greater unity and purpose than the APC since we took charge. I am proud that Edo State has chosen such men to lead the charge forward.
With this development, Senator Monday Okpebholo becomes the 6th democratically elected governor of Edo State since creation in 1991. In Benin, Goodluck Inaini, NTA News.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has extended heartfelt congratulations to Senator Monday Okpebholo on his inauguration as governor of Edo State. In a message, President Tinubu urged Governor Okpebholo to work diligently to enhance the living standards of the people of Edo State and make a significant impact during his tenure. Reflecting on the transition, President Tinubu noted that after 8 years under Obaseki's administration, Edo State is rejoining the ranks of the All Progressives Congress. He emphasized the importance of Governor Okpebholo, justifying the confidence placed in him and the APC while fostering true democracy and effective governance in the state. In addition, President Tinubu commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for the successful conduct of the Edo governorship election and encouraged the commission to strive for even greater excellence in the upcoming Ondo governorship election scheduled for November the 16th, 2024. The House Committee on Pension has pledged to initiate reforms that will address gaps and eliminate corruption in pension management and administration in Nigeria. During an oversight visit to the headquarters of the National Pension Commission in Abuja, Chairman House Committee on Pension Hussaini Jallo urged the Commission to step up scrutiny of the operations of pension fund administrators towards achieving a robust, efficient and effective pension scheme.
Over the years, our pension system has faced challenges related to inefficiency, corruption, delayed payment, underfunding, and lack of inclusivity. Pensioners complain of difficulty assessing pension payment and the inadequacy of monthly payments. The current provision for the access to only 25% of pension funds upon fulfillment of statutory requirements is deemed insufficient. Therefore, reforming the pension system is crucial to ensure that retirees live with their dignity and that workers have confidence in the system.
I expect this to continue in a routine manner going forward, where we are working cordially together and the committee brings issues to you so that you can partner with us and resolve those issues.
The lawmakers also requested PENCON to look into the concerns of organizations seeking to exit the contributory pension scheme with a view to addressing sundry challenges. Reducing housing deficit and providing decent and affordable housing for Nigerians require a deliberate action policy of government. This conscious effort is part of the decision taken by the House Committee on Housing and Habitat during an oversight visit to the Federal Housing Authority in Abuja. Francis Udojo reports.
Going by a surging housing deficit estimated to be 28 million in 2023, a deliberate action is required by government, ministries and agencies saddled with the responsibility of providing shelter to Nigerians to tackle. FHA is a leading agency saddled with this responsibility, despite challenges of obsolete enabling laws, cumbersome land acquisition process and compensation, as well as inadequate funding. The managing director of FHA, Oyetunde Ojo, says the agency has grown its IGR from 4 million to 8 billion naira in 6 months. This development, he noted, has resulted to the ongoing plan to construct 200 housing units each in 36 states of the Federation, with land already acquired in 17 states.
Our deadline is even to deliver by December next year. We are not building Ganjatic building. We know what the people want. It's not just building the houses, then you are telling Nigerians 2-bedroom to come and pay 20 million. Nobody can get that money. Let's be honest with ourselves. So we will, with the help of the committee, also be doing some kind of social housing scheme.
Chairman, House Committee on Housing and Habitat, Abdulmumin Jibril, described progress made in the agency as unprecedented. He assured Nigerians of the commitment of the legislative arm to implement policies that will provide financial muscle and reposition the housing agency to deliver on its mandate.
We commend him very well. We have confidence that he is going to restore the lost glory of the Federal Housing Authority. We'll do everything we can from our legislative powers to return federal housing to budgetary line.
FHA, established in 1993, was created with the mandate of providing housing to low and medium-scale earners, especially civil servants. Francis Udojo, NTA News.
Lawmakers and other stakeholders in the education sector are in agreement that the Students' Loan Initiative of the federal government should be strengthened in terms of spread and institutional presence across the 6 geopolitical zones. This is to allow for easy accessibility by beneficiaries. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports.
This roundtable is among series of engagements to further ensure that the newly created Nigeria Students' Loan Fund makes desired impact. Among issues discussed here are inclusivity and avoiding duplication in view of other existing education scholarship programs of the federal government.
It was done in order to facilitate and ensure a value addition to the educational sector of Nigeria, because it will reduce the burden.
So we are using data in line with global best practice. And we're also trying to be sure that align with the policies of the Ministry of Education. Because the last thing we want to do is give loans to people who don't have the prerequisites to enter an institution. And then down the line, they can't pay because an employer says, you don't have this.
We should not look at this loan as a gift. The loans are for anybody that's qualified. Our loans to our students must also be checked in such a way that there is hope of reform.
The meeting stressed that financial literacy with regards to responsible credit behavior is key to sustainability. In another development, the Senate Committee on Science and Technology has convened an interactive session as it seeks legal backing for the National Science and Technology Development Agency in Enugu. Chairman of the committee, Senator Iyaba, said the project, created through a decree in 1971, seeks to further improve research in the sector. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
It's time to take another break on the news. Stay with us.
Did you know that President Bola Tinubu has approved the suspension of import duties and tariffs on rice, maize, and other essential food items? The President has also approved the suspension of import duties on pharmaceutical raw materials and equipment. This will help bring down the prices of food and drugs across the country. All hands are on deck to ensure that things get better for all Nigerians. This is the renewed hope.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
The federal government is working towards establishing a National Research and Innovation Council, NRIC, and the National Research Fund, NRF, to drive the development and commercialization of research and innovation across Nigeria. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, announced this during a high-level policy dialogue aimed at fortifying national research and innovation funding structures. Using Nigeria as a model for West Africa, Justin Bemunyi was there.
The three-day conference brought together a diverse group of stakeholders from across sectors, all focused on creating a sustainable framework to support research and innovation in Nigeria. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, highlighted that this move is a major milestone in the country's journey towards launching both the National Research and Innovation Council, NRIC, and National Research Fund, NRF, which are pillars of a vision that could revolutionize Nigeria's scientific landscape and align with the government's development goals.
President Tinubu has already approved an interministerial committee under the Office of the Vice President, working diligently on a draft Executive Council memo for the establishment of National Research Fund. This committee composed of representatives from various key ministries and stakeholders is tasked with creating a robust framework for these initiatives to strive.
Professor Nicholas Ozo, Executive Director of the African Technology Policy Studies Network, ATPS, called on the government to speed up the creation of the NRIC and NRF, stressing the urgency of incorporating research and innovation into Nigeria's development agenda.
So the councils are responsible for funding, providing funding, or looking for funds that will support research and innovation development within the ecosystem of innovation.
This is not available in Nigeria currently,
So what we are trying to do is to sensitize all stakeholders, government, industry, academia, everybody, that we need to have a national research fund that will be supporting research, whether private, public sector, everybody.
The dialogue drew a diverse audience, including representatives from UNESCO, 80 peers, and African University of Science and Technology, AUST, members of Nigeria's National Assembly, academia, private sector leaders, and international partners, all joining in a collective effort to shape the future of research in Africa. Justin Bemunyi, NTA News.
Now, arising from lessons learned from the outcome of some industrial disputes involving government agencies and their employees, efforts at familiarizing state councils in Nigeria with the current thinking in industrial courts jurisprudence are in full swing. Correspondent Mina Daniels reports that Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, was at a capacity building held in that regard.
It is common practice that friction sometimes occurs in the workplace, either between employers and their employees or among members of labor unions and trade associations. Efforts at seeking solutions to such industrial disputes gave rise to the establishment of the National Industrial Court of Nigeria in 2006. Since then, it has adjudicated on many industrial disputes, notably cases instituted by the National Union of Electricity Employees as well as ASU, all against the federal government. But government as respondents in some of such cases filed by aggrieved workers sometimes lost their cases due to what was ascribed to the inability of litigators to adequately understand the current thinking in industrial court jurisprudence.
And if the principle is that federal causes should go to a federal court, why should we complain if item 34 is removed and singled out and a special court is made for that purpose?
Addressing this challenge, Attorney General and Minister of Justice says adoption of international best practices and approach to labor-related disputes is the new order.
The role of National Industrial Court, therefore, is very critical to our national interests and has the responsibility not only to resolve labor disputes, but also shape the environment in which workers and employers can coexist productively.
Arising from this workshop in Abuja for state councils, they are expected to utilize the critical insights gained to provide winning arguments in support of government's standpoint in industrial and labor matters. In Abuja, Mina Daniels, NTA News.
The military has reassured Nigerians of its commitment to securing the country and urged the citizens against fake news. The Chief of Defense Staff gave the assurance while receiving the President of Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, Dr. Ikene Liaku, at the Defense Headquarters. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa was there.
They are officials and members of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations at the Defense Headquarters to deliberate on critical national issues. Of concern to the Chief of Defense Staff are the emerging security threats in parts of the country, ongoing efforts to combat the threats, and the non-kinetic nature of the nation's security challenges.
Whatever the military is doing is just 20-25% of the solution. 75% is non-kinetic. It has to do with good governance, fairness, justice, equity. If these things are missing, whatever we're doing will just be running in cycles. Social media is also creating its own challenges. Now there's a lot of fake news, false news. I think it's important that we find a way that if there are things people can verify.
The president of the institute, who commended the recent clean bill given to the military by a panel of inquiry on alleged human rights abuse, stressed that the institute preaches respect, value reorientation, and national cohesion.
The Nigerian Human Rights Commission presented their reports that gave the Nigerian military a clean bill, that you have not been abusing your operations and so on. That is very important to us, because if you recall where that report came from and what it was intended to do, it was meant to damage the credibility of the Nigerian armed forces.
The delegation also condoled with the Chief of Defense Staff, Armed Forces, and Nigerians over the demise of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taurid Lagbaja. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Climate change adaptation strategies such as climate-resilient crop varieties and digital tools for early weather alerts, which are crucial for protecting food systems in an unpredictable environment, are some of the issues the 2024 Nigerian Society of Engineers Annual Conference will look at. President and Chairman in Council of the body, Margaret Aino Oguntola, disclosed this at the briefing in Abuja, and Herman Jabani witnessed it all.
The 2024 Nigerian Society of Engineers Conference, which will focus on sustainable engineering solutions to food security and climate change, will seek to address issues central to the nation's future, showcasing innovative engineering solutions to the challenges facing Nigeria's food security and climate resilience. It will explore advancement in agricultural machinery, such as automated tractors and precision seeders, to boost productivity, effective irrigation system powered by sensor-based technologies, along with renewable energy solutions like mini-grid solar installation that foster energy dependence for rural farmers.
This event is not just a conference, but a stage set for high-impact collaborations where Nigeria's future in climate resilience, food security, and engineering innovation will be shaped. In the face of challenges and opportunities alike, your participation is essential as we shape Nigeria's pathway to a resilient, sustainable future.
The conference will also look at post-harvest innovation, including solar power storage and mobile cold chain solutions to minimize food loss across agricultural value chain. The president said in the last year, the body was able to empower engineers with digital and agricultural skills for the future, prioritize safety and resilience of Nigeria's engineering workforce, boosting rural development through the NSE's entrepreneurship and farming hub, among other things. Hamman Jabani, NTA News.
331 students from various academic fields have been selected for the one-year NLNG Human Capital Basic Development Program tagged Train 7 project. The program aims to empower young adults to be self-employed and also help them navigate the challenges of daily living. Ifoma Omesa has more. We'll bring you details of this story in our subsequent bulletins. We take a break now. More reports when we come back.
Did you know that President Bola Tinubu has approved the suspension of import duties and tariffs on rice, maize, and other essential food items for months? The president has also approved the suspension of import duties on pharmaceutical raw materials and equipment. This will help bring down the prices of food and drugs across the country. All hands are on deck to ensure that things get better for all Nigerians. This is the renewed hope.
The National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, says the scheme will continue to strengthen its mobilization process for effective service delivery. Director General of the NYSC, Brigadier General Yushao Ahmed, stated this at the 2024 Batch C pre-mobilization workshop in Abuja with key stakeholders of Corps producing institutions across the country. Olainka Ojo reports.
It's a wrong imputation of name and graduation year discrepancies.
The change of date of birth. We discovered that some of them, the dates with which they came into the school may change. And then we will say, no, we won't register you until it is rectified.
When there are new changes in NYSC, I will have pleaded that they give more time for institutions to adjust to those changes.
Even though there has been an impressive performance that has led to great reduction in the challenges of the mobilization process, so much is still required in the area of fraudulent enrollment of unqualified persons.
As we approach another batch of NYSC mobilization, amidst challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, we must continue to address the contemporary issues.
With a theme that resonates deeply with the aspirations of the national vision, Director General of the NYSC, Brigadier General Yusuf Ahmed, urged participants to provide solutions to observed challenges.
Management remains committed at ensuring that right things are done at all times, from the beginning to the end of the mobilization processes.
It's an opportunity to share best practices, employ new ideas, and collaborate on strategies that will enhance the effectiveness of NYSC program.
Resolutions at the end of the workshop are expected to shape future engagements of the NYSC. Olainka Ojo, NTA News.
It's time for us to take our last break. Stay with us. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Ademoyega Oyetola, says Nigeria is blessed with 853 kilometers coastline and 10,000 kilometers of waterways and natural resources. These, he noted, underscore the need for a comprehensive national fisheries and aquaculture policy to harness the identified resources for sustainable economic development. Vivian Ezadife reports. The federal government has barred licensed flight crew members from operating multiple airlines in Nigeria. The acting director general of the NCAA, Captain Chris Najomo, in a statement says the agency finds that pilots and other crew members render services to different airlines, describing the act as illegal and posing safety risks. He urged pilots and all those concerned to abide by the rules and standards to enhance safety in the aviation industry. Ebonyi State Commander of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has sealed a site at Umuachara in Ebonyi local government area of Ebonyi State, where suspected petroleum products are illegally refined. Chinaza John reports that 2 suspects linked to the illegal deal were also arrested at the site.
The raid was made possible through a tip-off by residents of the area when a truck loaded with petroleum products entered the site to offload its contents. The suspects were in the process of discharging the petroleum products into 3 GP surface tanks when men of the NSCDC reportedly arrived at the site.
Refined products. Yes.
The Ebonyi State Commandant of the NSCDC, Francis Nnadi, while parading the suspects, says the command under his watch is out against all saboteurs of the nation's commonwealth. He commended the timely intelligence report that led to the arrest of the suspects in the densely populated residential area.
Based on intelligence, my men were able to arrest a truck probably carrying about 45,000 liters of suspected, diverted, I would say stolen now, product located within a densely populated area in Abakaliki, which is against the norm of movement of petroleum products. Of course, we all know the risk during this period that the weather is getting for the fire and everything. And then we now realized there was a place where we located, we found about 3 or 4 GP tanks with a few products by the side where they intended to actually offload this product.
The suspects denied being part of any illegal activity in the site.
I'm a site engineer. We are doing fence. So me and the woman was in that site.
and she's clearing the ground. I'm the one that is in charge of the fencing, and I have evidence, all the receipt of the materials that I bought.
It was black oil sludge. The splotch, that's black oil.
Black oil?
Yes.
However, the site has been sealed by the NSCDC while the truck and GP tanks confiscated, pending when the real owners surface for explanation on the illegal activities at the site. In Abakaliki, Chinaza John, NTA News.
Plateau State Police Command has debunked the rumor of a detonated improvised explosive device at Terminus. The Commissioner of Police, Emmanuel Adesina, debunked the rumor while assessing the area in Jos. Ndeyang and the Yabagyang reports.
The Old Jute area along Murtala Mohammed Way in Jos Metropolis is known for the heavy human and vehicular movement. However, residents and business owners around the area were sent into panic mode when it was alleged that a device suspected to be improvised explosive device was buried around the area and alerted the police.
Come this morning, we started opening shop. Not quite the interval of 1 hour. We see the bomb squad coming up, then check, then sample here. So everybody clear. So we're about to force everybody get to come move out of here.
I saw bomb squad. They came in. They started say there's something that suspecting towards this place. That's something like bomb. I said, okay, how did the thing happen? They now say we should close up shop. I will lock up our shops.
The police commissioner, accompanied by the anti-bomb squad, were at the scene where the suspected RED was buried.
This morning there was a report of a suspected hole here, as you can see, that suspected to have been planted with IED. But the EOD technicians we are immediately deployed to the scene. They dug the place and discovered that nothing was inside the place. And as you can see, there's nothing. So, and that's why I'm here, to assure members of the public that they should not be afraid.
He further assured the public of efforts to continually secure lives and property of citizens in Jos, Ndenyan, and the Abuja. NTA News.
Next is the weather prospect for Wednesday. That's the news on NTA International. Thank you for watching. I'm Nancy Godiangonehu. Bye.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel, and to
While I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
That was Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democratic candidate of the 2024 presidential election here in the United States. It was the first speech she made as she conceded to the defeat against Republican presidential candidate, former President Donald J. Trump. Hello and welcome to Our Voices. I'm Oriani Tangishaka here in Washington, D.C., a few steps from where in just 2 months, the 47th President of the United States of America will be sworn in, and that will be Donald J. Trump. It was also the 100 years later after women won the right to vote in America, according to a recent CBS News reporting. 24 women in the history of the United States have attempted to reach the Oval Office so far unsuccessfully. Thus, it's seemingly a very long journey for female candidates to see electoral parity towards the office of the presidency as they campaign against men. Why has this been so in the history of the United States of America? Today we analyze and discuss the result of the 2024 U.S. presidential election. As usual, I'm here with my colleagues, Ginny Niwa and Siminish Yakoye. Also joining us in studio is our very own White House correspondent, Anita Powell. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
I want to begin quickly with the co-host and get your reaction to the 2024 elections, and maybe you also, our viewers online. What are your thoughts on the fact that a woman did not win the presidency this 2024 in the election?
Well, I can't say she lost just because she's a woman, but I do think it's one of the factors. I mean, the fact that this country still needs to make a lot of progress when it comes to women empowerment and, equality. And the fact that the U.S. had 46 presidents and they just elected 47th one, and none of them are women, I think that speaks by itself. But if you look at the numbers, more women voted for Kamala than Trump, right? But they are less than the woman who voted for Hillary Clinton or for Biden. And for me, I think that that could be, for example, her campaign focused more on abortion to get the women voters, right? But it turned out that women were actually more worried about inflation and the economy, just like men. And also, if you think about it, she came into this race at the very last minute. She barely had time to prove herself to her voters, to the people. I think that had an effect, and also the disapproval rate of the Biden administration, which she was also part of, I think also overshadowed her. So there are multiple factors to why she might have lost, in addition to being a woman, which is also, a factor in my opinion.
Yeah. What do you think? Was it because she was a woman, America's not ready for women, or what do you think?
That was my first thought. I remember thinking, well, America do not want a woman president. But like Siminish said, there were so many factors. This year, this campaign, they know, the American people knew what they wanted. They wanted to have purchase power, economy. And I feel like President Trump was very focused on that. No matter how he was talking about it, he was very straight on. I will do this with your taxes, whatever he was saying, it was very focused. And I think abortion wasn't a very strong point to make. And America didn't know her, they knew Trump.
Correct.
They knew what to expect.
And before I go to Anita, I'm just going to quickly say what I think. I think there was three things. I think the fact that she came into the race a bit late, there was a little bit of policy flip-flop. I'm not sure if the campaign wasn't ready for her to be the nominee or whatever. There was a policy flip-flops where it wasn't clear what exactly she stood for in the beginning, before we even knew about her focusing so much on abortion. Number two was using abortion, as you said. I think that because we know that historically speaking, women are a big voting bloc in America, she went for that. But that was not what was on people's mind. Whether it be a man or women, Latinos, blacks, everybody was really focused on abortion and on the economy, and she missed that. And I think abortion was just part of something that women worry about, but not so much at the moment.
Yeah.
The last thing, you know, I grew up here, I was educated here, I learned a new word salad. I think there was a disconnect between probably what the campaign was telling her to say and what she was saying. There was a lot of word salad. I mean, she spoke a lot, but you didn't understand what she was saying. But I think she got better in the end of her campaign. So the first 2 months was really bad, I think. But she got better. She began to understand what she needed to project, and she got better, but I think it was too late.
And honestly speaking, you know, the way she jumped in at the last minute, the fact that she accepted to get into this race when she had only like 100 or something days, I think that shows her strength.
There was a lot of politics in the Democratic Party, but maybe
she got into it. She was willing to do that.
She put her hands up.
Yeah.
Let me bring in Anita Powell, who has traveled with her, who knows her a little bit more than we do. Anita, welcome to the set. Thank you so much for coming in. What do you think, Anita, happened? Why don't we have a woman president today?
So I appreciate that you're all focusing on the issues, and I do think that a lot of voters were driven by issues. But another thing I want to highlight is I think both campaigns presented radically different visions of idealized femininity. And we saw that mostly with the Trump campaign and with Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his presentation of the ideal role of women. His denigration of childless cat ladies as being less than. And also, I don't know if you remember this, but his reference to postmenopausal women and the only role that they could fill being that of childcare, unpaid childcare specifically. Whereas anybody who has performed childcare understands and knows that childcare is hard work. It's a job.
But I think we should expect that. The men are going to bring some feminist
but
stuff.
couple that, couple those, I think it's fair to call them old-fashioned beliefs, with the systemic inequalities that those are grounded in. And you mentioned that women have had the right to vote for 100 years, and I'm going to correct you on that. 1965 is when the United States passed the Civil Rights Act, which gave black women the right to vote.
But
So
white women had that right way before that, right?
But all women got the right to vote in 1965. And if we're going by the formulation of Nelson Mandela, the one man, one vote, the proverbial one man, one vote, one person, one vote, this country was not a full democracy.
But we should have had at least a white woman president, right? White women should just represent all women.
Still, women are missing from the picture.
The systemic issues that are underpinning this, that are underlying underneath this presentation of the trad wife as the idealized version of femininity and the childless cat lady as being bad and toxic, are that women make 84 cents for every dollar a man makes in the United States of America, arguably one of the most equal societies in the world. Of the balance of senators, 100 senators, 25 are women, 1/4, although women are, what, half of the population. They're also just 1/4 of representatives in the House.
Underrepresented.
And there are 8% of police officers in the United States, 12% of police officers, 8% of CEOs, yet there's no conflict or contradiction in the fact that women overwhelmingly hold arguably the most important, delicate, complicated, most undercompensated, difficult, complex, dangerous job in America, and that is school teacher. 77% of American school teachers.
We'll come back. We'll continue this conversation. So the United States is gearing up for a transfer of power, with President Joe Biden congratulating President-elect Donald Trump on his victory and Vice President Kamala Harris conceding defeat. White House Bureau Chief Patsy Wadakuswara has this report from Howard University, where Harris delivered her speech. Let's take a look.
The moment Vice President Kamala Harris conceded her defeat to President-elect Donald Trump came Wednesday afternoon at Howard University, her alma mater and election watch party venue. Unlike Trump, Harris had committed weeks ago to respect the election result. She said it's a fundamental principle of American democracy.
We owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
Earlier, Harris called to congratulate Trump and discuss the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and being a president for all Americans, her campaign said. The Trump campaign said the president-elect acknowledged Harris for her strength, professionalism, and tenacity throughout the campaign, and both leaders agreed on the importance of unifying the country. The White House said President Joe Biden called both candidates and will address the nation Thursday to discuss the election results and the transition. In her remarks, Harris sought to comfort her staff and supporters.
Only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service.
Harris' speech marked an extraordinary moment reminiscent of 2016, when another female candidate, Hillary Clinton, conceded defeat to Trump. 2,000 Harris supporters had stayed past midnight on election night Tuesday. The mood grew more somber as more and more states were called for Trump. As they watched Harris deliver her concession speech Wednesday, many were emotional.
I woke up crying. I left the rally last night crying. Now I'm feeling hopeful. I'm feeling restored. There's a long road ahead, but I feel like it's not the end of the road.
She gave us a little bit of hope to continue to work, on yourself, on your community, and to focus. And I'm actually happy the fact that she ended on that note.
The people have spoken. We need to respect that. This is democracy, and we have to keep fighting.
Trump won 292 Electoral College votes to Harris' 224. He declared victory in the early hours of Wednesday, thanking his supporters.
They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment.
Harris' concession speech marked the end of a whirlwind campaign that began when Biden withdrew from the race in June. From Howard University, Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News, Washington.
Thank you, Patsy, for that report. So, Anita, you covered Vice President Harris both here and on the continent. So I'm going to ask you this. Some critics say that in the last 4 years, she has been absent from the scene, which shows or proves that she's incompetent. As someone who knows her maybe better than, those of us here, what are your thoughts? What do you think?
So, as you mentioned, I accompanied Vice President Harris on her three-nation tour of Africa. We went to Ghana, Tanzania, and Zambia. And on each stop, this was a grueling itinerary, and on each stop we faced different issues. And she had to switch gears and talk about security in Ghana, democratization and women leadership in Tanzania, and then debt restructuring in Zambia. And my head was spinning. So to say that she doesn't have a grasp of very complex policy issues or doesn't have the capability to communicate those on behalf of the United States, I did not see that. That was not my experience seeing that. Add to that she's been to, I think, 2 or 3 Munich security conferences, which are the premier talk shops for European and global security. She's been on numerous diplomatic engagements. So in terms of outward-facing work, which we primarily cover at VOA, just the interactions with the world, no, I don't think she was uninvolved at all. I think
also, she was, district attorney. She was a senator.
Right.
So it's not
There's
new.
a lot
The
of
leadership is
positions.
not new for her, right?
Correct. But I want to bring back to the perception that people have of women in America, because we have seen 7 women president on the continent. In fact, we have 1 right now in Tanzania. And I'm thinking, Anita, perhaps society in Africa sees them as competent and all of that, so they're voting for them. In the U.S., do you think that women are perceived differently? Maybe the way they handle themselves, maybe the way they handle things. You know, why do you think that there's no election parity to bring a woman to power in the U.S.?
I mean, it's very convenient to blame women's lack of success on women, but the facts don't stand up to that. I mean, right now in the United States, women are gaining on men in terms of educational attainment at all levels. Women are still behind men in terms of educational attainment at the postgraduate level. As I mentioned, we trust women to be caretakers, to be doctors, to be teachers, to do some of the most difficult jobs, the most sensitive jobs in society. And so it doesn't really make sense that we are a society that, on the one hand, trusts women to perform surgery, to take care of our most, and I can't stress this enough, our most precious asset, which is our children.
Correct.
Right? Day to day. Most school teachers are female in the United States, as in elsewhere in the world.
Could it be because it's a global position more so than a presidential position, and then we held that to the very highest extent, or very highest, I guess, regards? That the women in America, they're not just a president, but they're also the global leader, maybe?
No, I think world leaders all have to take on that mantle, and other countries, not just African countries, have had female leaders. And, you know, to be clear, there have been female leaders who have been widely regarded as excellent, groundbreaking. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in Liberia is one whose legacy, I think, will stand up. And then there are others who are much more controversial. I'm thinking of Margaret Thatcher. I'm thinking of maybe, I don't want to get in trouble here, but like Golda Meir, for example, in Israel has a divided legacy. So on and so forth. Women are capable of being excellent leaders and also not great leaders, just like men are capable of being excellent leaders and not great leaders.
That's a good response.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Anita, for your insight on Vice President Kamala Harris. It is now time for a short break. As usual, we ask you to share your thoughts on this topic on our social media platform at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain, and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depend on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Do you think America is ready for a female president?
I don't know that they would ever be ready, but the time is ready.
I'm from the UK. We had a female leader, we've had multiple female leaders, and we're 100% behind her, in our opinion, as much as our opinion counts. And she's brilliant. I think what she stands for is solid, and to have a black woman in charge.
I just feel like she's not somebody that I can stand behind and be proud to say that I support what she believes, you know. As a single Christian woman, I believe that who we should be voting for is whoever is most in line with what the Lord wants for America.
I believe that she is about unity and that she will protect my rights as a woman, and I'm very excited to have our first female president.
I think even if they're not ready, you better get ready, because we're getting ready to show up and show out.
Welcome back to help us look deep into women's journey towards taking a seat at the table at the United States throne, which is also called the White House. We are joined here in studio by Philomena Desmond Ouagugua, the co-national chair of the Harris Waltz campaign for African diaspora in the United States of America. She is also the co-founder for the United Ethnic Women for Harris Waltz, and also to reflect on Vice President Kamala Harris' campaign strategy amid the other female heads of states around the world who have broken the glass ceiling. We have with us Dr. Cassandra Vini, Executive Director of Howard University's Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership, who is joining us via Zoom from Washington, D.C. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, let me start with Dr. Cassandra Vini. Let's begin with you. What went wrong with what some thought was going to be a historic time for a first female president in America? Dr. Desmond, can you hear me?
Let me back up and just correct one thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to back up real quickly to correct one thing that was said earlier. The Congressional Act that gave all women and all people the right to vote in this country was not the Civil Rights Act. It was the Voting Rights Act that was passed in 1965. So I just want to make sure our listeners or your listeners know that. In terms of what went wrong, I can't necessarily say something went wrong because in my opinion, I was not disappointed. I expected it. And I'll tell you why. If something were going to go wrong, then we would have to look at an electoral system that didn't exist. So what you really had was an electoral system where the president is elected by the Electoral College. And it's a situation where that particular electoral system simply did not allow her to win. So again, it's not necessarily that something went wrong, it's the nature of the beast. We all heard time and time again, and it's true. She had a narrow pathway to get to that 270 votes, and she simply was not able to get that pathway. She had to get Michigan, she had to get Pennsylvania, she had to get Wisconsin, and that simply was not viable.
I do agree with you. You do have both the electoral and the popular vote, which she didn't win. You're right.
Yeah.
So
let me ask Dr. Ms. Desmond Ouagugua, what was the Democratic campaign strategies? For example, we know that Vice President Harris was pushing the abortion agenda, but some question whether it was the best, move at all, or whether it led her to downfall. What do you say about that?
The strategy of the Democratic Party itself?
Yes, pushing abortion as the main agenda to get the woman voters.
Personally, my opinion, the abortion agenda and the LGBT agenda, to me, is obsolete. And they pushed it too much. It was, these days, women are facing their careers. There is birth control. Nobody is going to abortion clinic. They shouldn't make it their agenda. People are looking for food, employment, safety, and gender he, she, her is not working. This is a Christian nation. And most people, the African community that I come from, most of them that didn't go out to vote or voted the other way is because of that.
While human rights is important, the economy weighed more in terms of what people care about.
I think they should care about the realities of today, not the realities of the past.
Yeah. So, Dr. Cassandra, Miss Desmond, she's mentioning abortion is an issue of the past. So what advice can you give to women in America as they seek the highest position in the land?
Hello, Dr. Desmond. Dr. Cassandra, could you hear us?
The advice I would give them would be
think we might be... Yeah, I think we're having a bit of technical difficulties there.
Maybe we can pass the question to you. What do you think women should do or focus on to make sure that they end up in leadership positions?
Women should focus on family values, family issues, because focus on what they're teaching their children in school these days. Because when I found out what is being taught, you know, some people come home confused what gender they are and all that.
Because of what they're being taught?
Taught in school. This shouldn't be curriculum. They should teach them how to be astronauts, how to be doctors, lawyers, not to be how to be he, she, we, no.
Do you think diversity and a lot of the human rights topics have overshadowed other topics that are today's topics, like you said, astronaut, technology and all of that?
Yes, diversity, it depends on how you define diversity. Diversity to me is not all that is written, you know. Yeah. Also,
so you are saying the reality,
yes,
which is the economy,
what is happening now. People want to be safe in their home. People want to have jobs.
Yes.
People want to have good health care.
Yes.
Yes. People,
and I think what you're saying, that there was a disconnect.
There's a disconnect with the middle class also.
Right. That is it for today. Unfortunately, our time is not on our side. We hope the show shed light on the 2024 election result and the state of women's electability to the White House in the United States. Thanks to our guests, our very own White House correspondent, Anita Powell, and of course, Dr. Cassandra Vini, Executive Director of Howard University Center for Women, Gender and Global Leadership, and of course, Mrs. Philomena, who is here with us, Desmond Uwagugwa, National Chair of the Harris Walz Campaign for African Diaspora in the United States of America. For the latest news surrounding the U.S. presidential election, go to voa.com. Thank you so much.
Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel, and to watch
This week on Straight Talk Africa, American voters cast their ballots on Tuesday in the race for the White House. Republican former President Donald Trump is next President of the United States.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
What is a Trump presidency expected to look like? How will that play out on the world stage? And how will it affect the African continent? Straight Talk Africa starts right now. Welcome to Straight Talk Africa, coming to you from VOA headquarters in Washington, D.C. I'm your host, Vincent McCory. The American voters have spoken, and former President Donald Trump has been elected for a second term in the White House, defeating Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. Trump is the first person convicted on multiple felony counts to be elected president. Let's go now to VOA White House Bureau Chief Patsy Widakuswara in Washington for more on an unprecedented election night. Patsy was at Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris was watching the results. Hello, Patsy.
Hi there, Vincent.
Yes, now let's begin with that. What was the reaction like as the results were streaming in, and of course the trajectory was that Kamala Harris was lagging behind?
Yeah, so from the afternoon, people were starting to trickle in, and the mood was very light, very joyful.
people. There was a lot of dancing. There was music and laughter. But then as the night progresses, as more and more states were called for Donald Trump on the giant jumbotron where people were watching, the mood began to change in the Kamala Harris headquarters. So around about 10 p.m., there was definitely a lot less laughter, a lot less dancing. People had this concerned look on their faces. And when just after midnight, the campaign co-chair, Cedric Richmond, came out and said that tomorrow is another day, basically. They're still counting the votes. They're making sure that every vote counts, every voice is heard, and that Kamala Harris won't be addressing her supporters at Howard University, but she will address them here at Howard University. He said tomorrow, which is Wednesday. That's when the crowd started to disperse. That's just around about 12:15, 12:30 after midnight.
Yes, now all the reports, all the numbers as they were coming in also indicated that Vice President Kamala Harris wasn't doing as well or didn't perform as impressively in some of the Democratic strongholds. Has there been any word from his camp maybe as to what this could be attributed to?
Well, it's too early to tell at this point, and so far we have not heard anything from the Harris campaign, including what time or even whether Vice President Harris will be addressing her supporters at the Howard University, where her election night watch party was held. So you are right to point out that Harris underperformed in many areas that she was expected to perform well in. We don't know yet about the gender divide. That's going to take some time to look at. But basically, Donald Trump won pretty much all of the battleground states, and he also won quite well in terms of, keeping his support from the traditional the traditional Trump supporters. But I think he has also succeeded in expanding his base, particularly with minority voters, or Black males, Latino males. We have seen a surge of support for Donald Trump. So what this can be attributed to, I think there'll be time for the analysts to look into this and kind of figure out what happened there. But I think it is fascinating to note that Donald Trump has won the White House twice. The second time, even though he is a convicted felon and twice impeached during his first term. And on both those occasions, he won against a women candidate. 2016 against Hillary Clinton, and then 2024 against Kamala Harris. I was at the Clinton campaign headquarters when she lost to Trump at that night. I think the level of shock and surprise was even bigger at that time in 2016. But there's definitely a lot of parallels there between what happened last night at the Kamala Harris headquarters and what happened in 2016 at the Javits Center, where Clinton held her election night watch party.
And for some of our viewers, they're always curious to see at what point there is a concession speech. But we have seen some kind of, there's a history. Is it necessary? Is it always mandatory for somebody to come out and concede officially and make any speech? Or actually, they can skip that?
Well, it is an American tradition. It is an American tradition that Donald Trump himself overlooked when he lost to Joe Biden, but definitely it's part of American tradition, and it's also part of this essence of democracy that Americans hold in high regard, which is this peaceful transfer of power. Peaceful transfer of power cannot happen unless the other person says, yes, you win, and I will support you as the American president. So that tradition is important, and Harris herself has said before she has committed to a peaceful transfer of power. She has committed to accept the election results. As far as the logistics as to when she would do this and in what forum, that hasn't been confirmed yet. But there's every expectation she will give remarks to the nation today to her supporters. We are thinking that it is going to happen at Howard University because that is what her campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond said last night. But of course, nothing has been confirmed as of this point this morning.
Well, we'll wait to see. You know that some of our viewers really like to see somebody concede officially. Thank you very much, Patsy, for that report. Patsy is VOA White House Bureau Chief. Now let's go to the southern swing state of Georgia to VOA Chief National Correspondent Steve Herman. Hello, Steve. Hope you had some sleep.
Good morning from Lawrenceville, Georgia.
Thank you. Now, you know, we were very curious about how things are going to play out, especially in the swing states. Did things go according to expectations, or everything went the opposite direction?
I think they even exceeded Donald Trump's expectations. I saw a look on his face very similar to 2016 when he came out. It's like, can you believe that this really happened? Perhaps even his strongest backers and his team thought, okay, we'll sort of squeak by. The polls are very, very close. Although Trump, of course, publicly yesterday was saying that the numbers look good. And about that, he was exactly right. It certainly exceeded expectations. But as some of the pollsters are pointing out, there was that margin of error, you know, plus or minus 3%. So it was really around the margins. But what is really remarkable is essentially, you know, he has taken almost every one of the swing states. We're still waiting for the official results from Arizona and Nevada, the Sun Belt. But he lost Georgia, obviously, or won Georgia. Kamala Harris lost Georgia. And the blue wall crumbled. Disappeared, and maybe I don't think anybody's going to be talking about the blue wall for the Democrats 4 years from now or 8 years from now.
Yeah. Now, Steve, you know, this is a question I'll bring up again and again. The polls, they were predicting a really tight race, but when you look at how the numbers were coming in, as you say, the blue wall crumbled. So what does that tell us about polling?
Well, I think that we have seen consistently that the polling has underestimated Donald Trump's strength. In 2016, these were referred to as shy voters who did not want to tell pollsters that they were going to support Donald Trump. The Kamala Harris camp thought the opposite might happen this time, that there were women who were secretly going to support Trump, even though their husbands were adamant Trump supporters because of the reproductive rights issues and things like that. But obviously, I mean, I would say that the polling wasn't necessarily really off. I think we'll hear more from the pollsters in the days ahead defending, you know, their surveys. Maybe there was some hurting that some of the outliers didn't want to be out there saying, oh, we think, you know, there's going to be a solid Donald Trump victory. But, you know, again, that's why we don't talk about who wins these elections until the votes are in, because time and time again, we can get very surprised by the actual results compared to the expectations.
And, you know, sometimes people get caught up in the rhetoric, but really when you go down to the real issues, the two candidates were articulating different issues. So would one say, from what you're hearing, that regardless of what we're hearing, regardless of some of the rhetoric, the issues that were more important to them counted when it came to them casting the ballot, and what were those?
Well, the number one issue was definitely the economy, concerns about inflation. The Biden administration kept saying, oh, you know, the actual numbers are looking pretty good, and we understand, we feel your pain. And so Kamala Harris, I think, got blamed for the high prices of eggs and milk and bread. And although I can tell you that gasoline here, where we're at, is under $3 a gallon. And I remember hearing analysts saying 6-8 months ago that if, at that time, Joe Biden was still the candidate, that if gasoline went to $4 a gallon, that Biden would definitely lose. So even though there has been some relief, it's not enough. And there's obviously more people in America who feel that Donald Trump is going to be a better choice than Kamala Harris for the pocketbook issues, these kitchen table issues.
Wow. Thank you very much, Steve, for that report. Steve Hammond is VOA Chief National Correspondent. Time now for a short break. We're discussing the U.S. presidential election. Use the hashtag VOA Elections or VOA Elections 2024 to follow election coverage by the Voice of America. When we return, we will continue our discussion on how the election results might affect the foreign policy of the United States. Stay with us.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
This year's U.S. election is the most important election with a global impact. And here at VOA Africa, we're dedicated to delivering to you the latest news.
voafrique.com pour une élection historique. Kamala Harris va faire face à
Donald Trump.
And Kamala Trump waxay aad hadda ugu noqonayaan gobolada la isku xiro immigration project.
Esta é uma eleição histórica nos Estados Unidos.
Nashi mafi yawan kuri'un gundumomin zaɓe wato Electoral College.
From TV programs to
radio broadcast and digital coverage, VOA Africa has been delivering accurate news and information. So stay with us for continued coverage of this country's historic election.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
Welcome back here with Straight Talk Africa. We're discussing the U.S. presidential election where VOA is projecting Donald Trump the winner. Americans faced a stark choice between the two candidates who have drastically different visions for the future. Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democratic candidate, promised to work across the aisle to tackle the economy and lead the allies on the international front. Trump is vowing to follow his America First approach that might change the engagement of the U.S. with the world. With us to provide insight on the U.S. foreign policy toward Africa and beyond, we have with us via Zoom the director of the Africa program at the Wilson Center here in Washington, Oge Onubogu. And in studio with me is the Atlantic Council Fellow at the Africa Center, Ambassador J. Peter Pham. Ambassador Pham is also a former special envoy for the Sahel and Great Lakes region of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Straight Talk Africa.
Thank you.
Now, if I may start with
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. If I may start with you, Ms. Onubogu. In terms of the foreign policy overall, you know, there are things that continue the way they are, but what are some of the issues, what are some of the areas we can expect to see a sort of a shift or an attempt to kind of reconfigure things at a time when we know there's a crisis in the Middle East, we have Ukraine war, and then, of course, we have situations in Africa?
Well, thank you.
Thank you very
Go ahead, Ms. Onubogu.
Thank you very much, Vincent, and it's a pleasure to join you this morning for this show. I think going back to your question, when it comes to the Africa continent, as we know, Africa isn't necessarily a region that has featured over time on sort of a high priority list in terms of U.S. Foreign policy. But I think over the last couple of years, we've seen more of a shift to re-strategize and rethink our approach in how we engage with the continent. I think moving forward, it would be in our best interest as the U.S. to ensure that we strengthen and we deepen our Africa policy, ensuring that it is one that is more coherent as we see the changes on the continent, as we see that there are several other partners that are involved in forming ties with different countries on the continent. It's important that we deepen and strengthen and build a coherent U.S.-Africa policy, one that isn't only focused on sort of a competition with Russia or China or other powers, but realizing that beyond Russia and China, that there are other actors too as well that are involved and partnering with African countries. So really thinking about how we build a stronger, deeper and coherent U.S.-Africa policy would be important. One of the areas where we could do this is really on our work on trade policy, really thinking about how we engage in this space. When we think about sort of our AGOA, the African Growth and Opportunity Act, that is set to expire in 2025.
Yes.
Many have referred to.
Yeah, and we will actually go into AGOA and PEPFAR a little bit in a second. But I wanted to bring in Ambassador Pham. And of course, you can also kind of, if you want to kind of chime in on the results themselves, the fact that these results have, for some, really have been very astounding.
Well, I would say they're astounding for those who live in their own echo chamber.
Yeah.
I'm very delighted at the results, and I'm not surprised, because President Trump had a message which echoed with the American people quite clearly. He's become the first Republican in 20 years to not only win, we're still counting votes, the Electoral College, but also the popular vote, currently leading Vice President Harris by 5 million votes nationally. So I think the message of the economy, as the correspondent mentioned earlier, but also immigration, border security, national security, peace through strength, and not being rolled up. So all those things, I think, were powerful messages. And he built a new coalition. This is not your grandfather or even your father's Republican Party. The exit polling from pointed to a coalition that now includes groups that formerly were not part of the Republican coalition. So we're seeing a realignment also of U.S. domestic politics that will be important as an influence on our foreign policy.
Again, I'll go back to the question I asked almost everybody. Do you get a sense that the polling was kind of misleading, or is it that some people are shy to actually clearly state how they're going to vote when actually some issues were more important to them, perhaps, than even the rhetoric that we hear?
Again, I think your national correspondent hinted earlier that there might have been some herding among the pollsters. And quite clearly, there was a bit of wishful thinking. There was that, the little bit of tempest in a teapot over the weekend about an alleged shift in Iowa, where the president was, the former president was said to be down 4 points. Instead, he won the state by, double digits. So I think there was a little bit of everyone trying to herd together and be with the group. And I think more than a little bit of wishful thinking. And it's quite clear, consistently, Trump supporters have been undercounted. And I think pollsters really, if they want to maintain any credibility, have to really revisit their models.
Yes. And just going back, and I'll come to you a bit also on the policy towards Africa. For those who are watching, for those who have a lot of interest in how the U.S. interacts with Africa, we know that at the moment, for example, Russia has kind of gotten so involved in the Sahel region. We have seen also, of course, China is big on the continent. what can we expect to see more in terms of how to balance that, especially the interest of the African countries, the interest of the U.S., and also having to deal with a power like Russia that has a lot of interest, especially in the Sahel region?
Thank you very much for your question, Vincent. And I think going back to one of the points that I made earlier, it's about the importance of deepening our Africa strategy, building one that is coherent, that is also responsive and listens to the dynamics on the ground, domestic dynamics as things are changing in different countries, and also the regional dynamics too as well, ensuring that it's not just the policy or an approach that is meant to counter Russia or China, but understanding that there are other actors beyond Russia and China, Turkey, India, Iran, several other actors that are involved in different countries on the continent. So it would be to our own advantage as the U.S., as we think about our engagement with the continent, to ensure that our strategy is one that is coherent, is one that is clear, is one that seeks for partners that we can engage with effectively, partner countries that we can engage with effectively on the continent, and one that isn't only designed to sort of counter Russia and China, as there are several other powers involved in the space. And also it is important that we take a step back and also listen to the way things are changing on the continent. Listen to what the people, citizens are saying. Dynamics are changing. So it's important that we have a policy that is not only informed by our interests as the U.S., but also informed by the desires and by the wishes of citizens, that listens, that is responsive to the changes that we see on the continent.
Thank you. And, Ambassador Pham, I've known you for years, very passionate about the U.S. engagement with Africa. You have been a special envoy for the Sahel, the Great Lakes region. But as you heard Ms. Onubugu say, Africa, from some experts, Africa is never a priority, a top priority of American foreign policy, and it doesn't matter whether it's a Republican administration or Democratic administration. How would you respond to that as a person who has been actually envoy to African regions?
Well, I think what's important to understand is, and I would say this on any occasion, you've heard me say it, without Africa, the United States would have great difficulty achieving some of its own national goals. And if we are to win the future, if we are to reindustrialize, build up, we require critical minerals, access to them, which are produced in Africa. And there can be a win-win in this. Africa needs to gain the value added, needs to be able to benefit from its resources that it provides the world. And the United States needs to access it. So I think there's a partnership to be had there. And I fully agree with Oge. We need to listen, but listening goes both ways. And so I think one thing that's going to be happening in a Trump administration is going to be reciprocity. It's not going to be one way. So, for example, trade. The Africa Growth and Opportunity Act is up for renewal, and I expect it will be renewed. But its conditions, and there are conditions to it, will be looked at, including that one of the conditions for eligibility is reforming the economy and opening the markets, but another is not undermining U.S. foreign policy interests or national security. And we have countries in Africa that benefit, including some of the ones that benefit most from AGOA. South Africa, for example, that never miss an opportunity to kick America in the teeth. And I think we have to question whether they are eligible under these criteria. And that's a question that's been raised not just by Republicans, but in the current Congress by senior Democrats as well. Mm-hmm. So I do think that listening goes both ways. Now, one of the things about coherent Africa policy is also, and I fully agree with Oge, is listening, and that includes not hectoring. So a lot of the lectures and moralizing that has contributed to turning many countries in Africa away from the United States needs to be replaced by a more pragmatic approach that listens, looks at national interests on both sides, and balances it.
Mr. Mbugu, do you, from what Ambassador Pham says, there's a need for those countries to conform to certain conditions, conditionalities, certain requirement. Is that an unfair ask for America?
Well, I think to the point about listening being on both sides, I agree with that point that, and we have seen a lot of African countries too as well, stepping up at a better understanding and realizing that they too want to play a greater role on the global stage. So we will find allies in several countries that want to be part of the process, that want to ensure that there's a genuine partnership. And I think this is where, when we come to the table as the U.S. and African countries that we might engage with, that we come to the table as equals. I think there might be a perception on both sides that one might be coming to the table with more than the other. But in this world today, and to the point that Peter made too as well, you know, the U.S. needs Africa. African countries also need the U.S. So it is important that when we do come to the table for conversations, for discussions, that we come as partners, where one side or the other doesn't feel as if they're being taken advantage of. So I do agree that there should be listening on both sides, and that partnership should also be on equal terms.
Wow. Well, time is working against us. We're really enjoying the conversation, but we have to leave it right here. Thank you both for the thought-provoking discussion. We appreciate your time. Oge Onubugu, Director of the Africa Program at the Wilson Center, and Ambassador J. Peter Pham, former Special Envoy for the Sahel and Great Lakes region of Africa. Thanks to our affiliate stations for broadcasting Straight Talk Africa across the continent. Now follow our coverage of the U.S. elections using the hashtags VOA Elections or VOA Elections 2024. I'll see you next time.
I'm Oriani Tangishaka in for Esther Githui Ewert. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up next. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump begins to shape his administration. Will he seek retribution against his adversaries? Meanwhile, progressives reflect on losing the White House. The United States and Germany launched a $40 million joint initiative in West Africa focusing on counterterrorism and extremism. Kenya's national airline is recovering diesel from waste plastics. It's aimed at providing cheaper fuel and reducing plastic waste pollution. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump is beginning to shape his administration. Media reports says he will nominate Republican Representative from New York, Elise Stefanik, for the role of ambassador to the United Nations. Meanwhile, progressives are reflecting on losing the White House. VOA Veronica Balderas Iglesias has more.
After a decisive electoral victory, all eyes are now on President-elect Donald Trump and how he will govern. His supporters believe that even those Americans who didn't vote for the former president will see their lives improve.
I think a lot of people across the country, even who have bought into, I think, some false narratives about Donald Trump, are going to be pleasantly surprised as to finding more money in their paycheck, prices coming down in the country, a secure border,
With the selection of Susie Wiles as Trump's chief of staff, the president-elect's administration is already taking shape. The former president took to his Truth social media platform Saturday to make clear, however, that neither former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, nor Trump's former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, will be invited to join his cabinet this time around. Meanwhile, questions have been raised about whether Trump will act on promises he's made to seek revenge against his political enemies and those who have pursued legal cases against him.
I'm going to tell you what Donald Trump has said on this time and again. Success will be our retribution. Success will be our vengeance.
While I concede... For those who supported the Democratic presidential campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris, this is a time of reflection.
The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry. We are living in an economy today, Donna, where the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck.
While praising the Biden administration's achievements, Senator Sanders said there's more work to be done.
We need an agenda that says to the working class, we're going to take on these powerful special interests and create an economy and a government that works for you. And by the way, that can't happen unless you get big money out of politics.
U.S. President Joe Biden has promised there will be a peaceful transfer of power on January 20th. Biden called Trump to congratulate him after his election win, and the two are scheduled to meet in person Wednesday at the White House. Veronica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
With former President Donald Trump returning to the White House, Ukrainians are bracing for potential shifts in U.S. policies that could reshape its fight for survival against Russian aggression. President-elect Trump's agenda could take a sharp turn from Biden's administration's unwavering support, raising fears that vital U.S. aid might be at risk. Miroslava Gongazet reports from Europe.
When news about Donald Trump's presidential victory reached Ukraine, the Trump Cafe bar in downtown Kyiv offered free drinks to its customers. Roman Kravtsov, the creative director of the 5-year-old business, is happy with America's choice for president.
We think that's one of the greatest parts of history. It's beginning now, and we think that's great.
But not all Ukrainians share his excitement. Some are bracing for changes in U.S. policy. Mark Weiger, senior fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis, voices a common concern.
Trump might actually decide to put pressure on Ukraine by withholding the much-needed military, financial, diplomatic, political, and other types of support, that he can show it to his supporters as some sort of a peace.
Weiger says Russia would use the opportunity to rest, regroup, and attack again later. He says Trump's promise to end the war suggests he may push Ukraine and Russia to the negotiating table.
The only way Trump could potentially stop the war is, unfortunately, if he puts pressure on Ukraine to stop the fighting and to accept a ceasefire and to also concede and give away the occupied territories under Russia's terms.
Former Ukrainian infrastructure minister turned soldier Volodymyr Omelyan views Trump's intentions as sincere but unrealistic.
I think that Trump is honest in his statement that he will end all wars. I would like only to wish him luck, because if he does so, he will be the first man for centuries to complete this task.
For Ukraine, any peace deal must respect its sovereignty without Russian troops on its soil, experts say. Some Ukrainians say a push for peace could also bring new opportunities for U.S.-Ukraine cooperation.
It's important to lift restrictions on deep strikes and provide Ukraine long-range missiles, especially after the North Korean troops which already supporting Russian aggression against us. And of course, we do believe that more pragmatic approach, especially cooperation in economy.
Ukrainians are balancing their hope for peace with the risk that a rushed deal could jeopardize their sovereignty. Miroslava Gongadze, VOA News, Warsaw.
Qatar is pausing ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas, citing unwillingness and unseriousness from the warring parties. Meanwhile, Israel is ramping up its strikes against Hamas targets in Gaza and Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. VOA Arash Arabasadi reports, we warn you that some of the images are disturbing.
A helicopter above, an explosion below. In the courtyard of the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in the central Gaza Strip, Israel continues its war campaign against Hamas targets in the region. Local authorities say at least 3 died in this attack, while in the city of Khan Yunis, Palestinian medical officials said at least 13 people died in Israeli airstrikes early Saturday. An Associated Press journalist at the Nasser hospital counted the bodies. The ongoing violence prompted Qatari officials who serve as key mediators between Israel and Hamas to announce a pause in efforts to broker a ceasefire deal. In a statement on social media, Qatar's foreign ministry said efforts to broker such a deal would resume when Israel and Hamas showed their willingness and seriousness to end the war. Meanwhile, in Tel Aviv, Israel, thousands of demonstrators returned to the streets demanding their government reach a ceasefire with Hamas to free hostages still held more than 13 months since the October 7 terror attacks on Israel that triggered the conflict.
We have to have the voice of the people. I'm here today because the situation is terrible. It's been 400 days and the hostages are still in Gaza. There's a war without a direction. It's so sad. It's a big tragedy, and the government has to listen to the people. This is our way of protesting.
While simultaneously attacking targets in Gaza, Israel also launched strikes into parts of its northern neighbor, Lebanon. Israel says it's targeting members of the Iran-backed Western-identified terror group Hezbollah. With scenes similar to Gaza, parts of Lebanon are now dust and rubble, twisted metal, with rescuers digging through rocks using their bare hands. Lebanese officials say dozens died in the attacks, with some needing DNA testing to identify their remains. More protests and strikes come against the backdrop of violence in Amsterdam. Dutch officials said young people there attacked Israeli fans after a soccer match. Authorities said social media posts called for targeting Jews, and they shut down all demonstrations for the weekend. Reports say some of the Israeli fans had torn a Palestinian flag off a building and chanted anti-Arab slogans on their way to the stadium. Arash Arbasadi, VOA News.
Thanks, Arashia. The United States and Germany are launching a $40 million joint initiative, the Coastal State Stability Mechanism, across 5 West African states, focusing on counterterrorism and extremism. Unlike past military-driven efforts, this program emphasizes community-led developmental approach to addressing the root cause of instability and promote good governance and economic development. Senanu toward a report from Yendi, Ghana.
At Yendi in northern Ghana, U.S. and German delegates handed over police equipment to local leaders to mark the launch of a new initiative to protect communities from the growing threat of terrorism and extremism spilling over from the Sahel. The Coastal State Stability Mechanism, or CSSM, focuses on tackling the root causes of regional instability through community-led solutions, improved governance, and economic development, marking a shift away from the traditional military approach to conflict resolution. Before its launch, the program supported vulnerable communities by improving healthcare facilities, providing solar energy, and enhancing community leadership programs.
One might think just about security service for building security, but security is about more than that. It's about the whole community. It's about building resilient societies. And yes, of course it is about the ability of the police to conduct their work and to do it in a way that, that has the trust of the community, but it's about these other pieces as well.
Experts say violent extremists often exploit developmental gaps to radicalize communities. Ghana's National Security Interagency Coordinator, Baba Sayuti, explains that the CSSM partnership strengthens the nation's capacity to address these gaps and prevent terrorism.
So for us partnering with CSM, Coastal State Stability Mechanism, to be able to provide the needs whereby the state is not able to do it, it's a way in order to reduce this kind of thing. That's why I'm saying that they are helping the first pillar, that is the prevention.
Despite these efforts, Ghana's Northeast Regional Minister, Yidana Zakaria, warns of visible signs of terrorist activity. Zakaria explained to delegates that northern Ghana's proximity to the Sahel makes it easy for suspicious individuals to enter the country under the guise of religious clerics or refugees seeking aid.
They come and go. Sometimes you don't even know where they stay. And we are worried about that. They are not necessarily beggars. They could also be gathering intelligence. The question is, how do they even get into the country? Because they don't have any document to show that they have come through approved entry points. That gives room for worry.
In Accra, the US and German ambassadors reassured local leaders of their commitment to using existing development programs, such as Germany's GIZ and the US Agency for International Development, to help build community resilience against these threats. They also indicated that more partners would soon join the CSSM initiative.
You can expect more partners to join the program, and that certainly is our goal. We're better when we're together. Each of us brings a certain set of experiences, types of resources to the table.
For the next 3 years, CSSM will operate in 5 coastal West African states: Benin, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Guinea, and Togo, in an effort to help defend these countries from the Sahel insurgencies. Sana Anutot, VOA News, Yendi, Ghana.
Diplomats from across the world are in Azerbaijan capital Baku Monday for the annual climate summit known as COP29 to discuss how to avoid the increasing threat from climate change in a place that was one of the birthplace of the oil industry. Azerbaijan under fire from multiple organizations that allege its commitment to the green energy transition amounts to greenwashing or making false or misleading statements about the environmental benefits of a product or practice. Azerbaijani officials argued that it's unfair to criticize Baku for producing more fossil fuel when there is a demand for them across Europe as governments try to keep fuel costs low. We're excited to hear what you think about Africa 54 and all our VOA Africa programs on our website at voaafrica.com. Still to come, Kenya's national airline aims to provide cheaper fuel while reducing plastic waste pollution. We'll be right back.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Mudu, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories. that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
In other news, the Chadian army says Boko Haram insurgents killed 17 Chadian soldiers in a weekend attack on a military post that also left 96 of the assailants dead in the country's west. The attack on the Lake Chad region happened on Saturday, according to Army spokesperson who did not provide details. The World Health Organization, in a statement on Monday, says it is calling a meeting of its emergency committee on the November 22nd to determine whether Mpox remains a global health crisis. In August, the disease, which continues to spread in Africa, was classified by the UN health body as a public health emergency of international concern, which represents the highest form of alert. And the incumbent Prime Minister of Mauritius, Pravandi Jugnauth, says his political alliance appears headed for a major defeat to a rival coalition led by three-time former premier following Sunday's parliamentary elections. Jugnauth says the alliance, headed by 77-year-old veteran politician Navin Ramgoolam, is poised to win the vote on the Indian Ocean archipelago. The United States rates the missing and murdered Native American women are higher than the national average. The Department of the Interior says American Indian and Alaska Native people are at the disproportionately at risk of going missing, experiencing violence, or being murdered in the southern states of New Mexico. Some indigenous families are using a new grant to help expand their search for justice. Gustavo Martinez Contreras has our story.
Tiffany Reed went missing from the Navajo Nation 20 years ago. Today, her older sister, Deandra Reed, is helping other families of missing and murdered indigenous people try to find closure and justice. Reed is a coordinator with the Coalition to Stop Violence Against Native Women.
This is personal for me, and it really gave me the motivation to be the voice for my sister. And I just really want to be able to help the families who are just now experiencing the loss of their loved one, and just trying to help them to navigate the system to, get through the barriers that we faced 20 years ago.
New Mexico has among the largest number of missing and murdered indigenous people, with some cases dating back to the 1950s. Reed's group is helping connect indigenous people who are looking for a missed loved one with a state program offering up to $3,000 to cover search-related expenses. 17 families used that direct aid fund last year, including Navajo Nation member Denise Carrillo, who is searching for her sister Christina, who was last seen on June 14, 2022.
It takes a lot of money, and a lot of families have been doing that, been out of their own pocket paying for cadaver dogs and paying for volunteers, paying for people to go and help do these large searches where they have 5 canine dogs out there, and we're like circling and flagging any type of bone or stuff like that.
Josette Monet is Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Indian Affairs Department. She says helping defray families' search costs is progress, but the state still needs to figure out better ways to help them.
Hearing the family stories, for me, it comes back to me as, for my professional role, to come back and say, okay, I need to understand some of these questions, or I need to start trying to find some answers to these questions so that I can help better serve the families in the communities. But there's some things that I just don't know the answers to right now, and I think that that's what's really hard for families. It's hard for us as well.
The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports that non-Hispanic American Indians and Alaska Natives had the second highest rates of homicide in 2020 compared to all other racial and ethnic groups. Gustavo Martinez Contreras, VOA News, Farmington, New Mexico.
Kenya's national airline is recovering diesel from waste plastics. Authorities says the goal is to provide cheaper fuel and to reduce plastic waste pollution. Victoria Amunga explains from Nairobi.
Uncontrolled disposal of plastics in Kenya often increases pollution and waste in the environment. Most of this plastic ends up in landfills. However, this month, national airline Kenya Airways launched a project to turn plastics to fuel. The plastics are shredded and loaded into this hopper. Heat breaks the plastics down into oil, which is refined into diesel fuel for ground vehicles. The company's chief operating officer, George Kamal, says at least 1,000 liters of fuel is produced daily.
They get people to work here in the plant, and we get people to work in the community to collect that plastic from the community and pays money as well for the community. So we take that waste plastic from the community around and we use that. So 98% comes from the community around us. 2% comes from the airline.
Scientists say the diesel produced from plastic waste is less efficient than regular fuel, produces higher exhaust emissions and has lower flash point, meaning it catches on fire more easily. At the same time, oil supplies and prices are chronically uncertain, and Kenya barely produces any crude oil. So experts say creating fuel alternatives is crucial.
You begin to change people to renewable energy, and then also cut the dependency on fuel, on the traditional hydrocarbon fuels. And the earlier you do it, the better it will be for the country.
Also, plastic pollution remains a significant problem in Kenya, despite recent national commitments to increase recycling. An estimated 92% of Kenya's plastic is mismanaged and only 7% is recycled, according to a recent report.
We do use the plastics, that is in terms of bottles and other like trays and such like things. So when they break, we would be forced to dispose them. But now with the plant, we are able to bring them back here and recycle the same to produce diesel.
The diesel production plant was designed by Kenyan engineers and is the first of its kind in the country. Kenya Airways officials say producing fuel locally is saving costs and reducing plastic waste. Victoria Amunga, VOA News, Nairobi.
And that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, thanks for watching.
Art and craft is life itself. It is the way we perceive the world around us and how we appreciate it. Art is an outlet for our inner self. It is a bridge that links gaps in our society and also between nations and continents. Nigerians have indeed come a long way in the domain of arts and craft. Paintings, sculptures, beadwork, mixed media, and various forms of creativity have become a form of self-expression and a medium to portray our rich and diverse culture.
Arts and crafts is a way of communicating our rich cultural heritage to those that do not know us. It defines who we are. 2, it assists to adorn our homes and offices. And they are so precious to those that appreciate them in a way that when you want to give somebody very important to you in the diplomatic corps a gift, you and I will not think of going for the most expensive linen, imported material. No. We will think of, oh, let's look for something unique. Let's think of arts and craft.
Globally, the arts and craft sector is a billion-dollar industry. In Nigeria, it provides means of livelihood for the affluent and the common man. Salisu Abubakar is a painter in the FCT. He has been at his craft for over 8 years.
I paint on canvas, and I also use different materials for painting. You can see like this one is Ankara I'm putting here. Here is net. We use different things to create knitting. For now, our people are trying, mostly on paintings. They do come for paintings.
COVID-19 has affected many businesses adversely, and this one is not an exception.
Before the coding, things are going well, but now, honestly, it's not as it used to be. Mostly the foreigners, they don't come out where they used to go. They are doing, mostly they are doing their patronizers here.
The art and craft sector has immense potentials and should be encouraged.
All of us should do more. And the more we do it, the more it's going to transcend into the development of our national economy. Because when we promote made in Nigeria goods, we are providing jobs for our brothers and sisters in the villages where they are producing all this. And the more businesses and the more sales we provide, the better for the economy.
Nigeria can boast of a rich array of creative arts and craft works. And if given the appropriate support and boost, the sector can contribute significantly to national development and project our culture on the international scene.
This week on Healthy Living, we take a look at the future of healthcare and the impact of AI in medicine. We'll discover a new gene therapy that could be a game changer in the treatment of sickle cell disease. And we'll see a clinical trial into immersion therapy for brain and spinal injuries. Plus, how are the computer screens affecting our vision? These stories and more in this edition of Healthy Living. Hello, I'm Linor Moudou. Thank you for joining us on Healthy Living. From cutting-edge technologies to groundbreaking medical research, digital transformation is impacting the way healthcare is provided and will likely drive the future of health. Observers say healthcare promises to be nothing short of revolutionary in the coming years. Among other things, artificial intelligence, AI, is increasingly used for diagnostics and treatment plans, from early disease detection to robotic-assisted surgeries. Personalized medicine, using people's DNA to tailor their healthcare, has also increased in recent decades, according to medical experts at the University of Utah. We start here in the United States, where regulators have approved 2 new gene therapies for sickle cell disease. The Food and Drug Administration says the one-time treatments can be used for patients 12 and older with severe forms of the disease. Take a look.
Regulators approved 2 new gene therapies for sickle cell disease that doctors hope can cure the painful, inherited blood disorder that afflicts mostly black people in the United States. The Food and Drug Administration said the one-time treatment can be used for patients 12 and older with severe forms of the disease.
I think this announcement of the approval of gene therapy is potentially game-changing for a number of patients. Many patients lack the availability to do a stem cell transplant. And so for those patients, it often means a life filled with pain and with repeated hospitalizations and lots of complications. And this potentially offers a chance to alleviate those.
The disease affects hemoglobin, the protein in red blood cells that carries oxygen. A genetic mutation causes the cells to become sickle or crescent-shaped, which can block blood flow, cause excruciating pain, organ damage, strokes, or other problems.
I know for someone like myself who goes through red cell exchanges once every 7 to 8 weeks, this one-time kind of care I think is very, very much so needed. It, again, for someone like me, cuts down having to go to the hospital every month into doing this treatment and then just getting regularly checked by my doctor. So I think it's something that's really needed for this sickle cell community.
Current treatments include medication and blood transfusions. The only permanent solution is a bone marrow transplant, which must come from a closely matched donor without the disease and brings a risk of rejection.
I think this is a giant leap forward in gene therapy for treatment of chronic diseases. And so this is the first step forward. And I think in the future, we're going to see a lot more diseases that are able to be treated with gene therapy.
The Vertex treatment was recently authorized in Britain and Bahrain and is currently under review elsewhere.
Dr. Remigius Rugakengila is a urologist at Benjamin Mpaka Hospital in Dodoma, Tanzania. He discusses how artificial intelligence will impact healthcare in the future.
I can predict maybe near future we are going to have better health because of artificial intelligence. It's not going to replace human brain, rather than it's going to complement the human brain. And with machines, things will be easy. Human beings are the one who are going to command the machine. We are the one who are going to calibrate the machines. So I'm not worrying with the machines. Actually, without those machines, we had a problem. There was a lot of errors. Actually, with machines, we've minimized a lot of errors, and we've done a lot of work with minimal time. I can say all the people, all the system are benefiting, because for doctors with artificial intelligence, you do a lot of operation in the minimal time, and at the same time, you don't get tired. And also patients, rather than staying in the hospital for 2-3 days, with the artificial intelligence, you can just capture a disease, early diagnosis, and you can treat you. So you can imagine, it's a chain. All people are benefiting. Even the government is benefiting. I can tell you, with artificial intelligence, with our good high-tech machines, we can help all the people global. What we need is the goodwill of the government and the goodwill of those people who are producing. For example, if using WhatsApp or using high-tech machine, you can just even give directive when you are in another country to the terminal area. If they have a good access of the internet, they have a phone, you can give directive and you can reach them. For another thing, if a person needs blood, for example, you can use a drone to deliver blood to that area. You have seen that in recently, I think it's China, whereby they are doing robotic surgery in a distance. So maybe in the future, when we have trained our people how to operate, how to go with that, to work with machines, so then I can see we can treat many patients at short time of period, and we can reach all the people.
Imagine donning a scuba suit just to get some exercise. For people recovering from serious injuries, the chance to walk out underwater is worth the extra effort. An Australian study is now examining how immersion therapy could benefit more people with brain and spinal conditions.
In 2009, Jamison was injured at work. A year ago, he decided to give immersion therapy a try. This is not your ordinary workout session. It involves putting on scuba diving equipment and exercising underwater.
I like getting in there with the weights and doing some good, decent, honest exercise. I've had 5 surgeries on the back, multiple surgeries all over the body, probably 40 in total. There were times where I just couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Things were very tough.
A new study of people who have brain and spinal injuries is encouraging them to exercise underwater in scuba gear. There's already a lot of anecdotal evidence that underwater immersion therapy is working. Now, researchers want this new study to show how and why it's effective.
By getting them underwater, we think we can challenge that interaction between the brain and the body completely differently.
Others aren't so sure the therapy works and point to potential safety risks.
The immersion is useful and helpful for many of these clients, but not necessarily with their head underwater.
Adelaide Best Determined 2, which provides immersion therapy, says that participants must be eligible before being allowed to take part in sessions. It also points out that more than 10,000 sessions have taken place without any incident.
Feeling better, more energy, eating better, sleeping better. If I fall over in the water, I'm not going to fall flat on my face. I'm not going to re-aggravate an injury.
The therapy technique is now being rolled out all over Australia and New Zealand, and the results of the study are expected in 2 to 3 years.
Artificial intelligence is revolutionizing medicine, but to what extent can it replace humans? Let's go to Sweden, where AI has been used during a clinical trial for breast cancer screenings to improve diagnosis and cut down on radiologists' workloads. But researchers say the interim results of the study, completed in August, show the tool is not yet ready to replace the oversight of radiologists.
Artificial intelligence can be used in breast cancer screenings to improve diagnosis and cut down on radiologists' workloads, according to a Swedish clinical trial. But researchers say the interim results of the study, completed in August, show the tool is not yet ready to replace the oversight of radiologists. Lund University says about 1 million women are called to mammogram screenings every year in Sweden. The breast X-ray images are then typically reviewed by 2 radiologists to ensure any possible cancers are spotted. It's a time-consuming task. On average, one radiologist can read about 50 screenings per hour. But can tech help cut down that workload? Researchers here in southern Sweden are assessing the effect of artificial intelligence-supported screenings. It's the first randomized trial comparing the 2 methods of diagnosis.
So first we read the screening examination without AI, and then we use our advantages that we can see the whole image, we can compare with priors, we see the clinical context, and we do what you usually do. And then when we're ready, we put on the AI tool, and then we can see the markings in the image.
The interim results of the study were published in the medical journal Lancet Oncology earlier this month, but research is ongoing. In the trial, which included over 80,000 women, researchers used AI software to identify screenings with a high risk of breast cancer. These then underwent traditional double readings of radiologists. But the remaining examinations classified as low risk were read by just one radiologist. Doctors used AI software as a kind of detection support, which highlighted suspicious findings for further investigation.
Here, AI has marked a small finding in the image, and it forces us to check this. And when we take off the CAD mark, we can see here that it's a small speculations here. So this is the recall, and we did a 3D mammography, and then it emphasizes this speculated tumor here. After we read the screening exam, we put on the AI, so we just press on a button here, and then you can see here that AI has marked a finding here on the image, and it gives a regional score, and 81 it's a high score. And then we take off the CAD mark and we analyze this here, and we can see, well, actually here it's a subtle speculated mass that is partly covered by dense tissue. And this woman was recalled, and after we did an assessment, we found a 5 millimeter invasive cancer. But I think this illustrates well the possibilities with using AI in the screen reading.
The trial results found AI-supported mammography screening resulted in a similar cancer detection rate compared with standard double readings. It also almost halved doctors' workloads. Screen reading was reduced by about 44%. Lang says such time saving could be vital, particularly in poor-staffed medical settings.
I think it is exciting because we are lacking physicians all over, and especially breast radiologists we are lacking, and now we have a valuable tool to reduce the workload. And even as it was not my goal, and I didn't know if we would end there, but as it turns out, it has been even an improvement to the quality to put in AI.
In low and middle income countries, there's a huge lack of doctors. So these algorithms trained on large data can of course make a really big difference in this area where there are no experts. Lower resource settings, that has a huge potential.
The Swedish researchers say the next step is to investigate what cancer types were detected with and without AI support. 100,000 women have now been enrolled on the trial.
Did you know that overuse of screens can have a multitude of long-term detrimental effects on eye health? Experts say when using digital devices like tablets, smartphones, and PCs, you can experience symptoms known as digital eye strain or computer vision syndrome. Some potential long-term effects include eye fatigue and strain, headaches, disruption of sleep patterns, and an increased risk of myopia, nearsightedness progression, especially during childhood and adolescence. Experts' recommendations to address the issue include the 20-20-20 rule. Every 20 minutes, take a 20-second break and focus on something at least 20 feet away to give your eyes a chance to relax. Ensure proper lighting to reduce glare and avoid straining your eyes. Reduce screen brightness and adjust color temperature settings to minimize blue light exposure. Finally, schedule regular eye exams to monitor your eye health and address any potential issues. That's our show for today. For more health news, wellness tips, and medical breakthroughs, stay connected to Voice of America at voaafrica.com. You can follow me on X at Linor Moudou. Until next time, stay well and strive to make every day a healthy day.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. Today on the Red Carpet, we visit the beautiful city of Chicago to attend the 36th annual Ghana Festival. The theme for this year's Ghana Fest is embracing our culture. And so we get to celebrate the rich culture and vibrant traditions of Ghana. We check out the world record domino creations of YouTube star Lily Hevesh. And plus, we chat with Vincent Ligoni, South Africa's first ever BMX freestyle champion. He's representing South Africa at the Olympics. Let's get on with the show. And let's start off in beautiful Chicago. We traveled here to attend the 36th annual Ghana Fest, which has been called the most prominent display of authentic Ghanaian culture in the Midwest. The festival is taking place at the Washington Park in the south side of Chicago. And this year's theme for Ghana Fest is embracing our culture, and invites the community around here to celebrate the rich history and vibrant traditions of Ghana.
Ghana Fest is a culture that is showcasing all things Ghana. Ghanaian culture, Ghanaian art, Ghanaian music. It's been around for 36 years. As we all know, that Accra is a sister city to Chicago, so there's no other better place than to have it in historical Washington Park. And we are excited to be here, inviting everyone to come and embrace with our culture. That is our theme this year.
There used to be 10 regions in Ghana, but now 16. So every tribe is represented among the chiefs and queen mothers. And you see the richness of the culture.
So guys, one of the prominent features here at Ghana Festival something that I really look forward to, aside from the food, is the fashion. We know Ghana is known for its vibrant colors, rich culture. We have the designer here of Sambra Fie. Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, nothing much.
Talk to us about your fashion house.
So Sambra Fie means come back home originally. So we want to tell people that come back home. That is the roots of our brand name.
You know, one of the things at Ghana Festival that we have been seeing often is the artwork, you know, these authentic African artworks from either Ghanaian designers or artisans, but also this being kind of a multicultural event, an African diaspora event. We found Bamba, who is from Senegal, originally from Senegal, and he has some beautiful artwork. Bamba, good to meet you, man.
Good to meet you.
Talk to us about your art.
My art, part of it is from Ghana, from all over Africa, Senegal, Nigeria, South Africa, and be part of these events make me very proud. It's not only about money, but it's about the participation of Senegal.
So one of the most popular accessories, especially for women in Ghana, are beads. And here we're here with a bead maker, designer, Latifa. Latifa, how are you? I'm good. Good to meet you.
You too.
Talk to us about your beads here.
Waist beads is originally from West Africa, especially we Ghanaians. Ghanaian women, we like a lot of waist beads around our waist because when you are in the bedroom, that shows the difference between the man and the woman. These are the crystal ones, and in Ghana we call this sanchek. Yeah, so it means if you wear these beads and your man sees it, oh my God, he's gonna sign the check.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, sanchek.
Yesterday we visited a Mokasi restaurant here in Chicago, and it's one of the food vendors at the Ghana Festival 2024. We decided to check out their stand, see some of the delicacies that they're serving their guests.
So jollof rice, spinach stew, we got chicken, all that stuff is what Mukasa does the best.
So we are still in beautiful Chicago, enjoying the food and the fashion and the culture here at Ghana Festival 2024. But let's go to Paris in France, where the Olympics are currently underway and check out South Africa's Vincent Ligoni, who will represent his country at the BMX freestyle event. Isan Hafiji has this story. Let's check it out.
South African BMX rider Vincent Ligoni hopes his inclusion at the Olympic Games will inspire younger riders in South Africa and the African continent.
So, goal is top 10, but my ultimate goal out of all of this is actually just to bring the fun back in BMX.
BMX freestyle returns for its second Olympic Games in Paris this year after making its debut in Tokyo in 2020. The competition will take place in an urban park where riders will perform as many tricks as possible in 60 seconds. The difficulty, height and style of their tricks will determine their scores. Alternative sports like BMX freestyle and skateboarding are new to the Olympics, and some question their inclusion in the Games. But BMX event organizer Ryan van der Spy says sports like skateboarding and BMX just open up new doors for South African athletes.
The sports are Olympic sports now, especially looking at skateboarding and BMX freestyle. The biggest issue I think we have here locally is there's not enough facilities. So there's not enough facilities for riders and skaters to train on, get used to the competitive background of the sports.
Ligoni still has to hold down a job as a tattoo artist for the moment, because he says he can't make a living riding full-time.
I did live for 2 years on just riding, it's not a living. You are scraping month to month. You know, you pay your medical aid, you pay for your car and your car insurance, and then that's it, you're done.
Lagoni, who fell in love with riding BMX freestyle as a youngster, says the sport offers many life lessons for young BMX riders.
You learn how to be persevere. When you're battling a trick for 5-6 hours the whole day and your body is sore, and you just got to keep trying. You got to just keep going and figuring it out. It teaches you hey, sometimes things aren't going to work out and you got to be okay with that.
Being a trailblazer for the sport of BMX freestyle in South Africa, Lagoni now aims to do well at the Olympics and inspire and motivate more young people to pursue and participate in the sport. Ihsan Hefji, VOA News, Johannesburg, South Africa.
YouTube star Lily Havesh has been mesmerizing viewers with domino creations for 15 years. And last weekend at the National Building Museum in Washington, D.C., she completed her most ambitious project yet. She brought down an installation of 100,000 dominoes and set a world record. Maxime Adams has the story.
This bright composition of more than 100,000 multicolored dominoes collapsed within 8 minutes, but it took more than 10 days to build. The art project was presented at the National Building Museum in Washington by Lily Havesh, a famous American artist who makes domino installations. She creates complex designs and then, with a flick of a finger, destroys them.
We have things like the pillars, we have a big fall wall of the Mona Lisa, we have a giant centerpiece spiral that's going to go around, and a lot of other interesting types of motions and effects.
Havesh says she also set a world record for the tallest domino structure, a towering 10-meter column of freestanding dominoes.
We set it up at 33 feet and 3 inches. We were up on 2 scissor lifts, building for a couple of days. And it was a little shaky at the top of the tower, but luckily we managed to keep it standing. World record.
Havesh didn't do it alone. She was assisted by an international team of 9 masters of domino art. One of them is 24-year-old Alex Juan, who started building dominoes when he was 12 years old, and says he's thrilled to be a part of the project.
And it's really exciting. It's really exciting to do it at the National Building Museum. And Lily has told us all week we have to scale our projects up. It's such a big room. There's going to be thousands of people here. So we just scale up, and Lily knows how to put on a show.
In her work, 25-year-old Havesh combines physics, mathematics, engineering, and artistry. Her passion began in childhood.
My grandparents had the normal dotted dominoes, and I was 9, and I just set them up and knocked them down for fun. And eventually that led me to YouTube, where I found tons of people making the most incredible domino projects.
On her YouTube channel, Havesh 5, she has more than 4 million subscribers and over 1.8 billion views. The president of the National Building Museum, Aileen Fuchs, says she decided to invite Havesh on the advice of her children, who are big fans of dominoes.
We are all about building and designing a better world and inspiring people to think about the built world around them, that curiosity. So when you build with dominoes, you are using your creativity, your innovation, your science, your math, your artistry.
In addition to creating impressive structures, Havesh also conducts workshops for children.
We love dominoes. We build dominoes as a family, and we're so excited to be here to see the topple tonight.
We are avid followers of the H5 domino community.
The program also included screenings of the documentary film Lily Topples the World, that tells what's it like to be one of the only highly acclaimed female domino artists. Maxime Adams, VOA News, Washington.
Nigerian singer Yemi Alade talks about the release of her new album on July the 26th, her collaboration with Beyonce on Black is King, and her connection to France as she prepares to play the Zenith in Paris in September. Let's check out.
My entire life as a musician, I have sort of done a lot of things in my branding and in my music that most of my fellow colleagues will not do, like keeping your hair natural. Sometimes I don't show up with makeup. I mean, I live a very easy, simple life. So I've just been rebelling against the status quo, what people expect. I decided to turn back the hands of time. I decided to go back to the beginning of Afrobeat and the music and the sounds I enjoyed when I was a kid, the music that was played at the parties. I wanted to bring that back to 2024, and that's what I did. I rebelled again. Beyonce is is loved by so many, and she's one of my role models as well. As a kid, I grew up listening to her music, dancing to her music, and when my team got an email from Parkwood, they didn't believe it was her. They thought it was, you know, some kind of mistake or a scam or something. But when they showed me the email, like, it's not a scam. That is the name of her company. It's her company. Respond. I just want to say that it was a dream come true, and it was a big honor, and I'm even more proud of her because that was her, like a love letter to Africa, like a recall to her roots, and I just really feel very loved and appreciated to have been on that project with her to shine that light on Africa. Well, I am the girl next door, honestly. I feel like I'm Superman because Superman he'll be in the office with his glasses and next thing, dun, 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 Superman, he switched up, and that's me. I'm the girl next door, and next thing when I'm on stage, I'm on fire. And the minute I'm done with stage, I'm back to being me. So yes, I am the girl next door. That's the truth.
Thank you for watching VOS Red Carpet right here at Ghana Festival in Chicago. I'm Jackson Funganye. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
You're welcome to the news on NTA International. I'm Nancy Godi Angunihu. First, the headlines. President Tinubu back in Abuja from Riyadh after attending joint Arab-Islamic summit on the Middle East. Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria seal agreement with Dangote Refinery to lift petroleum products. Africa launches implementation plan of integrated strategy on meteorology at COP29. President Bola Tinubu is back in Abuja after attending the extraordinary Joint Arab-Islamic Summit in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which focused on the current situation in the Middle East. The presidential airplane touched ground at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport at about 8 p.m. Tuesday. He was received on arrival by a delegation of top government functionaries led by the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila. The president joined other heads of state and government of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, and the League of Arab States who attended the one-day summit. At the summit on Monday, President Tinubu called for an end to Israeli aggression in Gaza, acknowledging that the conflict has persisted for far too long. inflicting immeasurable suffering, and expressed deep concern on the humanitarian conditions in Gaza. Reiterating Nigeria's call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, President Tinubu affirmed the country's support for a two-state solution where both Israeli and Palestinians can coexist in security and dignity. He called for the establishment of a dedicated secretariat to implement the resolutions of the summit and urged the leaders to mandate a select head of government to canvass support globally and oversee the implementation of the summit resolutions. After the summit, President Tinubu also had an audience with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Details of their discussions are yet to be known. And the Saudi Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia, Prince Mohammed bin Salman Abdulaziz, has assured Nigerians of supporting its economic reform programs. The Crown Prince gave the assurance when he and President Bola Tinubu met on Monday in Riyadh on the sidelines of the joint Arab-Islamic Summit. The report.
Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, in a statement says the two leaders explored potential areas for cooperation, particularly oil and gas, agriculture, infrastructure, and the constitution of the Saudi-Nigeria Business Council. It stated that Nigeria wants an agreement with the Saudi government over a proposed $5 billion bilateral trade facility between the two countries. The Saudi Agricultural and Livestock Investment Company invested $1.24 billion in 2022 to acquire 35.43% stake in Olma Agri, one of Nigeria's leading agricultural firms. The Crown Prince commended President Tinubu's economic reforms, noting similarities to his steps to strengthen Saudi Arabia's stability and developments when he became Prime Minister. He also assured Nigeria of his support and promised to motivate his team to realize the various areas of partnership discussed at the meeting.
African countries at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, Tuesday launched an implementation plan of the integrated strategy on weather forecasting with hopes that the continent's capacity to report early warning and action will prevent loss of lives before disaster occurs. Charles Alpha reports from the African Pavilion in Baku.
Early and accurate weather forecasting, getting the right and early data preparedness. These delegates from Ghana, Nigeria, the Gambia, among others, think can help save lives and prevent a catastrophic impact of climate change. The implementation plan, they believe, will promote technological transfer, invest in meteorological infrastructure, and empower nations to effectively monitor weather climate situations as well as water levels.
A very good strategy which will allow us, in terms of a continent, to work directly with our member states and elaborate their own national meteorology.
Most African weather infrastructure, they believe, is either obsolete or dilapidated, and implementing this plan will depend largely on stable power system to foster uninterrupted early warning reporting.
Over the last year, if you look at it, 90% of the energy investments went into other places, geographies other than Africa. And Africa, in countries like Africa that we have, where more than half the population today lives, they struggle without being able to have the same thing that he said, the access. So one of those things we have looked at is the root cause of this problem.
Adequate, accurate and timely weather reporting by the Meteorological Agency all around Africa. The African Union and Alton Apart, the organizers of this event at the African Pavilion, say it can't happen without leveraging renewable energy. It means that when there is no stable power supply, this Meteorological Agency can't do accurate data forecasting. And so there has to be a gradual move from unstable power supply to renewable energy to be able to save life and monitor the climate change that we all are experiencing today. From Baku, Azerbaijan, Charles Alpha, NTA News.
United Nations Climate Chief Simon Stale says global action on climate change will endure despite the re-election of Donald Trump, just as UK Prime Minister urges a step up on private capital green investment. Kolo Mohammed reports.
Previously, President-elect Donald Trump pledged to withdraw from the Paris Agreement on climate change mitigation. To this effect, UN Climate Chief Simon Stale says his re-election as president will not deter the endurance of global climate action. At the COP29 climate conference, different global leaders made cases either for or against continued exploration and usage of fossil fuel, believed to be the major causative agent of climate change globally. While the UK Prime Minister urges gas emission cuts by 81%, Azerbaijan President Aliyev rejects oil criticism at the opening of COP29.
Climate investment must flow to where it's needed most to save and improve lives and livelihoods of billions of people all around the world. Enabling every country to take strong climate action is 100% in all countries' interests, even the largest and wealthiest.
London, of course, is one of the world's greatest financial centres. It's already playing an important part in scaling up green finance. I want us to be bolder, and I see London as the green finance capital of the world.
To accuse us that we have oil is the same like to accuse us that we have more than 250 sunny days a year in Baku. Countries should be judged by other criteria. For instance, level of unemployment. In Azerbaijan, it is 5.4%.
In his view, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres says nations at the COP29 summit must reach a deal that does not leave poor countries empty-handed in their fight against climate change. Kolo Mohammed, NTA News.
The war in Ukraine has been the major part of divergent international discourse for a long time. A European Union diplomat, a diplomatic chief in Poland, says Europe must support Ukraine when Donald Trump takes over office and Russian members of parliament pass law banning propaganda of childless lifestyle. Kolo Mohammed again reports.
European Union diplomatic chief Josep Borrell says nobody knows what President-elect Donald Trump's plans are concerning Ukraine, other than that, whatever the scenario, Europe must have a response. The EU foreign policy chief reassures Ukraine of European support as the rest of the world prepare for the second coming of Donald Trump as U.S. president. His victory in the 2024 U.S. presidential election made Ukraine and Europe anxious that Trump could end Washington's support for Ukraine's fight against Russia's invasion.
We cannot continue saying we will support Ukraine without having an agreement that this will be done in any scenario. We cannot be in the situation where the U.S. act and the Europeans react. We have to take our own responsibility.
The question before us is whether we improve Ukraine's negotiating position by sustaining her through next year, or we fail to do that. And the future history of this continent may depend on the answer to that question.
In other news, Russian members of parliament in the Duma lower house vote in favor of controversial legislation banning propaganda of remaining childless. The latest measure targeting what Moscow depicts as Western liberal ideas facing an aging population and low birth rates. Moscow is seeking to reverse demographic slump that threatens its economic future. Kolo Mohammed, NTA News.
The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has raised concerns about the emergence of new diseases affecting livestock in the region. This concern was expressed during the 10th annual meeting of the Regional Animal Health Network under ECOWAS, holding in Abuja. Musa Baba Aliyu reports.
Livestock plays a crucial role in the social and economic well-being of people and governments across West and Central Africa. In some countries within West Africa, livestock contribute up to 40% of the gross domestic product's GDP. According to records from the ECOWAS Agriculture Department, the region is home to approximately 70 million head of cattle, 260 million sheep and goats, 14 million pigs, 4 million camels, as well as millions of culture fish and various short-cycle animals such as snails and rabbits.
Despite this considerable potential, animal resources development in general and livestock agriculture in particular is impeded by several challenges, including inadequate human resources, resulting in many instances from an inadequate organizational structure.
In light of these challenges, the focus of the 10th National Meeting is to foster collaboration in addressing the issues that have been identified. Participants from both West and Central Africa have actively discussed the obstacles posed by the insufficient number of veterinary doctors in several member countries. Nigerian Minister of Livestock Development, Idi Mukhtar Maiha, emphasized the government's readiness to collaborate with neighboring countries, including Cameroon and Chad, to tackle challenges related to transhumance and animal health.
As we seek to enhance the prospects for veterinary services in our region, we must prioritize 1. Investing in education and continuous professional development, attracting, retaining, and deploying talents, promoting public-private partnerships, leveraging technology for improved service delivery.
President of the ECOWAS Commission, Omar Tauri, in a message, raised concerns over the ongoing killing and slaughtering of donkeys in the region. He urged member countries to implement regulations governing the trade of donkeys and their byproducts, highlighting the species' impending threat of extinction. Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
As fighting continues to rage in Sudan, a new resolution calling for a ceasefire will soon be tabled to the United Nations Security Council. Council members are currently negotiating a draft resolution proposed by the United Kingdom and Sierra Leone. Following initial deliberations with the Council's permanent members, the UK circulated the zero draft to all Council members on 8 November. Reports say the draft notably calls for the Odre border crossing with Chad to remain open for aid deliveries. A 3-month approval given by Sudanese authorities for the UN and aid groups to use the border crossing to reach Darfur is due to expire in mid-November. The draft resolution demands that the Rapid Support Force immediately halts its offensive throughout Sudan and the warring parties immediately cease hostilities. The latest UN resolution comes as right group Human Rights Watch called for an international force to protect civilians amid reports that the RSF has killed dozens of civilians and committed widespread rapes during a rampage in the East Central Sudan between October 20 and 25. The leader of the Anglican Church worldwide and the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, has resigned following a damning report that concluded the Church of England covered up a serial abuse case. Welby had faced days of growing pressure to quit after the independent probe found Welby cooled and should have formally reported decades of abuse by a church-linked lawyer to authorities in 2013. A petition demanding his resignation launched in the wake of the report's revelations garnered nearly 14,000 signatures, while leading clergy, including some bishops, were increasingly urging him to quit. In his words, Welby admitted that it is very clear that he must take personal and institutional responsibility for the long and re-traumatizing period between 2013 and 2024. Welby, 68, said he hopes his decision will make clear how seriously the Church of England understands the need for change and the profound commitment to creating a safer church. He added that as he steps down, he is doing so in sorrow with all victims and survivors of abuse. The review concluded that John Smith, a lawyer who organized evangelical summer camps in the 70s and 80s, was responsible for prolific, brutal and horrific abuse of as many as 130 boys and young men. It found the Church of England, the mother church of Anglicanism, covered up the traumatic physical, sexual, psychological and spiritual attacks which occurred in Britain, Zimbabwe and South Africa over several decades. Smith, who lived in Africa from 1984, died aged 75 in South Africa in 2018 while under investigation by British police, and he never faced any criminal charges. Nigeria's First Lady, represented by the Vice President's wife, Nana Kashim Shettima, inaugurated the Chief Habibat Mogaji ICT Center at the Mariam Babangida Center for Women Development. The center dedicated the women's empowerment through digital literacy and skills training is not only a major stride towards bridging the technological gap, but also a posthumous tribute to Chief Habibat Mogaji, a revered figure and beacon of hope for Nigerian women, especially those at the grassroots. Patricia Esamiluba reports.
With this, the advocacy for the advancement of Nigerian women came alive once again, as through the center, dreams and opportunities will light the way forward for women across Nigeria. The First Lady represented underscored the commitments of the Tinubu's administration to equip women with essential digital skills. As such, the ICT Center will serve as a powerful resource for Nigerian women, offering training in digital literacy, business management, and entrepreneurial development.
As we honor her memory by naming the ICT block after her, we pay tribute to her.
She has lived a life of excellence, she's lived a life of service, and she has empowered and served many people. And I think this should serve as a lesson for all of us, an inspiration for all of us, so that we can continue to, in her legacy also impact in lives.
Chief Felicia Sani, National President, Market Men and Women Association of Nigeria, who worked closely with Chief Mogaji, testified to her relentless advocacy for women's rights and economic empowerment.
That woman united all the market women. I traveled with her to 36 states of Nigeria. Even I went to Meduguri with her.
In recognizing Chief Habibat Mogaji posthumously, the Director General of Mariam Babangida National Center for Women Development, Asabe Velita Bashir, said the center is to inspire future generations of women, reminding them that the path to progress and self-sufficiency is within reach.
What Chief late Mama Habibat Mogaji has done is something that we need to keep on reminding women that they should emulate her. And one way we can do this part of documentation, we are building all our buildings in the center are named after women that have really excelled in their field of endeavor.
Chief Habibat Mogaji legacy of advocacy for women's rights and opportunities in commerce is set to inspire a new generation, ensuring that every woman, regardless of background, has the tool to thrive in the digital world. In Abuja, Patricia Samiluba, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. More reports when we return after the break.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, Go TV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameters.
You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
The newly sworn-in governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has promised to run an all-inclusive government in the interest of all. He gave the assurance shortly after he and his deputy, Dennis Idahosa, were administered oath of office as governor and deputy by the Chief Judge of Edo State, Justice Daniel Okumbowa. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, who represented President Bola Tinubu, led some APC governors and chieftains to witness the event. The report.
The Samuel Ogbomodia Stadium played host to an array of guests who trooped out to witness the historic event.
And that I will devote myself, to the service and welfare of the people of Nigeria. So help me God.
The governor rode in a motorcade to inspect the guard of honor mounted by a detachment from the Nigerian Police, Nigerian Correctional Service, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps before taking the guard of honor salute. In his inaugural speech, the governor appreciated the people of the state for their support assuring to govern in the fear of God. He said his administration will address insecurity, provide employment, address road infrastructure, and give priority to workers' welfare. He also promised to set up a panel of inquiry to unravel the reasons behind the refusal to inaugurate 14 members of the State Assembly in 2016.
We shall implement programs carefully outlined in my 5-point agenda. We will be firm in dealing with criminals and improve the security of our land so that farming and other business will flourish again. Our traditional institutions shall be given the necessary support to play their roles as custodians of our rich cultural heritage.
In his goodwill message, President Bola Tinubu, represented by his vice, Kashim Shettima, urged the governor and the deputy to remain focused and rule the people in the fear of God, describing the victory as collective success.
The journey before us transcends partisan lines. We need a united front in the service to our people. And no political party has managed its affairs with greater unity and purpose than the APC since we took charge. I am proud that Edo State has chosen such men to lead the charge forward.
With this development, Senator Monday Okpebholo becomes the 6th democratically elected governor of Edo State since creation in 1991. In Benin, Goodluck Inaini, NTA News.
Well, President Bola Tinubu has extended heartfelt congratulations to Senator Monday Okpebholo on his inauguration as governor of Edo State. In a message, President Tinubu urged Governor Okpebholo to work diligently to enhance the living standard of the people of Edo State and make a significant impact during his tenure. Reflecting on the transition, President Tinubu noted that after 8 years under Obaseki's administration, Edo State is rejoining the ranks of the All Progressives Congress. He emphasized the importance of Governor Okpebholo, justifying the confidence placed in him and the APC while fostering true democracy and effective governance in the state. In addition, President Tinubu commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for the successful conduct of the Edo governorship election and encouraged the commission to strive for even greater excellence in the upcoming Ondo governorship election scheduled for November the 16th, 2024. The Committee on Pension has pledged to initiate reforms that will address gaps and eliminate corruption in pension management and administration in Nigeria. During an oversight visit to the headquarters of the National Pension Commission in Abuja, Chairman House Committee on Pension Hussaini Jalla urged the Commission to step up scrutiny of the operations of pension fund administrators towards achieving a robust, efficient and effective pension scheme.
Over the years, our pension system has faced challenges related to inefficiency, corruption, delayed payment, underfunding, and lack of inclusivity. Pensioners complain of difficulty assessing pension payments and the inadequacy of monthly payments. The current provision for the access to only 25% of pension funds upon fulfillment of statutory requirements is deemed insufficient. Therefore, reforming the pension system is crucial to ensure that retirees live with their dignity and that workers have confidence in the system.
I expect this to continue in a routine manner going forward, where we are working cordially together and the committee brings issues to you so that you can partner with us and resolve those issues.
Lawmakers also requested PENCOM to look into the concerns of organizations seeking to exit the contributory pension scheme with a view to addressing sundry challenges. Reducing housing deficit and providing decent and affordable housing for Nigerians require a deliberate action policy of government. This conscious effort is part of the decision taken by the House Committee on Housing and Habitat during an oversight visit to the Federal Housing Authority in Abuja. Francis Udojo reports.
Going by a surging housing deficit estimated to be 28 million in 2023, a deliberate action is required by government, ministries and agencies saddled with the responsibility of providing shelter to Nigerians to tackle. FHA is a leading agency saddled with this responsibility, despite challenges of obsolete enabling laws, cumbersome land acquisition process and compensation, as well as inadequate funding. The managing director of FHA, Oyetunde Ojo, says the agency has grown its IGR from 4 million to 8 billion naira in 6 months. This development, he noted, has resulted to the ongoing plan to construct 200 housing units each in 36 states of the Federation, with land already acquired in 17 states.
Our deadline is even to deliver by December next year. We are not building gigantic building. We know what the people want. It's not just building the houses, then you are telling Nigerians 2-bedroom to come and pay 20 million. Nobody can get that money. Let's be honest with ourselves. So we will, with the help of the committee, also be doing some kind of social housing scheme.
Chairman, House Committee on Housing and Habitat, Abdulmumin Jibril, described progress made in the agency as unprecedented. He assured Nigerians of the commitment of the legislative arm to implement policies that will provide financial muscle and reposition the housing agency to deliver on its mandate.
We commend him very well. We have confidence that he is going to restore the lost glory of the Federal Housing Authority. We'll do everything we can from our legislative powers to return federal housing to budgetary line.
FHA, established in 1993, was created with the mandate of providing housing to low and medium-scale earners, especially civil servants. Francis Udojo, NTA News.
Lawmakers and other stakeholders in the education sector are in agreement that the Students' Loan Initiative of the federal government should be strengthened in terms of spread and institutional presence across the 6 geopolitical zones. This is to allow for easy accessibility by beneficiaries. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports.
This roundtable is among series of engagements to further ensure that the newly created Nigeria Students' Loan Fund makes desired impact. Among issues discussed here are inclusivity and avoiding duplication in view of other existing education scholarship programs of the federal government.
It was done in order to facilitate and ensure a value addition to
the educational sector of Nigeria because it will reduce the burden.
So we're using data in line with global best practice. And we're also trying to be sure that to align with the policies of the Ministry of Education. Because the last thing we want to do is give loans to people who don't have the prerequisite to enter an institution. And then down the line, they can't pay because an employer says, you don't have this.
We should not look at this loan as a gift. The loans are for anyone that is qualified. Our loans to our students must also be checked in such a way that they are swap on phone.
The meeting stressed that financial literacy with regards to responsible credit behavior is key to sustainability. In another development, the Senate Committee on Science and Technology has convened an interactive session as it seeks legal backing for the National Science and Technology Development Agency in Enugu. Chairman of the committee, Senator Iyaba, said the project, created through a decree in 1971, seeks to further improve research in the sector. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA.
The federal government is working towards establishing a National Research and Innovation Council, NRIC, and the National Research Fund, NRF, to drive the development and commercialization of research and innovation across Nigeria. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, announced this during a high-level policy dialogue aimed at fortifying national research and innovation funding structures, using Nigeria as a model for West Africa. Justin Bemunye has more.
The three-day conference brought together a diverse group of stakeholders from across sectors, all focused on creating a sustainable framework to support research and innovation in Nigeria. Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, highlighted that this move is a major milestone in the country's journey towards launching both the National Research and Innovation Council, NRIC, and National Research Fund, NRF, which are pillars of a vision that could revolutionize Nigeria's scientific landscape and align with the government's development goals.
President Tinubu has already approved an interministerial committee under the Office of the Vice President, working diligently on a draft Executive Council memo for the establishment of National Research Fund. This committee composed of representatives from various key ministries and stakeholders is tasked with creating a robust framework for these initiatives to strive.
Professor Nicholas Ozo, Executive Director of the African Technology Policy Studies Network, ATPS, called on the government to speed up the creation of the NRIC and NRF, stressing the urgency of incorporating research and innovation into Nigeria's development agenda.
So the councils are responsible for funding, providing funding, or looking for funds that will support research and innovation development within the ecosystem of innovation.
This is not available in Nigeria currently. So what we are trying to do is to sensitize all stakeholders, government, industry, academia, everybody, that we need to have a national research fund that will be supporting research, whether private, public sector, everybody.
The dialogue drew a diverse audience, including representatives from UNESCO, ATPS, and African University of Science and Technology, AUST, members of Nigeria's National Assembly, academia, private sector leaders, and international partners, all joining in a collective effort to shape the future of research in Africa. Justin Bemunye, NTA News.
You're watching the news on NTA International. We go on our second break.
Did you know that President Bola Tinubu has approved the suspension of import duties and tariffs on rice, maize, and other essential food items for the next 5 months, the President has also approved the suspension of import duties on pharmaceutical raw materials and equipment. This will help bring down the prices of food and drugs across the country. All hands are on deck to ensure that things get better for all Nigerians. This is the renewed hope.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Arising from lessons learned from the outcome of some industrial disputes involving government agencies and their employees, efforts at familiarizing state councils in Nigeria with the current thinking in industrial court jurisprudence are in full swing. Correspondent Mina Daniels reports that Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi SAN was at a capacity building held in that regard. Her report.
It is common practice that friction sometimes occurs in the workplace, either between employers and their employees or among members of labor unions and trade associations. Efforts at seeking solutions to such industrial disputes gave rise to the establishment of the National Industrial Court of Nigeria in 2006. Since then, it has adjudicated on many industrial disputes, notably cases instituted by the National Union of Electricity Employees as well as ASU, all against the federal government. But government as respondents in some of such cases filed by aggrieved workers sometimes lost their cases due to what was ascribed to the inability of litigators to adequately understand the current thinking and industrial court jurisprudence.
And if the principle is that federal causes should go to a federal court, why should we complain if item 34 is removed and singled out and a special court is made for that purpose?
Addressing this challenge, Attorney General and Minister of Justice says adoption of international best practices and approach to labor-related disputes is the new order.
The role of National Industrial Court, therefore, is very critical to our national interests and has the responsibility not only to resolve labor disputes, but also shape the environment in which workers and employers can coexist productively.
Arising from this workshop in Abuja for state councils, they are expected to utilize the critical insights gained to provide winning arguments in support of government's standpoint in industrial and labor matters. In Abuja, Mina Daniels, NTA News.
The military has reassured Nigerians of its commitment to securing the country and urged the citizens against fake news. The Chief of Defense Staff gave the assurance while receiving the President of Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, Dr. Ikene Liako, at the Defense Headquarters. Defense correspondent Ismail Musa reports.
They are officials and members of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations at the Defense Headquarters to deliberate on critical national issues. Of concern to the Chief of Defense Staff are the emerging security threats in parts of the country, ongoing efforts to combat the threats, and the non-kinetic nature of the nation's security challenges.
Whatever the military is doing is just 20-25% of the solution. 75% is non-kinetic. It has to do with good governance, fairness, justice, equity. If these things are missing, whatever we're doing will just be running in cycles. Social media is also creating its own challenges. Now there's a lot of fake news, false news. I think it's important that we find a way that if there are things people can verify.
The president of the institute, who commended the recent clean bill given to the military by a panel of inquiry on alleged human rights abuse, stressed that the institute preaches respect, value reorientation, and national cohesion.
The Nigerian Human Rights Commission
presented their reports that gave the Nigerian military a clean bill that you have not been abusing your operations and so on. That is very important to us, because if you recall where that report came from and what it was intended to do, it was meant to damage the credibility of the Nigerian armed forces.
The delegation also condoled with the Chief of Defense Staff, Armed Forces, and Nigerians over the demise of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taurid Lagbaja. In Abuja, Ismail Musa, NTA News.
Climate change adaptation strategies such as climate resilient crop varieties and digital tools for early weather alerts, which are crucial for protecting food systems in an unpredictable environment, are some of the issues the 2024 Nigerian Society of Engineers Annual Conference will look at. President and Chairman in Council of the body, Margaret Oino Oguntola, disclosed this at a brief in Abuja. Haman Jabani reports.
The 2024 Nigerian Society of Engineers Conference, which will focus on sustainable engineering solutions to food security and climate change, will seek to address issues central to the nation's future, showcasing innovative engineering solutions to the challenges facing Nigeria's food security and climate resilience. It will explore advancement in agricultural machinery, such as automated tractors and precision seeders, to boost productivity, effective irrigation system powered by sensor-based technologies, along with renewable energy solutions like mini-grid solar installation that foster energy dependence for rural farmers.
This event is not just a conference, but a stage set for high-impact collaborations where Nigeria's future in climate resilience, food security, and engineering innovation will be shaped. In the face of challenges and opportunities alike, your participation is essential as we shape Nigeria's pathway to a resilient, sustainable future.
The conference will also look at post-harvest innovation, including solar-powered storage and mobile cold chain solutions to minimize food loss across agricultural value chain. The president said in the last year, the body was able to empower engineers with digital and agricultural skills for the future, prioritize safety and resilience of Nigeria's engineering workforce, boosting rural development through the NSE's entrepreneurship and farming hub, among other things. Hamad Jabani, NTA News.
The National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, says the scheme will continue to strengthen its mobilization process for effective service delivery. Director General of the NYSC, Brigadier General Yushau Ahmed, stated this at the 2024 Batch C pre-mobilization workshop in Abuja with key stakeholders of core producing institutions across the country. Olajide Olainka Ojo reports.
It's a wrong imputation of name and graduation year discrepancies.
The change of date of birth. We discovered that some of them, the dates with which they came into the school may change. And then we will say, no, we won't register you until it is rectified.
When there are new changes in NYSC, I will have pleaded that they give more time for institutions to adjust to those changes.
Even though there has been an impressive performance that has led to great reduction in the challenges of the mobilization process, so much is still required in the area of fraudulent enrollment of unqualified persons.
As we approach another batch of NYSC mobilization, amidst challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, we must continue to address the contemporary issues.
With a theme that resonates deeply with the aspirations of the national vision, Director General of the NYSC, Brigadier General Yushau Ahmed, urged participants to provide solutions to observed challenges.
Management remains committed at ensuring that right things are done at all times, from the beginning to the end of the mobilization processes.
It's an opportunity to share best practices, employ new ideas, and collaborate on strategies that will enhance the effectiveness of NYSC program.
Resolutions at the end of the workshop are expected to shape future engagements of the NYSC. Olainka Ojo, NTA News.
The Youth Service Corps. You're watching the news on NTA International. More reports when we come back. Please stay with us.
Did you know that President Bola Tinubu has approved the suspension of import duties and tariffs on rice, maize, and other essential food items? The president has also approved the suspension of import duties on pharmaceutical raw materials and equipment. This will help bring down the prices of food and drugs across the country. All hands are on deck to ensure that things get better for all Nigerians. This is the renewed hope.
The federal government has barred licensed flight crew members from operating multiple airlines in Nigeria. The acting director general of the NCAA, Captain Chris Najomo, in a statement says the agency finds that pilots and other crew members render services to different airlines, describing the act as illegal and posing safety risks. He urged pilots and all those concerned to abide by the rules and standards of the enhanced safety of the aviation industry. Ebonyi State Commander of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has sealed the site at Umachara in Ebonyi, local government area of Ebonyi State, where suspected petroleum products are illegally refined. Chinaza John reports that 2 suspects linked to the illegal deal were also arrested at the site.
The raid was made possible through a tip-off by residents of the area when a truck loaded with petroleum products entered the site to offload its contents. The suspects were in the process of discharging the petroleum products into 3 GP surface tanks when men of the NSCDC reportedly arrived at the site.
Want to find the product? Yes.
The Ebonyi State Commandant of the NSCDC, Francis Nnadi, while parading the suspects, says the command under his watch is out against all saboteurs of the nation's commonwealth. He commended the timely intelligence report that led to the arrest of the suspects in the densely populated residential area.
Based on intelligence, my men were able to arrest a truck probably carrying about 45,000 liters of suspected, diverted, I would say stolen now, product located within a densely populated area in Abakaliki, which is against the norm of movement of petroleum products. Of course, we all know the risk during this period that the weather is getting for the fire and everything. And then we now realized there was a place where we located, we found about 3 or 4 GP tanks with a few products by the side where they intended to actually offload this product.
The suspects denied being part of any illegal activity in the site.
I'm a site engineer. We are doing fence. So me and the woman was in that site and she's clearing the ground. I'm the one that is in charge of the fencing and I have evidence, all the receipt of the materials that I bought.
It was black oil sludge. The sludge, that's black oil.
Black oil?
Yes.
However, the site has been sealed by the NSCDC while the truck and GP tanks confiscated, pending when the real owners surface for explanation on the illegal activities at the site. In Abakaliki, Chinaza John, NTA News.
Plateau State Police Command has debunked the rumor of a detonated improvised explosive device at Terminus. The Commissioner of Police, Emmanuel Adeshino, debunked the rumor while assessing the area in Jos. Ndeyang and Yabagyang reports.
The Old Jute area along Murtala Mohammed Way in Jos Metropolis is known for the heavy human and vehicular movement. However, residents and business owners around the area were sent into panic mode when it was alleged that a device, suspected to be improvised explosive device, was buried around the area and alerted the police.
Come this morning, we started opening shop. Not quite the interval of 1 hour. We see the bomb squad coming up, then check, then sample here. So everybody clear. So we're both of us, everybody get to come move out of here.
I saw bomb squad. They came in, they started say there's something that suspecting towards this place. That's something like bomb. I said, okay, how did the thing happen? They now say we should close up shop. I will lock up our shops.
The police commissioner, accompanied by the anti-bomb squad, were at the scene where the suspected RAD was buried.
This morning, there was a report of a suspected hole here, as you can see, that suspected to have been planted with IED. But the EOD technicians, we are immediately deployed to the scene. They dug the place and discovered that nothing was inside the place. And as you can see, there's nothing. So, and that's why I'm here, to assure members of the public that they should not be afraid.
He further assured the public of efforts to continually secure lives and property of citizens in Jos, Nigerian, and the Abuja. NTA News.
Weather forecast is next. That's it on the news on NTA International. Thank you for watching. Bye.
This is the network service of the NTA.
In the words of Thomas Dekker, sleep is a golden chain that ties health and our bodies together. However, there are cases where someone else's sleep becomes a source of discomfort to people around. Sadly enough, the victim or sufferer is mostly unaware of this condition. I am talking about snoring. Experts say that snoring could be a health condition. Sit back, relax, and let's explore the world of snoring on Better You today. My name is Yetunde Jayola. We will pause for a commercial break. Please stay tuned.
fresh taste.
Welcome back. We will kickstart today's edition with a mini documentary. Thereafter, we will feel the pulse of Nigerians on the subject matter. Subsequently, we will bring to you our resource person who will add valuable insights to your viewing experience. Please keep watching.
Snoring is a phenomenon that is easily found in our society. According to sleepfoundation.org, habitual snoring occurs in about 44% of males and 28% of females in adult populations between ages 30 and 60. Snoring can be caused by a person's anatomy, lifestyle habits, a sleep disorder called sleep apnea, which disrupts sleep and can lead to other health issues. Whether snoring is dangerous depends on its type, severity, and frequency. Light snoring. Light, infrequent snoring is normal and does not typically require medical testing or treatment. Primary snoring. Primary snoring occurs in more than 3 nights per week. Chronic snoring. This can increase your risk of certain health conditions like stroke and heart attack. Types of snoring include mouth snoring. This occurs when an individual inhales air through the mouth instead of the nose while sleeping. This may be due to nose blockage, causing a vibration of the tissues. Nasal snoring. This is also referred to as nose-based snoring. It occurs when there is a blockage in the nostrils caused by a deviated septum or other physical obstructions. Tongue snoring. This occurs when the tongue is too relaxed, especially when we lie on our backs, blocking airflows from entering the lungs. Throat snoring. This type of snoring is the loudest and most dangerous. It results from sleep apnea, a condition where an individual stops breathing several times while sleeping. It is a sleep-related disease that causes people to choke or gasp for air in their sleep. This occurs when the muscle and soft tissue in the throat areas are too relaxed. There are several factors that causes airway blockage. These include age. Snoring is more common as we age because muscle tone decreases, causing our airways to shrink. Alcohol and sedatives. Beverages containing alcohol and certain medications relax your muscles, restricting airflows through your nose, mouth, and throat. Anatomy. Enlarged adenoid, big tonsils, and a large tongue can make it hard for air to flow through your nose and mouth. Sex assigned at birth. Snoring is more common in people assigned male at birth. Family history. Snoring runs in families. If you have a biological parent who snores, you are more likely to snore too. Overall health. Nasal congestion due to the allergies and the common cold blocks airflows through the mouth and nose. Pregnant people are more likely to snore due to hormonal changes. Weight. Snoring and sleep-related breathing disorders are more common in people who are overweight. over 25 in body mass index, BMI, or obese, over 30 in body mass index, BMI.
The world needs mums. With a splash of golden terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden terra oil, or pure love.
The importance of good, healthy sleep cannot be overemphasized. Snoring robs man of these unique experiences. It is with utmost pleasure that I invite Dr. David Folorunsho, a consultant here, nose and throat surgeon at the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital, to simplify and fully x-ray the topic. A better version of you, hopefully, will emerge at the end of this interview. Please sit back and watch.
The simple definition of snoring is a situation whereby there's obstruction to the airway obstruction to the airway, and when there's obstruction to the airway, it produces noise. That noise, when an individual is sleeping, is what we call snoring. Yes, some people, they've seen it as a normal issue. Some people feel that you snore after you have done a heavy job, or they even feel that when an individual is snoring, is an indication that he's having deep sleep. But to us in ENT, to us who have so much interest in sleep disorders and airway management, we know that snoring is an abnormal situation. Our breathing is supposed not to be audible. When you are sleeping, it's supposed to be calm and then without any interference with the environment. So when an individual is snoring, it's not the normal situation. And then why it's not normal? Because of what could happen, especially when it becomes chronic, that individual will keep on snoring. There are things that this can cause. One, and that's why we talk so much, we try to create awareness for people who are snoring to check out themselves. They need some medical checkup. Yes, there's some group of people, we call them habitual snorer. That means they snore, it doesn't affect, it's not affecting their system yet. While the other people are the people that have become pathological, meaning that it's affecting their system. They have the obstructive sleep apnea. And what's obstructive sleep apnea? Obstructive sleep apnea is a condition whereby an individual, while sleeping, stop breathing temporarily. Once it's more than 10 seconds, you stop breathing more than 10 seconds, especially for adults, and about 6 seconds for children, we call that one obstructive sleep apnea. You yourself, you believe that when somebody stops breathing, something happens. That means he won't be getting oxygen at that level. The oxygen, everything is seized. So the oxygen is not getting to the system, and because of that, the system is behaving during that period. That is what leads to condition whereby the fellow wake up in the morning and discover that he has not had a refreshing sleep. He wake up in the morning, it appears to him as if he should go back and sleep again, because he feels that he has not had good rest. Why? Because throughout the night, he has not enjoyed his sleep. He kept on, the snoring affecting his, airway. He will keep on waking and, it will sleep waking. He might not be fully conscious that he was doing that, but the sleep partner will know that, yes, my partner used to stop breathing, then pick up again. During that time, the oxygen fluctuation and all these affect brain waves, and all brain cannot rest, because sleeping on its own is meant for body system to shut down and rejuvenate. eliminate and all of that. For children, the commonest cause in children is the condition I call adenotoxinal enlargement or disease. It's a situation whereby the tonsils or the adenoid, they are enlarged, blocking the airway. It might be one of them can be adenoid in the postnasal space, blocking the nose at the back. So the child cannot breathe freely through the nose. Most times he has to support his breathing with through mouth. And when that happens, this child tends to snore. And then if there's any maybe other congenital issues that is causing blockage along the airway, that one's not so common because children also snore. They also, we find them in these categories. Foreign body in the nose, any condition that can block their nose, allergy, because allergy means some of them to have blocked, they have blockage from time to time. Allergy is worse at night. That's the time most of them they have blocked nose, so they breathe through mouth at night, So that's for children and other conditions. But for adults, yes, the condition that we have, local cause that are resulting from the airway. We also have systemic condition. For the local condition from the nose, some could have what we call chronic rhinosinusitis, whereby the nose is blocked because of infection and inflammation. If you look critically inside the nose, you see there's a partition of our nasal cavities into left and right. That partition, it can get deviated to one side, blocking the nose. It can be septal spore. It can be even a tumor growth in the nose. Polyps. All these things, when they block the nose, it makes an individual vulnerable to this condition of snoring. But in the mouth, which is the major part where we see a lot of adult snoring, some adults have a very huge, big tongue. So when they are sleeping, especially when they sleep on their back, the tongue tends to block the airway, so they snore a lot. Some people have elongated and enlarged uvula. This is if you look through the mouth, that thing dangling on at the roof of the mouth there, when one is sleeping, they are restless. They will always be beating, and that makes some of them to also snore, and might also be growth and other conditions. Obesity is one of the issues too that can cause that, because people who are obese, they tend to have a compromised airway because their neck part tends to make their neck to become narrow inside because of the fat they've deposited in their neck has reduced. Now, for other conditions, some hypothyroidism, the organ in our neck, we call it a thyroid gland. Thyroid gland can be most of them to have what we call hypothyroidism, and when they have that, they have been shown to some of them to have problem with snoring. And the one beautiful thing we need to know about this is that because an individual is not getting enough oxygen, it can affect any organ. Okay, so the solution for snoring is that when you have relations or yourself, if somebody several times they mentioned to you that yes, you used to snore. I know occasionally somebody can snore, occasionally you snore or it's become chronic, or you have a relation who snore. One, you can advise this fellow. You can join us in this advocacy to also talk to them. Go and check yourself, because when you come to check yourself, you want to find out what is causing the snoring. We also want to tell you what you can do. There are different methods. We can just even simple instruction that this is how to lie when you are sleeping. We advise some people lie on your side when you are sleeping, especially if you have big tongue that used to fall back to block the airway when that fellow is sleeping. Some people ordinary position can help. So we even have some pillows that are designed for that. They are special pillows for people to snore. When they use it, it helps them to keep their head in such a condition that the snoring might be reduced or stop snoring. Then we have some people who might need medications, especially if a fellow has nose-related issues or pharyngeal issues. Some just drugs. I've seen patients just allergy that has block their nasal cavities. When they take medications, it helps them to free the nose, and they reestablish their breathing through the nose. And then when they breathe through the nose, they don't have this problem. That one can cure it. Some might need surgery from different tissues. Blocking, it might be tumor, it might be polyps, it might be their tonsils that are so enlarged, or uvula, whatever. And once we take care of this, some of them they recover from that. However, we have some percentages that even when you have removed these tissues, because their pharyngeal wall, they are so weak, because as we are advanced in age, the muscular tone of our pharynx tends to become very, very soft, not so active, to be solid for people to, because if the airway is not solid, the chances are there that when the fellow is breathing, there's always a collapse. Because of advancing age or whatever, we now use what we call CPAP, continuous positive airway pressure for them. It helps them to open their airway when they are sleeping. It's life-saving device that when you have that, you just wear it at night and very comfortable. Initially, you might struggle with it, but when you used to it, it gives you very sound sleep. You wake up in the morning, you are active, you are higher, you are strong. Your throat, you don't feel that feeling again that you have dry throat. You don't have the feelings of tiredness, being tired, headache, and all this problem, lack of concentrations. Do you know that this condition is being found to even make some men to have erectile dysfunction? Yes, it's that bad, because oxygen is life. When you don't get oxygen to some of your organs, any of the organs can misbehave. It has been shown to you could cause glaucoma. Okay, it has been shown to even cause diabetes. Even though people say diabetes can cause, but it also can cause diabetes, okay? It can cause organ failure, because when you have chronic problem with your organs in getting adequate oxygen, it affects them. It can cause kidney failure and all of that. It has multiple systemic complications. That is why when you have this problem, go out. Don't keep quiet and sort out yourself.
I believe that each value addition to our personnel contributes to our overall wellness and well-being. Utmost appreciation to Dr. David Folorunsho for his invaluable insight to the topic. A commercial break beckons. Thereafter, Better You Today continues with the exercise segment. We do appreciate your confidence in our program.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Tips and home remedies to prevent snoring. If your sleep habits are causing your snoring, some simple home remedies and sleep adjustment might help address the problem. Certain lifestyle changes can also help. Sleep on your side. Sleeping on your back sometimes causes your tongue to move to the back of your throat, which partly blocks airflows through your throat. Sleeping on your side may be all you need to do to allow airflow easily and reduce or stop your snoring. Get enough sleep. Try to get 7 to 9 hours of sleep, which is what an adult needs each night. Sleep deprivation may increase your risk of snoring. Raise the head of your bed. Elevating the head of your bed by a few inches may help reduce snoring by keeping your airways open. You can use products such as bed risers or pillows for extra height. Use a nasal strip or nasal dilator. Nasal strip helps to increase the space in the nasal passage. This can make your breathing more effective and reduce or eliminate your snoring. Nasal dilator, on the other hand, helps with snoring by decreasing airflow resistance, making breathing easier. Limit or avoid alcohol before bed. Try not to consume alcohol at least 3 hours before bedtime. Alcohol can relax the throat, causing snoring. Avoid taking sedatives before bed. Stopping sedative use before bed may ease your snoring. Like alcohol, sedatives can also cause your throat to relax, leading to more snoring. Stop smoking. Smoking is a habit that can worsen your snoring. Maintain a moderate weight. If you live with obesity, weight management might be considered to help with snoring. For some people, weight loss can help reduce the amount of tissue in the throat. Consult a medical professional when snoring persists, despite the adoption of these tips and home remedies.
Depending on the severity, snoring can be a concerning health condition requiring expert analysis and intervention. Nigerians are encouraged to improve their health-seeking behavior to attain improved quality life. I'm afraid this is where we will say our goodbyes on today's edition of Better You Today. Here is a reminder that you can watch this as well as previous episodes of Better You Today on our YouTube page displayed on your screen. My name remains Yesunde Jayola. Goodbye, God bless, stay safe, and see you some other time.
NTA. You can't beat the rich.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Too late to have a two-state solution in Israel and Gaza, President Tinubu tells world leaders in Riyadh. 17 political parties and their governorship candidates in Ondo State signed peace accord ahead of the November 16 governorship election. But will there be peace? National Assembly Parliamentary Support Group calls for a national discussion to return Nigeria to a parliamentary system of government. We have this and more on our lineup and some live updates from Benin, as there is going to be a change of government there in a few short moments. My name is Chisa Ogunfui. This is Political Update. Welcome. President Bola Tinubu says the world must work towards an end to the Israeli aggression in Gaza, which has persisted for too long a time, stating that no political aim, no military strategy, nor security concern should come at the expense of so many innocent lives. The president was speaking at the extraordinary Joint Arab-Islamic Summit in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Majesties, the two-state solution stands as a beacon of hope. I agree. Representing the right of both Israelis and Palestinians to self-determination and peace. It is not just a diplomatic article of faith, it is a vision grounded in principle of quality and mutual recognition. Achieving this vision requires a commitment to dialogue and deal-making in respect for history. We know this conflict did not begin in October 2023. It can only be resolved through principled compromise based on appreciation of the proper context. The conflict in the cradle of history is so visceral that the ripples of this division spread far and quickly. The corrosive impact of images of endless violence repeated on 1 billion smartphones around the world is huge. We need to find a new pathway to peace without delay. Nigeria has always championed the cause of peace and cooperation among nations. Our own experiences, domestically and regionally, have taught us that identity politics are no substitute for respecting the nuances of diversity. The path to reconciliation may be fraught with challenges, but it is through honest conversation and deal-making that we can foster understanding.
All right, watch this space. Nigeria's made the categorical statement towards peace in Israel and Gaza, while the Nigeria's leading agency in the fight against economic and financial crimes, EFCC, records milestone by the way of asset recovery and conviction in the last 1 year. The country is, however, still struggling to exit the grey list of Financial Action Task Force. The FTF considered Nigeria as a safe haven for supporting money laundering and terror funding.
Nigeria is not the only African country on the grey list of the FATF. It is also not relenting in tackling the menace of corruption head-on, as affirmed by the chairman of the EFCC when he hosted the Senate Committee on Anti-Corruption and Financial Crimes.
Made asset tracing and recovery one of our key objectives. And of course, we are happy to report to you in the last 1 year, we have done close to 250 billion. We have a relationship with the Accountant General's office now. We have been given access to GiveMe's. We want to monitor releases live and where the money goes.
As the Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, the director also said deployment of technology and improved funding are required to effectively tackle financial crimes.
The NFIU has strengthened its efforts to ensure reporting entities understand and comply with anti-money laundering and countering financing obligation, terrorism financing obligations. Financial crime taxes demands a continuous investment in technology and training.
Despite these challenges, there is confidence that Nigeria has what it takes to make a difference, as confirmed by the chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission.
About 50 billion naira has been lost by African continent through illicit financial flow. As a result of that, the head of state of African countries agreed amongst themselves that there is need for Africa to come together, and through the glory of God, I was elected as the first chairperson of Africa's Recovery Practitioners Forum, whereby I was saddled with the responsibility of galvanizing the support and also to mobilize all the African corruption agencies and African recovery institutions in order to ensure that the stolen asset, the asset of African artifacts taken outside the African continent are identified, traced, recovered, and bring back to Africa.
The Senate Committee, at the end of the oversight visit, says it would provide necessary legislative support for the agencies to function effectively.
To support them through budgetary provisions. We also look at we are also going to look at their laws to make sure that they make them to amend them, to give them more power and to ensure that they are efficient.
The oversight visit is to assess the performance of the agencies in the implementation of the 2024 budget preparatory to the presentation of the 2025 appropriation bill.
All right, we'll move now to the ancient city of Benin, because a new era has begun for Senator Monday Okpebolo as he takes over the baton of leadership from his predecessor, Godwin Obaseki, whose 8-year tenure ends today, that is the 12th of November 2024. We're being joined via Zoom from Benin by Reverend David Ugolo. Reverend David Ugolo was part of the civil society. Group was part of the civil society groups that brought up this Edo State situation room during the election, and now that has culminated to today's activity, that is the handover to the new governor, Monday Okpebolo. What are your thoughts at this time, and that of the Benin people as well? I mean, the Edo State people as well.
First, I want to thank you for the opportunity. You really rightly note that the atmosphere here is very inspiring, and at least there's a transition from one government to another government, and under Monday Okpebolo. And this, there's no doubt, provides opportunity again to reflect on what has happened in the last 8 years, lessons to be drawn from it, and what can move on what the former government have done. And that for me is something that would define the future and how the people will perceive and also assess the government. The most important thing and the lessons we should all learn is that power is transient. You start today, one is taking over today. In 4 years' time, he has an opportunity again to return back to the people. and the people will define whether he will be given the second tenure, or otherwise he will be shown the way out. But I can tell you that the excitement is high here, and we're looking forward to opportunity to define. And one of those things we're doing as civil society is that we had the opportunity to provide monitoring during the elections. We had the opportunity to monitor this election, and we take note very seriously the promises that were made by different contestants, and we were very happy that most of the contestants also agree in principle that the issue of transparency, accountability, tackling corruption, tackling the lack of transparency in the procurement processes, and the issue of beneficial ownership, who is getting government contract. These are key issues to define the future and governance in Edo State.
It doesn't seem as if, hopefully we'll also, get live pictures from where the inauguration will take place. But let me put this to you. It doesn't seem as if they are starting on a very friendly note. There's been back and forth between those who are, coming in and those who are going out, and as to the level of information being exchanged as far as the transition is concerned. Some are even saying that the governor may not even attend this occasion. Well, why are we having this push and shove at this very crucial stage in the state?
Well, that has also made us, that it will interest you to note that perhaps I've sent out a letter to the outgoing governor, Governor Baseki, and then I've also sent letter to the incoming governor. I also sent letter to the Oba of Benin. I also sent letter to the Edo citizens. And in that letter, the key message that runs through those 4 letters is about building consensus and building legal framework around the issue of transition. Expectation from the incoming government, from the outgoing government, they are not defined by legal framework. And that's why, as informed the crisis we have experienced between the outgoing government and the incoming government. And so the lessons is that if there was a legal framework backed by law on how information should be presented to those who are coming in and those who are going out, then we would have been avoid this situation we have found ourselves, whether Governor Baseki was invited or not. And I'm sure that this incoming government, in their request, is very clear, and that would be the basis to now continue to demand that there should be a legal framework. There are lessons that we have learned, that because of the absence of legal framework, when you say handover note, what does it really mean? What does it really mean in Nigeria? Handover note. Who defines handover note? It's subjective. It depends on the relationship between the outgoing and the incoming. And that's what you have seen in Edo, because there are different political parties. The outgoing government is PDP and the incoming government is APC. And if you look and reflect on the campaign, it was very, very tensed, and this situation is not very friendly, and that's what you are seeing that have manifested in the transition process. But I am happy, democracy prevailed at last, and we should not see it as surprising, because even in the United States we are seeing how recurrent a political process can be, and you can see that Donald Trump won, and you can see how Democrats have peacefully accepted the defeat and wish Donald Trump a successful reign. This is the kind of element we want to see. This is what we want to see defines the transition process in Edo State.
Your thoughts a little bit, Reverend. I'll still bring you back, but I want to go to the venue. Jude Abugu, our correspondent, is there at the venue. I believe that's Samuel Ogumudia Stadium. Jude, if you are there, tell us what is happening at this time. I can see a lot of people behind you, rushing, wearing the same attire to that venue. Jude, if you can hear me, what is happening out there at the Samuel Ogumudia Stadium? I can see a lot of people behind you.
Edo State now has a new governor in the person of Senator Monday Okpewolo. A while ago, the Chief Judge of the state, Justice Okumbawa, administered oath of office on Senator Okpewolo and his deputy, Dennis Idahosa. You will remember that Senator Okpewolo contested and won the September 21 governorship election on the platform of the All Progressive Congress. A lot of fanfare and celebrations are now going on within and outside the happy over the seamless transition from the PDP governor led by Godwin Obaseki to a APC government, which Okpebolo is now taking over from Obaseki. There were some activities that led to this transition today. And I'll be speaking with one of the APC chieftains that was part of the transition committee, talking about Washington Osifo. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. How are you?
What is the atmosphere?
Well, as you can see, it's fanfare, celebration, joy, untold. And there are so many reasons for that. We have just concluded, today, the darkest era of Edo political history, which was between 2016 and 2024, which ended today. And we'll be looking forward to a new regime that will usher in love, that will usher in new atmosphere or conviviality, new takeoff for development, which should ordinarily be the right of the people. I am grateful to God for the person, the kind of governor he has given to us in the person of Senator Monday Okpebolo. He's a man that fears God, just as it is written, a man after God's own heart. If you don't fear God, you cannot respect the people. This is about social contract. He's a man who has told us, and I don't believe in him, has made manifest in his choice, as governor.
Jude, I'd like you to ask our guest a few questions, and that is,
for instance, in the area
if you can hear me, concerning the attendance. Was the governor there? Who are the people who handed over?
Security, in the area of security itself, in the area of engaging the youth, women, and the area of health sector, social sectors, particularly, as things that should be minimal, in terms of citizens assessing it, not taking it up high the roof to the extent that ordinary citizens cannot.
All right. Talking about the ceremony that took place today, we can see a beehive of activities. Were you impressed with the turnout of dignitaries and personalities to grace the inauguration?
Actually, this is what they call seas of heads. You see that there's virtually no space anywhere. It tells you, apart from the guests were not idle. They were active, they were happy, and that was what, crowned what happened today. You can see joy in the air. You are even feeling it, and it means that when there's joy, you can't hide it. And when there's sorrow, you also can't hide it. But for today, the reason why it is different, if just like what I've just told you, is a transition from, a government that gave us pain, and God has just given us one that will usher in joy and happiness. And without happiness and joy, there can be no meaningful development. Edo is happy, and Edo has made the choice. So I want to congratulate Senator Monday.
In terms of who is who?
Yes,
in Nigeria.
In terms of who is who in Nigeria and Edo State. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by no other person by his vice president here today. That means the president came, and you saw governors from all APC states and all of that. Here, and you saw leaders of Edo State, from a traditional to religious leaders to captains of industries all over Nigeria. They are here. And what else can we say other than to say thank you, God?
So people that were not privileged to watch it live, they'll be wondering if the former governor also graced the occasion.
No. The former governor, obviously, before today, we knew he wasn't coming. If you are not a friend of the people, it becomes your luck coming out, to be assessed when you have faith. He has passed a vote of no confidence in himself by refusing to show up today. So, it is a lesson to everybody. It is the reason why he didn't come. It's not because he was passing the baton from one political party, the PDP, to APC. No. The reason is because he failed Edo people. He divided. Edo was never divided like it was under his regime. What we look forward to is a better Edo, a glorious Edo, under the regime of Senator Monday Okpebolo.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you very much, Washington Osifo, for giving us.
Let me just say this. Did you hear what he said? I'm a member of the 14 that was refused access to the House of Assembly.
I will remember.
You heard what he said. He saed that is one thing he will visit again.
Thank you very much. We can see the atmosphere. The joy is in the air. And Fisayo, that's the situation from Samuel Ogbemide.
I can see Jude Abubu. I can see Jude Abugu, your guest was asking you that you could feel it. I don't know whether you could feel it, but I will get back to you, of course, hopefully that Ondo State is also around the corner. We'll see how that pans out. Thank you very much, Jude Abugu from Benin. We still have Reverend David Ugola with us. Reverend, we just spoke with people at the stadium not too far from where you are, the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium, where the inauguration took place. We're under the supervision, of course, of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, APC jubilating, PDP perhaps are not particularly excited about that. But very quickly, what are your words for the people of your states and what are your expectations as we move ahead?
First, there's so much expectation, and I think that one of the first things that they expect from Senator Modokbewulu, now the governor of Edo State, is to first announce his cabinet. We expect that there should be no further delay. He should announce his cabinet, let us know who is appointed to different positions. And like I've always said, those who help you to campaign might not necessarily be the people that will help you and define how you implement governance. And then secondly, Okpebholo has to again present his agenda very clearly and coherently. How he's going to deal with the challenge, some of the challenges taken from the outgoing government. And then he has to also let Edo people know the current state of the asset and the current state of liability in Edo State. When I mean liability, what is the total debt exposure of Edo State? Who is Edo State government owing? Which bank? And then all the several MOU that Edo State government entered into in the last 8 years. It would be good for Edo people to know what are the content and provisions in those of understanding. Who is representing Edo State and what is Edo State interest and what is the benefit for the past 8 years? These are things that would necessarily be seen in the handover note. But as you know, the acrimonious nature of the transition process did not allow the Edo people to see such information. But I do hope that in the next few weeks, Senator Modokbewulu, the governor of Edo State, will take the necessary steps and to be able to make it look very all-encompassing. It should not be the political party affairs alone. Modokbewulu should realize that he's the governor of Edo State, and I said this very clearly in my letter to the governor, who is now the governor of all people. He's not the governor of PC. And I stand by that comment. He's not the governor of Edo State. And in my analysis, I said it all. If you look at the total number of people that voted for Modokbewulu, it's less than 50%. And the total population that also voted for PDP, they're up to about 20%. And if you take in total, so Modokbewulu becoming Edo State governor is not just the Edo State, it's not of those who voted for him alone or those of his political party. He's the governor of Edo State. And what that means is that in moving Edo State forward, he should try to play emphasis in reaching out to talents within the state and ensure that he used talent from PDP, used talent from APC, used talent from different parts of the state so that he can push the state forward. Ownership is fundamental. I think that's one of the key lessons that previous government will learn. The idea of exporting experts from Lagos, from Abuja to Benin doesn't work. It's not sustainable. And the issue of transparency and disclosure is very important. How you spend government money, then in all, security. How you manage the security architecture of the state is very fundamental. If you are going to attract investment, if the place is not secure, the people will not be able to do anything.
You have made a point. Time is not a friend of the program, but of course this conversation will continue. There's enough time perhaps to set agenda for Senator Monday Okpebholo, the new governor of Edo State, the heartbeat of the nation. We wish you the very best, of course, in your own, agenda, of course, that you have put forward to Edo people, the letters you've written and your expectation, as well as the new governor as he mounts the saddle. That has been political update for today. Many thanks to our guests and reporters for being there for us and for you for watching. Between now and when we come your way again, we'll be in Akure then. Please play your politics for the greater good and keep it locked on the Nigerian Television Authority for news, reviews, previews, and interviews. Bye-bye now.
The struggle for independence had been a long and tough one. Our founding fathers and compatriots sacrificed their comfort and even shed their blood. We cannot at this point in history afford to spirit away their sacrifices for immediate but temporary gains of today. Let us emphasize what unites and
Tangishaka in for Esther Githui Ewert. Welcome to Africa 54. Here's what's coming up next.
U.S. President-elect Donald Trump begins to shape his administration. Will he seek retribution against his adversaries? Meanwhile, progressives reflect on losing the White House. The United States and Germany launched a $40 million joint initiative in West Africa focusing on counterterrorism and extremism. Kenya's national airline is recovering diesel from waste plastics. It's aimed at providing cheaper fuel and reducing plastic waste pollution.
U.S. President-elect Donald Trump is beginning to shape his administration. Media reports says he will nominate Republican Representative from New York, Elise Stefanik, for the role of ambassador to the United Nations. Meanwhile, progressives are reflecting on losing the White House. VOA Veronica Balderas Iglesias has more.
After a decisive electoral victory, all eyes are now on President-elect Donald Trump and how he will govern. His supporters believe that even those Americans who didn't vote for the former president will see their lives improve.
I think a lot of people across the country, even who have bought into, I think, some false narratives about Donald Trump, are going to be pleasantly surprised as to finding more money in their paycheck, prices coming down in the country, a secure border.
With the selection of Susie Wiles as Trump's chief of staff, the president-elect's administration is already taking shape. The former president took to his Truth social media platform Saturday to make clear, however, that neither former U.S. ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, nor Trump's former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, will be invited to join his cabinet this time around. Meanwhile, questions have been raised about whether Trump will act on promises he's made to seek revenge against his political enemies and those who have pursued legal cases against him.
I'm going to tell you what Donald Trump has said on this time and again. Success will be our retribution. Success will be our vengeance.
While I concede...
For those who supported the Democratic presidential campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris, this is a time of reflection.
The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry. We are living in an economy today, Donna, where the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck.
While praising the Biden administration's achievements, Senator Sanders said there's more work to be done.
We need an agenda that says to the working class, we're going to take on these powerful special interests and create an economy and a government that works for you. And by the way, that can't happen unless you get big money out of politics.
U.S. President Joe Biden has promised there will be a peaceful transfer of power on January 20th. Biden called Trump to congratulate him after his election win, and the two are scheduled to meet in person Wednesday at the White House. Veronica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
With former President Donald Trump returning to the White House, Ukrainians are bracing for potential shifts in U.S. policies that could reshape its fight for survival against Russian aggression. President-elect Trump's agenda could take a sharp turn from Biden's administration's unwavering support, raising fears that vital U.S. aid might be at risk. Miroslava Gongazet reports from Europe.
When news about Donald Trump's presidential victory reached Ukraine, the Trump Cafe bar in downtown Kyiv offered free drinks to its customers. Roman Kravtsov, the creative director of the 5-year-old business, is happy with America's choice for president.
We think that's one of the greatest parts of history. It's beginning now, and we think that's great.
But not all Ukrainians share his excitement. Some are bracing for changes in U.S. policy. Mark Werger, senior fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis, voices a common concern.
Trump might actually decide to put pressure on Ukraine by withholding the much-needed military, financial, diplomatic, political, and other types of support, that he can show it to his supporters as some sort of a peace.
Werger says Russia would use the opportunity to rest, regroup, and attack again later. He says Trump's promise to end the war suggests he may push Ukraine and Russia to the negotiating table.
The only way Trump could potentially stop the war is, unfortunately, if he puts pressure on Ukraine to stop the fighting and to accept a ceasefire, and to also concede and give away the occupied territories under Russia's terms.
Former Ukrainian infrastructure minister turned soldier Volodymyr Omelyan views Trump's intentions as sincere but unrealistic.
I think that Trump is honest in his statement that he will end all wars. I would like only to wish him luck, because if he does so, he will be the first man for centuries to complete this task.
For Ukraine, any peace deal must respect its sovereignty without Russian troops on its soil, experts say. Some Ukrainians say a push for peace could also bring new opportunities for U.S.-Ukraine cooperation.
It's important to lift restrictions on deep strikes and provide Ukraine long-range missiles, especially after the North Korean troops, which already supporting Russian aggression against us. And of course, we do believe that more pragmatic approach, especially cooperation in economy.
Ukrainians are balancing their hope for peace with the risk that a rushed deal could jeopardize their sovereignty. Miroslava Gongadze, VOA News, Warsaw.
Qatar is pausing ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas, citing unwillingness and unseriousness from the warring parties. Meanwhile, Israel is ramping up its strikes against Hamas targets in Gaza and Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. VOA Arash Arabasadi reports. We warn you that some of the images are disturbing.
A helicopter above, an explosion below. In the courtyard of the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in the central Gaza Strip, Israel continues its war campaign against Hamas targets in the region. Local authorities say at least 3 died in this attack, while in the city of Khan Yunis, Palestinian medical officials said at least 13 people died in Israeli airstrikes early Saturday. An Associated Press journalist at the Nasser hospital counted the bodies. The ongoing violence prompted Qatari officials who serve as key mediators between Israel and Hamas to announce a pause in efforts to broker a ceasefire deal. In a statement on social media, Qatar's foreign ministry said efforts to broker such a deal would resume when Israel and Hamas showed their willingness and seriousness to end the war. Meanwhile, in Tel Aviv, Israel, thousands of demonstrators returned to the streets demanding their government reach a ceasefire with Hamas to free hostages still held more than 13 months since the October 7 terror attacks on Israel that triggered the conflict.
We have to have the voice of the people. I'm here today because the situation is terrible. It's been 400 days and the hostages are still in Gaza. There's a war without a direction. It's so sad. It's a big tragedy, and the government has to listen to the people. This is our way of protesting.
While simultaneously attacking targets in Gaza, Israel also launched strikes into parts of its northern neighbor, Lebanon. Israel says it's targeting members of the Iran-backed Western-identified terror group Hezbollah. With scenes similar to Gaza, parts of Lebanon are now dust and rubble, twisted metal, with rescuers digging through rocks using their bare hands. Lebanese officials say dozens died in the attacks, with some needing DNA testing to identify their remains. More protests and strikes come against the backdrop of violence in Amsterdam. Dutch officials said young people there attacked Israeli fans after a soccer match. Authorities said social media posts called for targeting Jews, and they shut down all demonstrations for the weekend. Reports say some of the Israeli fans had torn a Palestinian flag off a building and chanted anti-Arab slogans on their way to the stadium. Arash Erbasadi, VOA News.
Thanks, Arashia. The United States and Germany are launching a $40 million joint initiative, the Coastal State Stability Mechanism, across 5 West African states, focusing on counterterrorism and extremism. Unlike past military-driven efforts, this program emphasizes community-led developmental approach to addressing the root cause of instability and promote good governance and economic development. Senano Tord, a report from Yendi, Ghana.
At Yendi in northern Ghana, U.S. and German delegates handed over police equipment to local leaders to mark the launch of a new initiative to protect communities from the growing threat of terrorism and extremism spilling over from the Sahel. The Coastal State Stability Mechanism, or CSSM, focuses on tackling the root causes of regional instability through community-led solutions, improved governance, and economic development, marking a shift away from the traditional military approach to conflict resolution. Before its launch, the program supported vulnerable communities by improving healthcare facilities, providing solar energy, and enhancing community leadership programs.
One might think just about security services for building security, but security is about more than that. It's about the whole community. It's about building resilient societies. And yes, of course it is about the ability of the police to conduct their work and to do it in a way that, that has the trust of the community, but it's about these other pieces as well.
Experts say violent extremists often exploit developmental gaps to radicalize communities. Ghana's National Security Interagency Coordinator, Baba Sayuti, explains that the CSSM partnership strengthens the nation's capacity to address these gaps and prevent terrorism.
So for us partnering with CSM, Coastal State Stability Mechanism, to be able to provide the needs whereby the state is not able to do it, it's a way in order to reduce this kind of thing. That's why I'm saying that they are helping the first pillar, that is the prevention.
Despite these efforts, Ghana's Northeast Regional Minister, Yidana Zakaria, warns of visible signs of terrorist activity. Zakaria explained to delegates that northern Ghana's proximity to the Sahel makes it easy for suspicious individuals to enter the country under the guise of religious clerics or refugees seeking aid.
They come and go. Sometimes you don't even know where they stay. And we are worried about that. They are not necessarily beggars. They could also be gathering intelligence. The question is, how do they even get into the country? Because they don't have any document to show that they have come through approved entry points. That gives room for worry.
In Accra, the U.S. and German ambassadors reassured local leaders of their commitment to using existing development programs, such as Germany's GIZ and the U.S. Agency for International Development, to help build community resilience against these threats. They also indicated that more partners would soon join the CSSM initiative.
You can expect more partners to join the program, and that certainly is our goal. We're better when we're together. Each of us brings a certain set of experiences, types of resources to the table.
For the next 3 years, CSSM will operate in 5 coastal West African states: Benin, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Guinea, and Togo, in an effort to help defend these countries from the Sahel insurgencies. Sana Anutot, VOA News, Yendi, Ghana.
Diplomats from across the world are in Azerbaijan capital Baku Monday for the annual climate summit known as COP29 to discuss how to avoid the increasing threat from climate change in a place that was one of the birthplace of the oil industry. Azerbaijan under fire from multiple organizations that allege its commitment to the green energy transition amounts to greenwashing or making false or misleading statements about the environmental benefits of a product or practice. Azerbaijani officials argued that it's unfair to criticize Baku for producing more fossil fuel when there is a demand for them across Europe as governments try to keep fuel costs low. We're excited to hear what you think about Africa 54 and all our VOA Africa programs on our website at voaafrica.com. Still to come, Kenya's national airline aims to provide cheaper fuel while reducing plastic waste pollution. We'll be right back.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Lina Khmudu, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
In other news, the Chadian army says Boko Haram insurgents killed 17 Chadian soldiers in a weekend attack on a military post that also left 96 of the assailants dead in the country's west. The attack on the Lake Chad region happened on Saturday, according to Army spokesperson who did not provide details. The World Health Organization, in a statement on Monday, says it is calling a meeting of its emergency committee on the November 22nd to determine whether Mpox remains a global health crisis. In August, the disease, which continues to spread in Africa, was classified by the UN health body as a public health emergency of international concern, which represents the highest form of alert. And the incumbent Prime Minister of Mauritius, Pravandi Jugnauth, says his political alliance appears headed for a major defeat to a rival coalition led by three-time former premier following Sunday's parliamentary elections. Jugnauth says the alliance, headed by 77-year-old veteran politician Navin Ramgoolam, is poised to win the vote on the Indian Ocean archipelago. The United States rates the missing and murdered Native American women are higher than the national average. The Department of the Interior says American Indian and Alaska Native people are at disproportionately at risk of going missing, experiencing violence, or being murdered in the southern states of New Mexico. Some indigenous families are using a new grant to help expand their search for justice. Gustavo Martinez Contreras has our story.
Tiffany Reed went missing from the Navajo Nation 20 years ago. Today, her older sister Deandra Reed is helping other families of missing and murdered Indigenous people try to find closure and justice. Reed is a coordinator with the Coalition to Stop Violence Against Native Women.
This is personal for me, and it really gave me the motivation to be the voice for my sister. And I just really want to be able to help the families who are just now experiencing the loss of their loved one, and just trying to help them to navigate the system to, get through the barriers that we faced 20 years ago.
New Mexico has among the largest number of missing and murdered Indigenous people, with some cases dating back to the 1950s. Reed's group is helping connect Indigenous people who are looking for a missed loved one with a state program offering up to $3,000 to cover search-related expenses. 17 families used that direct aid fund last year, including Navajo Nation member Denise Carrillo, who is searching for her sister Christina, who was last seen on June 14, 2022.
It takes a lot of money, and a lot of families have been doing that, been out of their own pocket paying for cadaver dogs and paying for volunteers, paying for people to go and help do these large searches where they have 5 canine dogs out there, and we're like circling and flagging any type of bone or stuff like that.
Josette Monet is Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Indian Affairs Department. She says helping defray families' search costs is progress, but the state still needs to figure out better ways to help them.
Hearing the family stories, for me, it comes back to me as, for my professional role, to come back and say, okay, I need to understand some of these questions, or I need to start trying to find some answers to these questions so that I can help better serve the families and the communities. But there's some things that I just don't know the answers to right now, and I think that that's what's really hard for families. It's hard for us as well.
The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports that non-Hispanic American Indians and Alaska Natives had the second highest rates of homicide in 2020 compared to all other racial and ethnic groups. Gustavo Martinez Contreras, VOA News, Farmington, New Mexico.
Kenya's national airline is recovering diesel from waste plastics. Authorities says the goal is to provide cheaper fuel and to reduce plastic waste pollution. Victoria Amunga explains from Nairobi.
Uncontrolled disposal of plastics in Kenya often increases pollution and waste in the environment. Most of this plastic ends up in landfills. However, this month, National Airline Kenya Airways launched a project to turn plastics to fuel. The plastics are shredded and loaded into this hopper. Heat breaks the plastics down into oil, which is refined into diesel fuel for ground vehicles. The company's chief operating officer, George Kamal, says at least 1,000 liters of fuel is produced daily.
We get people to work here in the plant, and we get people to work in the community to collect that plastic from the community and pays money as well for the community. So we take that waste plastic from the community around and we use that. So 98% comes from the community around us. 2% comes from the airline.
Scientists say the diesel produced from plastic waste is less efficient than regular fuel, produces higher exhaust emissions and has lower flash point, meaning it catches on fire more easily. At the same time, oil supplies and prices are chronically uncertain, and Kenya barely produces any crude oil. So experts say creating fuel alternatives is crucial.
You begin to change people to renewable energy, and then also cut the dependency on fuel, on the traditional hydrocarbon fuels. And the earlier you do it, the better it will be for the country.
Also, plastic pollution remains a significant problem in Kenya, despite recent national commitments to increase recycling. An estimated 92% of Kenya's plastic is mismanaged and only 7% is recycled, according to a recent report.
We do use the plastics, that is in terms of bottles and other like trays and such like things. So when they break, we would be forced to dispose them. But now with the plant, we are able to bring them back here and recycle the same to produce diesel.
The diesel production plant was designed by Kenyan engineers and is the first of its kind in the country. Kenya Airways officials say producing fuel locally is saving costs and reducing plastic waste. Victoria Amunga, VOA News, Nairobi.
And that's our show for today. Be sure to watch Africa 54 on our website at voaafrica.com. From all of us here in Washington, thanks for watching.
Art and craft is life itself. It is the way we perceive the world around us and how we appreciate it. Art is an outlet for our inner self. It is a bridge that links gaps in our society and also between nations and continents. Nigerians have indeed come a long way in the domain of arts and craft. Paintings, sculptures, beadwork, mixed media, and various forms of creativity have become a form of self-expression and a medium to portray our rich and diverse culture.
Arts and crafts is a way of communicating our rich cultural heritage to those that do not know us. It defines who we are. 2, it assists to adorn our homes and offices. And they are so precious to those that appreciate them in a way that when you want to give somebody very important to you in the diplomatic corps a gift, you and I will not think of going for the most expensive linen, imported material. No. We will think of, oh, let's look for something unique. Let's think of arts and craft.
Globally, the arts and craft sector is a billion-dollar industry. In Nigeria, it provides means of livelihood for the affluent and the common man. Salisu Abubakar is a painter in the FCT. He has been at his craft for over 8 years.
I paint on canvas, and I also use different materials for painting. And still like this one, is Ankara I'm putting here. Here is net. We use different things to create knitting. For now, our people are trying, mostly on paintings. They do come for paintings.
COVID-19 has affected many businesses adversely, and this one is not an exception.
Before the coding, things are going well, but now, honestly, it's not as it used to be. Mostly the foreigners, they don't come out the way they used to, because they are doing, mostly they are doing their patronizers here.
The art and craft sector has immense potentials and should be encouraged.
All of us should do more. And the more we do it, the more it's going to transcend into the development of our national economy. Because when we promote made in Nigeria goods, we are providing jobs for our brothers and sisters in the villages where they are producing all this. And the more businesses and the more sales we provide, the better for the economy.
Nigeria can boast of a rich array of creative arts and craft works. And if given the appropriate support and boost, the sector can contribute significantly to national development and project our culture on the international scene.
It's on record that colonial Nigeria was ruled by the British Empire from mid-19th century until 1960, when Nigeria achieved independence. Nigeria opened its first diplomatic post, the Nigerian High Commission in London, therefore making United Kingdom Nigeria's first mission. This is African literature on the NTA, Africa's largest television network. Named Nabasi is my name, inviting you on this adventurous journey.
The history of Nigeria from about 1849 until it attained independence in 1960 is largely the story of the transformational impact of the British and the people and cultures of the Niger-Benue area. The colonial authorities who came to this part of West Africa in the years between 1862 and 1960 sought to define, protect, and realize their imperial interests. The British were in the Niger-Benue area, pursuing their interests, which were largely economic and strategic. Steps taken in this pursuit resulted in many unplanned for and byproducts, one of which was the socio-political aggregation, which is known today in the international law as the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The Number One Mission, an elegant literary piece by Yemi Edun, delves into the operations and significance of the Nigerian High Commission, situated at 9 Northumberland Avenue. Yemi Edun in this compendium takes readers through a remarkable journey through diplomacy and some untold stories of the Nigerian High Commission in London.
Well, people sometimes say I'm a storyteller, and that comes with my field of trade, because when you are matching people up with property, you don't just sell the property, you are selling the community, you are selling information about the area. Nobody buys the property in isolation. They want to know what is happening, what has happened in the area, and what the plans are for the future of the area. London itself is a city that is adrift with history. If you imagine that people like Albert Einstein, lived in London. Mozart, the composer, lived in London over 300 years ago. William Shakespeare lived in London. And what probably influenced the work of some works of William Shakespeare were things that happened around them. So there are lots available there in terms of books or literature on London or the United Kingdom, but very few about our own community. And this is an institution that binds us together, that most Nigerians, Nigerian origin in the UK, have to visit the Nigerian High Commission at some point in time. So this is a very important subject that up till now, my concern or my understanding of that subject was limited to passport and visas. So when I realized that there's a whole lot more to this, and it interested me, and I felt it should be documented and shared with the general public.
The choice of the title of this work is explained.
I realized that Nigeria had 175 missions across the world. And looking at it closely, I just felt that undoubtedly, United Kingdom is the #1 mission of or to Nigeria. One, they are the colonial, I don't want to use the word masters, but they colonized Nigeria. English is widely spoken in Nigeria. United Kingdom and indeed London is one city that Nigerians don't suffer culture shock. Even for Nigerians that have never been to the UK, they know there's somewhere called Buckingham Palace, somewhere called Oxford Street or Peckham, So the importance of United Kingdom and indeed London, I don't think it can be overstated. In areas of education, health, lifestyle, medical, it's the first port of call.
The chronology of the issues highlighted in the work is discussed.
Every subject has a root. So we've had 14 High Commissioners in the UK. And I believe the complexion of the High Commissioners we've had just shows the diversity and the unity of the country in one sweep. So the first one was Chief Matthew Umbu. So when you mention that name, the next thing is, I can see you smiling because you know the name. Now, when you mention that name, he still holds the record as the youngest minister ever appointed in Nigeria before the age of 25. And he has a distinction of being the first High Commissioner to the United Kingdom and the first ambassador to the United States of America, So one name or one subject opens up other sphere in public life. Alhaji Abubakar Alhaji was a super minister. He was a finance minister, budget and planning and all that. He was a High Commissioner, and he bought the Abuja house. So when you talk about the first Nigerian coup, Brigadier General Ogundipe will come to light in terms of he could have been the head of state. So I think there is a relation. I will talk of Dr. Christopher Kolade. He was the CEO of Cadbury, one of the biggest companies in Nigeria. So Prince Bola Ajibola was Attorney General of the Federation, and he was High Commissioner. If you talk about a chapter like the Diko affair, it was something that shook the country, the country's relationship with Britain, So it's important to, I think there are definitely, because history cannot be in isolation of the source, which Nigeria, and that's why it's based on Nigeria and UK.
The relevance of the piece cuts across all the demography.
I think this is relevant across board. I don't think you're talking of the country that colonized you, so you should know something about it. I have an aged dad who is 92, and he's one of the few people in the world that have had to sing God Save the King as a kid, God Save the Queen, and now back God Save the King, So it's relevant to him at 92 as much as it's relevant to my 6-year-old daughter.
The author expresses his concerns of the general outlook on the creative work and the ease of the lucid approach to capture more eyeballs to this work.
One of the things that I was particular about was the font size of the book and the quality of the book itself, because I believe people have become lazy. A lot of people don't read as much. Rather, a lot of people don't read books as much as we knew it. However, I think people actually read more than ever with WhatsApp forwards and all that. So most people read the equivalent of 1 or 2 books a week, but not in the book format. So the book, I believe, had to be presented in a way that would be endearing and connects with the reader. Now, the type of language, I've been told that the book is written the way I communicate, you know. So, you know, but that's the feedback I'd received, that look, the illustration, you know, and all that, it just is like a written mode of how I verbalize my communication.
The book is available on these outlets.
It's available at bookshops. The booksellers are regarded as one of the biggest book shops in the country. They have an outlet in Abuja, Ibadan, Lagos, and they sell online. And we have we have a site for it as well, www.yemiedun, which you can order, pay, and delivered.
Yemi lets us in on the sources of information while writing.
I had a good relationship with the last High Commissioner. When he was appointed, he reached out. He wanted to be different. He wanted to make an impact, and he reached out to me. So that relationship enabled me get information from the library of the embassy, and also some of this information are out there. What we've been able to do with this project is to amalgamate everything in one book.
Yemi shares his views on nationhood during the session.
I just want to encourage us as a people to focus more on positive. There are so many positives that we underplay, you know. You'll find, you travel to some countries, and when they show you the achievements of those countries, it's not that, you know, but the way they put it together and put a story behind it, you know, at times the story is even bigger than the event, you know. So let us celebrate our wins, no matter how little. One of the topics highlighted in this book is the Rolls-Royce Phantom 5 that Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa bought when he was foreign minister before he became prime minister. And he bought it in 1959 for the country to use in London. And the car is still running, you know. So the fact that you have a car that predates Nigeria as a country, you know, still functional, it's a vintage car. It should be something that tourists go to visit the UK. I think the embassy should make it available maybe over summer, maybe 1 or 2 days. People take their children, and the story behind, you know, the number of head of state or leaders that have taken a ride in the, you know, cartoons can come out of it, storylines can come out of it, and that's how you put your nation, you add value to your nation, and you're in this subconscious of people. They want to know more about that country, you know. I think there are so many things to write about, and this is just one of them.
As new technologies emerge, new things are invented, slangs becomes acceptable, and new words must fill in the gaps in language. The language we use possesses the ability to grow with time, culture, and technology. The next segment will take a closer look at the evolving nature of language.
Neologism, as a literary device, refers to the creation or the use of new words or expressions in literature. It is a word or phrase that is not used regularly by most speakers and writers, but can be an entirely new word or a blend of old and new words. The term neologism was first attested in English in 1772. It was borrowed from French néologisme, Neo meaning new, and Greek logos meaning word. These creative linguistic inventions often emerge due to cultural shifts and technological advancements, and the newly coined terms often serve specific purposes, such as expressing novel concepts, conveying a character's unique voice, or enhancing the thematic depth of a work. Some examples of neologism in African literature include Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, Ogbanje. In this classic novel, Achebe uses the Igbo word Ogbanje, which refers to a child believed to be an evil spirit that repeatedly dies and is reborn to cause his or her parents grief. Another example is Chi, which Achebe uses to describe a personal god or spiritual guardian, a concept that is central to the Igbo cosmology. In Wole Soyinka's The Man Died, Ogonian. In his various works, Soyinka often references the Yoruba deity Ogun, the god of iron and war. He uses the term Ogonian to describe someone who embodies the characteristics of Ogun, such as creativity, destructiveness, and resilience. Chimamanda Adichie's Americana. Adichie coined the term Nigerpolitan to describe a new generation of Nigerians who have lived abroad and returned to Nigeria, blending global influences with their Nigerian identity. Types of neologism. As there are a variety of ways to make new words, so there are a variety of types of neologisms, portmanteaus or blend words. A specific type of neologism, portmanteaus, do just what they say, blend together two words to create a new word which combines their meanings. Here are a few examples of blend words: smoke and fog, smog, spoon and fork, spock, breakfast and lunch, brunch. Derived words. Derived words are words that use ancient Greek and Latin phrases, neutralized to match the English language. Here are a few examples of derived words. Latin word villa, meaning a villa or house. Derived words villa, village, and villager. Latin word sub, meaning under. Derived words submarine, subway. Latin word copia, meaning plenty. Derived words cornucopia and copious. Transferred words take derived words to a whole new level, as they encompass words taken from another language and used in an adjusted form in English. Herbs from French herbes, meaning herbs. Alligator from Spanish el lagarto, meaning lizard. Wiener dog from German Wiener, meaning hot dog. New words come from creativity and invention, merging of existing words, and borrowing from older cultures and languages. Significance of neologism in African literature, creativity, and uniqueness. Neologisms allow authors to invent words that capture specific meanings or emotions. These words create fresh, unique expressions that enhance creativity and set a work apart. Some areas neologisms does these include characterization, symbolism, and social commentary. Characterization. Authors use neologism to characterize individuals or groups. A character's unique vocabulary reveals personality traits or affiliations. Symbolism. Neologisms can symbolize broader concepts. It creates vivid imagery that enables authors to convey complex ideas. Social commentary. Neologisms address societal issues by creating new words or phrases that reflect contemporary and political concerns. In conclusion, neologism enriches literature by expanding language, evoking emotions, and creating innovative literary works. Related literary terms to neologisms. Here are a few devices similar to neologisms. Anagram. Anagrams involve creating new words, specifically, though anagrams create new words by rearranging the letters of specific words which exist already. Here are a few examples of anagrams formed from other words. Post, pots are both anagrams formed from the word stop. Monstera is an anagram formed from the word astronomer. Pills is an anagram formed from sleep. Onomatopoeia. Onomatopic words are neologisms, and sometimes neologisms are onomatopic words. Onomatopoeias are words that sound like the sounds they describe. Sometimes onomatopoeias are invented for specific sounds. Here are a few examples of onomatopoeias. Boom, for an explosion. Honk, for a car horn. Word play takes on many forms, from neologisms to anagrams to onomatopoeias and others. Neologisms can be quirky and fun, mixing words already in existence or completely new coinages. Neologisms are a reflection of language's ability to grow and evolve with time, culture, and technology.
Arts composition segment on today's edition brings us a Nigerian who spent over 2 decades in the United Kingdom, and using the instrument of literature, he takes us through a journey through the corridors of diplomacy, culture, and identity.
The number one mission by Yemi Edun is a documentation of Nigerians' experiences, a testament to the progress achieved, and a roadmap for the future. The book also exposes the intricacies of diplomacy and a deeper understanding of the multifaceted nature of diplomacy, the aspirations of Nigerians in London, and the close bonds that tie us to our homeland. Yemi Edun leads the team at Daniel Fort, one of London's leading property acquisition consultancies. It has been responsible for over 650 million euros in property transactions and registered some of the London city's largest transactions and some iconic sales, like the first home that Mozart composed his first symphony, the Lipton estate of Lipton tea fame, and the house Lord Wimpole, the first British Prime Minister lived in. The firm has won several awards, including the Times Lettings Agency Award for Property Management Agency of the year 2012. Since it was founded in the early 2000s, the company has been a strong source of employment and internship experience to young black people in London. Daniel Fort is also passionate about philanthropy and giving back. For 6 years, his company sponsored the Central St. Martin's postgraduate auction, raising over 200,000 euros for students. The firm also led the setup auction for Change and Empower ACE and NGO to support charities in Nigeria. ACE is a platform that finds and funds noble cause all over Africa, from helping small and medium-sized entrepreneurs to financing the purchase of wheelchairs for the mobility impaired. In contribution to the arts, the firm holds regular events and speaker series, one of which held in 2022, hosting the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, to discuss his most recent books, and firm also hosted the Daniel Fort Art Exhibition at number 10 Balfour Street, which featured the hyper-realistic works of Babajide Olatunji and the poetry on canvas of Adebanji Alade.
We'll call it a wrap here, but before we go, here is an African wise tale. And with that, I will say, keep being the best you can and keep hope alive. Bye.
For me, is shaping the lives of these children using education as a means of empowerment.
We used to have an orientation school where they come for 3 months before we enroll them in regular school. But we realized there's only 25% of them that ended up staying in those regular schools because street children are known for freedom. So when they go to regular school and they are being discriminated upon, they are being talked down upon, maybe they go late to school. Some of them, their parents are blind. Both parents are blind. And they will want to take the parent to the junction before they go to school. Now they get to school 8 o'clock and teachers start beating them. They won't come tomorrow. Some of them are so passionate about education that they wake up, wear their clothes, and they are running to school without taking their bath. Now, teacher will not understand the passion, the fact that they show up, and appreciate them for that. But they see the fact that they smell, and that is what made me to say, okay, now we need to have our own school.
The Nigerian child can be positively modeled. Education, right morals, and values are debts every parent and adult owe to every child. Be a positive model and watch the child grow to be a right-thinking adult.
How to make a sculpture piece. You get your clay, it has to be processed.
President Bola Tinubu back to Abuja after engagement in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Federal government advocates increase in made in Nigeria products through sustainable policies.
Today's global economy, trade is the determining factor for any nation that desires prosperity for its citizenry.
Africa takes bold steps towards strategic meteorological action at ongoing COP29.
More than half the population today lives. They struggle without being able to have the same thing as he said, the access. So one of those things we have looked at is the root cause of this problem.
And on Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall be tackling new terrorist group.
For nearly a decade now, the northwest region of our country has been plagued by rural terrorists, upending the lives of farming communities and leaving families deeply affected.
Absolutely, Ademola. The situation became so dire that just this past June, a two-day Northwest Peace and Security Summit was held in Katsina State, I beg your pardon, and there were high hopes that the discussions would bring insecurity under control and pave the way for peace.
That's right. Nigerians everywhere share that hope, Victor. After all, insecurity is a concern not just in the Northwest, but across the entire country.
Right. And data from that time showed that 40% of Nigeria's kidnappings happen in the Northwest. Now, experts at the summit stressed that the way forward involves not just talking about root causes, but developing a solid action plan with timelines and accountability.
And here we are, 5 months later, with more evidence of why we need action over words. Last Friday, an attack on the peaceful town of Mira in Auge local government of Kebbi State left at least 15 people dead and several cattle rustled.
It's truly tragic turn of events. Now, reports from the defense headquarters now point to a new terror group, Lakurawa, active in Sokoto and Kebbi states. Now, this group is reportedly linked to jihad factions and instability in countries like Mali, Chad, Libya, and Niger.
And here is the twist. Sources say this group of herders has been on Nigerian soil for some time now. 6 years ago, in 2018 to be precise, locals in the Gudu and Tangaza areas of Sokoto State raised alarm about suspicious activities. The police investigations back then dismissed them as just herders, not anything close to violent.
Well, clearly, the situation has escalated far beyond initial assessments. Now we are hearing reports of this group recruiting local youths in Sokoto with financial incentives.
Well, with threats to lives and property on the rise, security agencies are on the high alert, working to tackle this growing threat. But it begs the question, what are we truly up against with this new group? What coordinated security strategies can we deploy to counter this trajectory? Well, we'll be delving into these issues today on Good Morning Nigeria. I am Ademola Adeoye. Welcome to the program.
And I am Victor Azov, and with rising concerns, groups like the Arewa Consultative Forum are calling for a full reassessment of Nigeria's security strategies and tactics. We'll have much more to discuss, including our newspaper review, right after the news highlights with Dennis Adegunloye. Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, Victor and Ademola. Good morning, Nigeria. Here is the morning news. President Bola Tinubu is back in Abuja after attending the extraordinary Joint Arab-Islamic Summit in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which focused on the current situation in the Middle East. The presidential plane touched down at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport at 8 p.m. Tuesday. He was received on arrival by a delegation of top government functionaries led by the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila. The president joined other heads of state and government of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the League of Arab States who attended the one-day summit. At the summit, President Tinubu called for an end to Israeli aggression in Gaza, acknowledging that the conflict has persisted for far too long, inflicting immeasurable suffering, and expressed deep concern on the humanitarian conditions in Gaza. He called for the establishment of a dedicated secretariat to implement the resolutions of the summit and urged the leaders to mandate select heads of government to canvass support globally and oversee the implementation of the summit's resolutions. After the summit, President Tinubu also had an audience with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Senator Monday Okpebholo on his inauguration as governor of Edo State. In a message, President Tinubu urged Governor Okpebholo to improve the lives of Edo State citizens and make a lasting impact during his tenure. The president noted that after 8 years, Edo State rejoined the All Progressives Congress ranks and emphasized Governor Okpebholo's responsibility to justify the confidence placed in him and the APC by fostering democracy and effective governance. He encouraged empowering the legislature and vital institutions, highlighting the importance of a robust and independent legislature for good governance. Vice President Kashim Shettima has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to transforming Nigeria into a strong economic force through policies that will increase the global demand for made-in-Nigeria products. The Vice President affirmed this at the 3rd Nigerian Export Promotion Council Conference on non-oil exports in Abuja.
Shows that in today's global economy, trade is the determining factor for any nation that desires prosperity for its citizenry.
We aim to promote the export of high-quality, value-added products that align with the global best practices and strategically position Nigeria to take full advantage of the opportunities presented by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
First Lady Oluremi Tinubu, represented by the Vice President's wife, Nana Kashim Shettima, has inaugurated the Chief Habibat Mogaji ICT Center at the Mariam Babangida Center for Women Development. The center is dedicated to women's empowerment through digital literacy and skills training. It is not only a major stride towards bridging the technology gap, but also a posthumous tribute to Chief Habibat Mogaji, a revered figure and beacon of hope for Nigerian women, especially those at the grassroots and market level.
By naming the ICT block after her, we pay tribute to her.
She has lived a life of excellence, she's lived a life of service, and she has empowered and served many people. And I think this should serve as a lesson for all of us.
African countries at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, have launched an implementation plan of the integrated strategy on weather forecasting, with hopes that the continent's capacity to report early warning and action will prevent loss of lives before disasters occur.
That we have, where more than half the population today lives, they struggle without being able to have the same thing that he said, the access. So one of those things we have looked at is the root cause of this problem.
Very good strategy which will allow us, in terms of a continent, to work directly with our member states.
The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has raised concerns about the emergence of new diseases affecting livestock in the region. This concern was expressed during the 10th annual meeting of the Regional Animal Health Network under ECOWAS holding in Abuja.
Considerable potential, animal resources development in general, and livestock agriculture in particular is impeded by several challenges, including inadequate human resources.
We must prioritize investing in education and continuous professional development.
Well, that's the news for now. Good morning, Nigeria continues shortly with Ademola and Victor after this break. Stay with us.
From the Atlantic across the savannah to the Sahara, we rise, a land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like palm tree, we sway in colors, we turn dark into light, we make solutions, we ignite passion, yeah. Each ethnicity is unique, we are more than just a nation. We are Nigeria, strengthening unity, we know they carry life. Together live the dream of a land with great destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Hey Nigeria, ready to breathe cleaner air and save money? Let's talk about gas. Drive with CNG, the smart, cost-effective choice. Fill up for less and travel further. Save money, save the planet. Switch to LPG for cooking. It's cleaner, healthier, and better for environment. Say goodbye to smoke and eye problems. Do you know Nigeria is a gas nation ranked 9th globally with over 209 trillion cubic feet of gas reserve? Gas isn't just for cooking and driving. It powers industries too. Cleaner, cheaper, and more efficient. And the best part, conversion centers are popping up everywhere. It's never been easier to switch to gas. Join the cleaner energy revolution. Choose LPG for cooking and CNG for your vehicles. Clean energy for brighter future. This message is brought to you by the Office of the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, supported by the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA.
Time changes, people evolve, businesses adapt. National Advertising Conference, NAC, is here with the 2024 edition.
Yes, it's going to be fully packed. 3 days of top-line engagement with the theme
Navigating the Shift, Technology, Culture, and New Business Models.
Date 13th to 15th November 2024. Venue Abuja Continental Hotel, Abuja. Time 10 a.m. each day.
National Advertising Conference 2024. Join us and together, let's shuffle things up, dissecting the impact of technology, culture, and emerging business models on brand storytelling.
Doesn't sound like something you can afford to miss. Register right now on www.nationaladvertisingconference.com. Clear your desk